Very good morning and welcome to Headingley. Middlesex versus Yorkshire, the rematch. Middlesex won by 10 wickets in the Vitality Blast final last weekend. Yorkshire now without 5 senior players due to the 100 and Georgie Boyce returning to Blaze look to get a comeback from that in the 50 over format. Middlesex top of the table with 4 wins from 4, Yorkshire with 3 wins from 4, both teams' first game since mid-May. The two captains, Maddie Ward of Yorkshire and Saskia Hawley of Middlesex, are with me. Maddie Ward has got the ball in her hand. Let's get this one. Heads is the call.
I'll have a bowl first, please.
So Maddie Ward's going to have a bowl. Maddie, are you having a bowl? What's thinking?
A bit cloudy today, so obviously hopefully make the most out of the new ball. Hopefully bowl them out for a low score and knock them off.
Simple as that. Ines Blackwell in, she's 16 years old, compared to you, she makes you at 20 sort of look like someone of a pensioner, another of Yorkshire's youngsters. What can we expect from her?
Yeah, she's been a bit of a star in the academy recently, so definitely deserves a debut. I think she's batting at 7, bowls a bit of steam, so yeah, looking forward to seeing her on the pitch today.
And a disappointing day last weekend at finals day, ultimately, having beaten Glamorgan in the semi-final. What have the thoughts been in the group in the week since?
Yeah, obviously a bit of a different team today. A lot have gone out for the 100, like you said, so looking to really park that. Obviously a few learnings to come away from that, but just looking to start fresh in the 50 over comp, new team, new format, so yeah.
So, good luck, Maddie.
Brilliant, thank you. Good luck. Go well.
So, Saskia Hawley, the age-old first question, what would you have done had the coin go down?
We would have bowled as well, but again, same as I said at the final, we'll be happy to do either or. Clouds could open up or it could be better than others.
What's the week been like since Mark Broom, your head coach, was talking in an interview about the fact that you are now the team to be shot at in Tier 2, but that's an exciting position to have, right?
Oh, 100%. I think you have to earn that right. And every single girl in our group has earned that medal that they won the other week. But no, same thing. We restart again and continue kind of a different format and just go back to playing the same sort of cricket, if I'm being honest, just for longer. That's how we sort of describe it, and just playing better for longer. Kind of who is going to win these sorts of games.
And a couple of changes for you. Natasha Miles, very experienced campaigner, and also Sarah Pearson, the seam bowler, come in. Why those alterations?
Oh yeah, I think obviously Sarah's been bowling really well at training, so she's proved her spot there and adds a little bit of pace to our attack. And then Tash, everyone, we call her Fossil, she's definitely the oldest of our group. She's stalwart of the game and a massive part of the Middlesex history. So it's really exciting to have her back. Obviously, having played for Hong Kong for quite a big old stint away from us, so it's great to have her in the group and hopefully she can prove her skills today.
Thanks so much and good luck.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Cheers. Very good morning and welcome to Headingley, where I've been able to get a sneaky look at the pitch ahead of this Metro Bank League 2 clash between Yorkshire and Middlesex. It's a used track, albeit for the fact that we're in August now, it hasn't been heavily used. It was used for the Yorkshire versus Lancashire Roses T20, and it's also been used for a Legends League tournament last weekend. It was a pretty high scoring competition, but this pitch is definitely going to spin. You can see not only that it's been used, but cracks starting to form. It's likely to be maybe just a touch slow as well. As you come down, you see there is grass. It's not a huge amount of grass, but this is a surface that particularly the slow bowlers are likely to cause some problems on. Jazz and her team hard at work in the background, and the other end presents a pretty similar view. You can see those areas, particularly outside a left-hander's off stump, are going to cause you a little bit of concern when you look to play there against the spin. So it's a track that with both sides packed full of spinners, we reckon we'll see those make a particularly big impact on the game. But it should be said, still overall, it's a pretty decent track to bat on.
Good morning to you and good morning to everybody listening in. It's good to be here. it's always exciting, isn't it? Especially when they're 16 years old, you know, that you know, to have the opportunity as a 16-year-old to it's just something that is special and will long live in the memories. Just hoping that she has a good debut, because sometimes debuts aren't always what you want them to be. But you know, they've got that excitement and exuberance, haven't they? So I'm sure that she'll do very well.
In terms of our Vertu, let's pick out a couple of players to keep an eye on. First of today's being Crawley Cooper, who is going to be key with the ball. You can see Cooper in the top of your shot there. Broad standards of ability, with Yorkshire team skewing in a slightly younger direction today with its 5 senior players out. She's got an important leadership role, the 23-year-old, the second highest wicket taker in the blast concluded. Sorry, since the under 13, she joked that before signing for Yorkshire she'd never been. So it's been a big change. She's played in every season, she's made a happy knack of over quite often. Some potential overcast clouds around, unlike the T20. The leadership role. Saying this, but is positively a pensioner in this side of 33 years old, Dr. Jane Powell Chaplin. Strike rate of anyone as it finished last weekend. That's across the entire competition, not just for Yorkshire. And look at those stats in this competition, which feels like a long time ago. We last played it in mid-May, but she was in some form. The top run scorer in it, 238 runs, out just once, the strike rate of 154. So Yorkshire supporters desperate.
It's great balance, isn't it, to have somebody like Amy in with the experience she'll bring to the table should be fantastic, and she'll help coach those youngsters through and keep reminding them that simple is the next one. So, just let the big picture get too much for you, but she'll be there reminding them of that. It's important.
Worth reminding you, speaking of that present situation, top 4 spot for a place in the semi-finals, which are on the 14th of September. So a little run for both sides. Until then, Middlesex looking to make it 5. Exactly 4 months ago against Worcestershire. Season 2 sides with very impressive records.
forced into a pressure scenario here. Changing the bowling as well. From in the pavilion end, and that looks a decent shout as well, but is maybe just doing a little bit too much. First up to Tressler with Sproul at the non-strikers because, of course, the wicket fell from the previous ball, and it could have been the dream start for the 16-year-old debutant, Ness Blackwell. 26 for 3 in the 7th over. Blackwell on debut, getting appreciable movement with the new ball. That's trickled away for 1. Tressler at the non-strikers end now on 15, but she has already lost 3 partners in the early exchanges of this game. Thank you for bearing with us as we've had some technical gremlins during that time. Middlesex have had some slight batting gremlins, and one person who's had no gremlins at all, who's been in fine fettle, is Jess Woolston. She has 3 for 9 after 3 overs. Nice spots again from Blackwell.
And this is the young 16-year-old making her debut, and she had a very strong shout first ball of the over, which most of the commentary box were up, but that's not the people that count. And she's just swinging that ball in towards the right-handed batter at the moment. Nicely
in the same sort of spot she'd want to be in there again from Inez Blackwell. She bowls in swing. She's a solid middle order bat as well. Plays at Marton Cricket Club. Lauren Winfield Hill described her to me as a solid cricketer who offers in lots of different areas. Probably see her at around 8 in the batting card. So that's straight to point from Sproul, who's on strike for the first time. Earlier on, Routledge bowled by Woolston for 5 off 10. Natasha Miles bowled by Woolston for 5 off 9. And Saskia Hawley gone LBW to Woolston for a 4-ball duck. Yorkshire winning the toss and choosing to bowl. That's played straight to Fackrell at short mid-wicket. 7 overs gone. 27 for 3. Yorkshire more than justifying their decision to bowl first. A very tidy first over in Yorkshire senior competitive colours from Inez Blackwell. It concedes just 1. 27 for 3 off 7.
And you can see that Jess Woolston is continuing to bowl from the Howard stand. She's bowled a really good spell this morning so far, where she's pitching the ball just outside or just on off stump, and it's nipping back. And the batters at the moment have had nothing to be able to combat it. So she was chopped down to fine leg by 1 shot, but other than that, she's been very solid and secure.
The voice of Dr. Jane Powell, once upon a time captained England in a World Cup final, an England Test centurion as well, against India at Blackpool. Tressler facing up to Woolston, who is on a tear. She's got 3 for 9 from 3 overs and starts a new over with a dot. Tressler's going to be absolutely integral to Middlesex digging themselves out of this hole here. She had a magnificent blast. Mel Story, who plays for Gloucestershire and of course is a women's cricket expert and fantastic commentator as well, tweeted about the fact that she could see someone like Tressler getting an opportunity in Tier 1. Far stranger things have happened. Oh, just jabbed into the ground. That's well bowled by Woolston, probing areas once more to Tressler, who has had quite the evolution. 3 years ago, she played a couple of times for the Southern Vipers in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, broadly the equivalent of this competition. That was back then the 50-over senior competitive domestic competition in the UK, and she played them as a 19-year-old leg spinner. She actually got Yorkshire's Stair Callis out. She took 2 wickets in both of those games. Here she is just a few years later as a specialist opening batter. That's just jabbed away by Tressler, who struggled to get into what was back then a very strong Southern Vipers side and was strongly considering giving up cricket before Charlotte Edwards said, "You've got something with your batting, focus on that." And, well, if Charlotte Edwards says that's probably advice worth listening to, and the rest, as they say, is history. And now here she is, one of the key players to get in Tier 2. She certainly doesn't lack ambition. She asked at the start of this season what she wanted to do. She said be the top run scorer in all of Tier 2, and she's making a decent go of it. Once again, she's driving well, and Woolston's bowling well. It's a good battle, this. 4 dots.
Yeah, and really good field that Maddie Ward has set here, because the batter is not finding it easy to find the spaces, because wherever she's hitting it at the moment, she's hitting it straight to a fielder. So well played to the young captain for Yorkshire, Maddie Ward, who's just waving her arms at the moment and readjusting. She's pulling in, fine leg. Amelia Love's coming up to inside the circle.
Yeah, she's Yorkshire's youngest captain of the men's or women's senior competitive side in 100 years. Trussell again straight to extra cover. 2 out.
Put the cover fielder out on the boundary, so the 2 fielders out are at third man and cover at the moment. So brought up the fine leg and moved out to cover.
Yeah, so swap from a 5-4 to a 6-3. So Woolston's got to be disciplined with her line, but she has been very disciplined in this spell. Well, you can blame me for that one if you're a believer in the commentator's curse. Jess Woolston with the wide. Figures still sitting very impressively. 3.5 overs. No maidens, 10 for 3. 1 maiden, in fact. 10 for 3. Oh, beautifully bowled. Is there a nick on that? There is. Truster's gone as well. What a spell from Woolston. 4 wickets in 4 overs. It goes from bad to worse for Middlesex. The top run scorer in the recently concluded League 2 Blast, Finty Truster, the scourge of Yorkshire at finals day last Saturday, hit a half century against Yorkshire in that final. Has to go for 16. That's a big loss for Middlesex. 28 for 4.
Amazing start for Yorkshire. I think, I spoke to a lot of people at the finals day last Saturday, and they were all like, oh, Yorkshire, we'd expect them, pardon me, to beat Middlesex or, to dominate the Tier 2. And they had a poor day. We'll be honest, they didn't have a good final. They played okay in the semi, but didn't play very well in the final. And now, without their 5 senior players who've all moved on, 1 back to the Blaze and 4 onto 100 contracts for the next few weeks, this young side have just decided to attack this game with everything that they've got. And Jess Woolston is absolutely leading the way with 4 wickets and 4 very good balls. It's not been poor shots, it's been good balls that Jess Woolston has bowled. So they'll be delighted with that. And now the young debutant Innes Blackwell comes in again from the pavilion.
Blackwell in and right on the kind of spots you want to be. Both these batters, Sproul and Downer, yet to score. It's Middlesex try and rebuild. Ward up to the stumps. Yorkshire is sniffing a real opportunity. Blackwell again in a nice area. Of course, Yorkshire stepping into Tier 1 next season. Glamorgan the season after. Middlesex came to finals day, and Finty Truster's just got out herself. Quite openly said it. Middlesex wanting to prove everyone wrong that we're a top side. Certainly fair to say Middlesex have proved that point. Yorkshire now on the hunt for revenge. There was some very interesting comments from Middlesex head coach Mark Broom about this. He's one of those coaches who always seems good for an insightful interview. He said that there's 5 tough and exciting games to come. Now we're the top team. Sides will want to knock us off and down a peg or 2. Teams around us are plenty good enough to go and knock us off. It's a really good league. It's an additional pressure that I'm going to love seeing how the girls have to deal with it. come back to that. Oh, fantastic from Ines Blackwell. The 16-year-old on debut gets a wicket in her second over with a delightful inducker that has Downer in all sorts of bother. Absolutely magnificent. Blackwell's got it hooping around corners. 29 for 5.
And as a batter, you'll be disappointed there. The gap between bat and pad and the ball going through and knocking over the stumps. And a good introduction for Ines Blackwell into this competition with a very good couple of overs so far. She's got that ability to just cut the ball back. I'm sure she's got lots of development to come as only a 16-year-old. She's just going to develop more control and possibly a yard or two extra in pace. But at the moment, she's made a great start. And at 29 for 5, Middlesex are in all sorts of trouble here at Headingley.
Yeah, it's no doubt that one of the big stories for Yorkshire this season has been the amount of youngsters that have come through and stepped up. And Ines Blackwell is the latest of them to do so. And now it's Gaia Gole, who is in at 7. Gole, who had a very good blast, including a high score of 61. She had the 5th highest strike rate of anyone in the competition with 100 plus runs. So she's naturally someone that would want to counter-attack, but a pretty difficult situation to come in and do that, certainly immediately. Good enthusiastic fielding from Thomas in the covers, but a slightly wayward throw. And Ward is scrambling to get there. It's well backed up, though, so it doesn't cost Yorkshire anything.
Yeah, they got away with that one because that was a bit shabby in the field, as they say, and they could well have been a run there.
Full toss and straight at extra cover. Maybe slightly lucky that he's bowled that to Gole for just the second ball she's faced. I feel like she's missed out a touch. End of the 9th over, beg your pardon. 29 for 5.
And as a debutant, you'd look at the big scoreboard on our left and it says Blackwell 2 overs, 1 for 2. And you'd be delighted. The fact that you've only gone for 2 runs and you've got a wicket and you've bowled 2 overs is a great start for the young seamer.
Yeah, so it's funny, I was midway through that Broom quote, but the wicket almost illustrated it even further, because what I was about to add is Mark Broom, the Middlesex head coach, also added, once you're at the top, I know it's very difficult to stay there. I'm interested to see how we get on and if we can stay there. But this was the bit that I thought was particularly pertinent. It wouldn't surprise me if we come down a bit from there and then work our way back up if we can. I thought that was quite an interesting thing for a head coach to say. That's just eked away by Sproul, not where she intended it. Sproul is onto 2. Gole yet to get off strike facing. Element of almost expectation management there from Mark Broom after Middlesex had that magnificent blast campaign. They only lost 1 game throughout the whole thing, 9 wins from 10. Their only defeat coming against Glamorgan at Colwyn Bay by 30 runs in mid-June. They've only lost 2 games all season, Middlesex, and Yorkshire have only lost 3. Oh, it's got Gole in all sorts of trouble there, Woolston, who is 1 good ball here from a Michelle Pfeiffer.
That's just going back to the coach speak. I think that's coach speak for I need to cover all bases here. I don't want everybody to think we're going to win every game, so I'll just cover it before it happens. But nobody could have expected somebody who didn't even play in the finals, Jess Woolston, to come in and bowl a spell like that this morning.
Oh, a lovely flowing drive through the covers from Gole. It's got Dr. Jane Powell next to me in the commentary box applauding. That is a fine strike from a fine ball striker.
Yeah, look at that. She just hit straight through the ball. Still sort of just bat movement rather than body movement, but she hit through it and pierced the field and showed the ease with which you can score a boundary if you avoid the fielders here at Headingley.
34 for 5 then. Gole off the mark. Woolston just losing her run. Broome added about Yorkshire. We face a top quality, top class side with an unbelievable coaching setup. We beat them, but that was a different format. We've now got this format where many top players have longer to play. They will have a point to prove. Now we've won that final and we have to deal with additional pressures. Yorkshire wanting to prove they're the best team in the country as they go up to Tier 1 next season. Well, Woolston certainly is proving a point. So that's a full toss though, and it's slapped away through point for 4. The worst ball that Woolston's bowled in this entire spell, and it gets the treatment that it deserves. The welcome relief of another boundary for Middlesex.
Yes, and I think what we've got to remember here is that 50 over, we've still got 40 point and 2 balls overs to go. So there's a long way to go, and all it needs is somebody to get the head down and just start working the ball around. And this is probably an over too many in her spell for Jess Woolston at this stage, which is also an interesting one.
Woolston well, wanting to come back and maybe prove a point that she's more than still in rhythm. I would imagine with the way she's bowled, it's going to be very difficult getting the ball out of her hand at the moment here. Yeah, and understandably so.
I understand that, but they've played 20 overs for the last little while now, and that's been a 4-over spell. So as a bowler, you've got to get back into the idea that you need to bowl more overs, or you've got the opportunity to bowl more overs. So she'll just need to concentrate now as she comes in.
Woolston wants more. It's troubling Gole. Worth remembering as well, Woolston didn't bowl and didn't play through certain parts of that Blast campaign, so it's about getting those bowling loads back up. Changing the commentary box, Dr. Jane Powell will give some further thoughts, and after that, our number 3 for the day is Aaron Vars.
Yeah, I mean, interesting start. I don't think anybody in the country would have been expecting Middlesex to be 5 wickets down at the end of the first power play. So 10 overs gone, and they're 38 for 5. And I'm sure Aaron will had his thoughts on that right now.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jane. It's very uncharacteristic, isn't it, of Middlesex at this stage of the season. Currently the table toppers in League 2. Here is Blackwell to continue really hooping that one back into the right-handed Sproul. Yeah, just looking at the table at the minute, of course, Middlesex the only undefeated side in the competition as of this round of fixtures. 4 matches, 4 victories, 3 of which have also been with a bonus point. So first real sense of danger here for the Saxes. That one very full Yorker length delivery from Blackwell. Jane, what have you made of this start from the debutant? She's getting great control out there at the minute.
Yeah, I haven't seen much of Innes Blackwell, I'll be really honest, but what I've seen this morning is very encouraging. I think as a 16-year-old, she's only going to develop and get stronger, but what a great start.
Certainly is. That one sent a little bit wider and played very square of the wicket out towards the deep point boundary. Little bit of a chase on for the fielders, but it's to no avail. So Pippa Sproul gets her first 4 of the piece, and that was a lovely timed and weighted shot.
Yeah, great shot there, and this is what I'm talking about with Innes. Well, she just went a little bit too wide there. As she develops more strength, then she'll become more and more consistent. And some of the balls that she's bowled are just what you want. The Yorker, in particular, is one of the most underused balls in cricket, and she seems to bowl it very well.
She most certainly does. Here is Blackwell once more again, sends it in very, very full. Just drilled out of the ground there up towards Olivia Thomas for no run. No nerves, considering it is a senior debut here for Yorkshire, of course, at one of the most iconic venues in the country. Really is a tremendous sign, isn't it, for the future?
I don't think you have nerves at 16 years old. I think you can do everything.
Well, she is at the moment. That one is driven and driven very nicely indeed. The outfield here at Headingley is absolutely rapid. And Pippa Sproul gets another boundary to add to her ever-growing total. She moves on to 10. Middlesex move on to 46 for 5. So that brings about a slight change in the field as deep cover is brought out onto the boundary. We'll also have a slight change in the commentary box at the end of this over. Dr. Jane Powell will depart for a much-deserved break. And on in her place will be the great Maroof Khan. Looking forward to getting the dynamic duo back together here at Headingley. So, change in the field has been effected. Here is Blackwell bowling to Pippa Sproul. That one a full toss. And played just up towards Cooper, a wideish mid-off, and that will be the end of the over. So, Middlesex 46 for 5, Sproul on 10, Golay on 8. And I'm absolutely delighted to be joined by the man, the myth, the legend himself. It is, of course, Maroof Khan. Maroof, how are we?
Good morning. I am the man, but not about the myth and the legend, but I think I'll leave that to imagination. But yes, great start. A good Headingley day as normal. Ball hoops around a bit here in the morning, and I think we've had a great start with Blackwell and Wilston continuing the good work that's been started off very early on in the day. So I think, all in all, 46 for 5 after 11 overs, I'll take that.
Absolutely. It has been a wonderful start, hasn't it, from Jess Walston. 4 for 19 from her opening 5 overs. Of course, her career best figures in this format, 5 for 37 against the South East Stars at Scarborough in 2023. And here she is bowling from the Howard stand end. That one is upish, almost a chance for Rebecca Duckworth. Spirals away towards the Western Terrace, and that will be 50 up for Middlesex.
Yeah, good shot that. And I guess 1 over too many in my book for Wilston at the moment, but I think I would give the captain the credit that she thinks that she's got 4 wickets already in the first 5. And looking to go for the kill and get a couple of more wickets. So I guess she's a little flagging at the moment and giving the opportunity to Goal and Sproul to spray their arms around, which is why we're conceding some runs in the last 2 overs.
Well, it has been a good couple of overs this for Middlesex after a difficult start. How can Walston respond? Again, looking to hoop that one back into the right-handed Golay. Of course, someone who has plenty of experience at the top tier of domestic cricket here in England and Wales, played for the Sunrisers in the early days of the regional setup, and she has been absolutely outstanding for Middlesex with ball in hands. However, she's got a slightly different role to play today. Looking at 50 for 5, it's a difficult start and a pretty big mountain to climb if the London-based outfit are to get some big runs on the board. Here is Walston again then to Golay. Oh, flash of the bat. Really, really good spell of bowling this, isn't it, Maroof?
Very, very good indeed. I think she came up with the point to prove. A good, strong action, good run-up. I think she has a very interesting action. You know, as a batter facing her, we think that the ball's going to come in. But the wickets that she's got is a ball that's held its line and moved away a bit. So I think that's working in her favour when she's coming on to bowl. But I love the way she braces that left leg and a good, strong action and tries to hit a good mark all the time, which is good bowling.
Most certainly his. It's that one tucking up Golay for room. No, it has just been exactly the kind of start. And of course, we mustn't forget that Middlesex will be brimming with confidence. Of course, the table toppers in the One Day Cup so far, and here as well, having beaten Yorkshire on finals day by 10 wickets in the T20 Blast. Has not been the ideal start though, has it? It's a very, very good riposte and response this from this Yorkshire outfit. That one driven very nicely by Golay through the covers. Will just be a single. Middlesex going on to 51 for 5.
Very good response indeed after what's transpired the last week and 10 days ago. I think Yorkshire with the point to prove and Middlesex to let them know that they're still in it. Pretty much the wicket is pretty much what will happen to Lords as well. You know, the ball moves around a bit initially and then, you know, it's a 50 over game. You just have to, you know, just hold back a bit, get some 1s and 2s going and could make a match out of this.
Absolutely, it's a much longer format than you think. That one an excellent Yorker length delivery from Jess Walston, and that will signal the end of over number 12. Middlesex 51 for 5 Sproul on 10, Golay on 13, and Jess Walston, the pick of the bowlers so far for the hosts, with outstanding figures of 4 for 24 from her first 6 overs. And yeah, just to clear up any confusion in the YouTube live chats, when we mention Blackwell's debut, it is of course list day debut here at Headingley. So yeah, we'll make that a lot clearer. Apologies for the vagueness on that one. Has played T20 cricket before. And here is Blackwell to continue from the Kirkstall Lane end. She'll be bowling here to Gaia Golay. Just a slight change in field alteration, I'd say. Deep third sense a lot wider. Here is Blackwell then to Golay, targeting the pads. Again, another hooping nip backer. I think that was just doing a little bit too much though, wasn't it, Maroof, judging by the reaction of the fielders?
Yeah, that's right. I think the giveaway sign just comes from the captain, the keeper. When she's trying to move down the leg side, you know that ball's trying to do a bit too much. But what I like about Ines is she's really keeping a... Yeah.
Well, the reaction says it all, doesn't it, Maroof? From commentators, fielders, bowlers alike, it's missed absolutely everything and goes through for 4 byes. Still, though, generating some lovely movement. It's just a case of finding the radar and targeting the top of off.
I think that's what she must have practiced this morning as well in the warm-ups, trying to hit the radars. I'm sure Rich Pyro and everybody else and the coaches around would have given her the confidence to go and do that. Very important to see her that she is actually maintaining pressure as well.
She certainly is, and bowling again here to Golay. That's a really good shot down the ground, and it's picking up pace. There's a chase on for the fielder. I don't think it's going to be one. Indeed, it isn't. Trickles over the boundary rope. And that is 4 more off the bat of Gaia Golay as Middlesex move on to 59 for 5.
Great shot, that ball moving in. Oh, looks like a drop chance there, and it's then expected coming back to her. But nice free flows with the ball still swinging in. And is trying to put just one hand towards it. Maybe next time she'll have a thought about having 2 hands to it. But having said that, ooh.
Well, that one just played out rather deftly into the covers for a single.
Yeah, I think Yorkshire needs to be a little bit careful here. They've conceded a few boundaries the last 2 or 3 overs. As I was mentioning earlier, Lord's wickets are pretty much similar. The moves around a bit in the first 10, 15 overs. And if the batting team can get a hold of themselves and take the singles and doubles, they could make a good score on this one.
It's a good line that from Ines Blackwell. Goes for a dot ball. Of course, Maroof, as an all-rounder yourself, is this the kind of situation that strangely you wouldn't mind as an all-rounder coming in? Of course, you haven't really batted too much this season. Still plenty of overs, 37 upon the end of this one. We'll touch upon it after this delivery from Blackwell. Just cramps her for a little bit of room. Erin Thomas will do the fielding, so that will end out the over with a single. Middlesex 61 for 5 after 13, but yeah, I'd love to pick your brains as an all-rounder who played that middle order role. How would you view this and how would you approach this particular innings?
I think with a lot of patience and looking at the standard I currently have, if I was Goal or Sproul, I had a 32-run partnership already, so I'm looking like I'm trying to rebuild it. With the sun beating down at Headingley, the ball comes much easier onto the bat. I'm just looking to have a correspondence or a chat with my fellow player to say we still have 37 overs to bat. Looking at 3 runs in over would get me another 120 odd runs, which would be about 180 runs. So I'm just looking to build partnership, think in 5 over spells, think in 2 over spells, see it's easier, run my first runs hard and make sure I'm still there at the end of it, hoping at some stage that a spinner comes in, which has at this stage time to grow. So yes, that's the plan.
Spoken like a true student of the game, Maroof Khan. Of course, there will be spin, so change of bowling here from the Howard stand end. For the first time today, we'll see a bit of off-spin, courtesy of Claudie Cooper, who first ball is drilled up towards mid-off for no run. And of course, the stat of the day, courtesy of Dr. Jane Powell, a wicket in her first over in the last 9 matches. Absolutely astonishing stuff. Let's see if that can continue as Sproul just dabs that away to backward point for a single. Keeps the scoreboard moving along.
Yeah, Headingley wicket will not turn that much. It'll come onto the bat. Claude, she's doing well. Just good start, very steady. Goal, just looking to see what's happening in front of her.
There is Gole. Slightly aerial on that one, but nowhere near the lurking right hand of Cooper, so it will be a dot ball.
Yeah, it's just understanding the game now and seeing what's in front of you. So Gole will just look to just spatter on the balls a bit. That's exactly what's happening. The great start by the off spinner. Great start. She is just keeping it on there, bowling to her field. She's got 2 men at the back, so she's protected that way. And at this stage, just the dot balls will be helpful.
They certainly will be. That one won't be a dot ball though. Just worked out towards deep mid wicket. That will be another single. Of course, for Middlesex here, it is a case of, well, seeing out the next 10 to 15 overs, isn't it? Just developing that foundation, that platform. Still got some batting to come a little bit later on as point is pushed out deep onto the western terrace boundary. Cooper zips that one in. Just swiveled around the corner. They've run the first one very hard indeed, and there's a misfield by Rhea Thackrell. In the end, that will go for 4 runs. So it's another boundary, courtesy of Pippa Sproul, and Middlesex move on to a score of 67 for 5 after 14.
Yeah, not a good ball that. I think, one has to be careful here, not going for wickets. Looks like the Yorkshire bowlers are trying to be, just trying to get wickets. They've done the hard work of getting the 5 on the top now. It's about building, even for Yorkshire, as long as how it is for Middlesex as well. But I've taken away the charm from my good friend Jane Powell that now she's not got the wickets in the first over. That's because when I've come on commentary, so I think I do have to let her know that. But I think at this stage, 4.5 runs and over, it's not too bad. It's just building a partnership kind of a scenario, and then just keep at it 5 overs at a time, as I said, and just make sure that they're building and keep moving and keep rotating the strike.
100%. Here is Blackwell again. Bowls that one very full. Pushed out towards deep cover for a single. And of course, the interesting thing will be how spin actually takes on this wicket today. I know that Michael mentioned it at the top of the broadcast. It is a used surface. Cooper does generate a nice bit of turn, and of course for Middlesex, they've got some very impressive spinners themselves. Here is Blackwell again, cramping up Sproul for room, who plays that well out towards Thackrell for no run.
Yeah, great field setting by the captain Maggie as well. I think she's done well in understanding what Blackwell does well, and that is keeping to her spots, and has got a short extra cover and a mid wicket, short blocking the singles.
Well, here is Blackwell to Sproul, defended back to the bowler for no run.
And Sproul understands that, she's, the captain is telling the batter to go over the top if she likes, and that's the risk and reward that's in front of her. And at this stage, and I think the sanity is prevailing, and the way Blackwell is bowling, that'll be good to see what Sproul does next.
Well, there's your answer. Defended back to Thackrell for no run. Again, Maroof, I'm going to test you a little bit, because with my batting average, I don't think I can give too many tips and tricks, to be honest, with a career best of 11 not out. But to a bowler who is generating this much movement and hooping it back into the pads, I'll touch upon that after this delivery from Blackwell. Sends that one a lot wider, pushed out to backward point for no run. For any aspiring cricketers out there, how do you play that? What would your scoring options be against a bowler who's targeting his stumps, bringing them into play, has the keeper up, and is also looking to generate those nip backers?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. I'm looking to play the ball in front of me.
Here is Blackwell to Sproul. Again, very full. Also quite wide, an easy shot into the covers for the single.
Yeah, as a young player, I know it's difficult, but you have to understand there's enough time with you at the moment. It's not a T20 game. You have 35 overs to go. What the line trying to do is understand what the ball is doing. In this case, the ball coming in, as you rightly said. And my scoring options would be to look to play in front of the wicket wherever possible and look for width. Not every bowler can bowl every ball on the spot all the time. I'm looking for my opportunities, like a cat and mouse game at this stage. Respect to the bowler because they're bowling well. If I'm still on the wicket, 5 overs down the line, I might have better shot options.
There you go. Some lovely advice there from Maroof Khan. As Middlesex move on to 69 for 5 after 15. Claudie Cooper, it is to continue from the Howard stand end and starts off with a dot ball. And just to follow that up, Maroof, of course, from your playing days, and I know that you're still a keen cricketer out there on the green, is it difficult to go from an in-swinging bowler to facing a spinner as Cooper bowls here to Sproul, defended up to mid-on for no run? Is it difficult to almost get your rhythm between those two styles of bowlers?
Yeah, it would be more difficult if I had a left-arm spinner bowling, taking the ball away from me. An in-swinger bowling and an off-spinner bowling gets easier in terms of, the way the direction of travel of the ball is.
As Cooper bowls here to Sproul, defended back to the bowler for no run.
Yeah, but I think it's just about, keeping my head balanced, being very stable at the point of contact and making sure that I'm watching the ball at every time. The pace always varies.
Cooper bowls here to Sproul. Flashes off the outside edge of the bats. Pursuit on here for the fielder. It's trickling towards the boundary rope. Is it scooped back in? Yes, it is. Some brilliant work there just in front of us here in the commentary position. Saves the run. That really is a magnificent effort.
That is a great effort, especially from Ines Blackwell. She's just bowling over there. And from shot fine, sprinting all the way, about 30-40 yards. Great stop as well.
Oh, and that's the response from Claudie Cooper. Bowls Gaia Gole. She didn't quite strike in her first over, but it's second time lucky for the Yorkshire off-spinner. And Middlesex now in all sorts of bother. They are 72 for 6 within the 16th over. And Maroof, that is quite a beautiful response from any spinner up and down the country.
Absolutely. Keeping it into the area as the ball's he's coming in a bit. I think Gole would be a bit disappointed with that shot. She had more options on it, as you see it on the screens. She could have come across the line and just taken it away for a single, but I think the ball kept a bit low onto her, and I think top of off, credit goes to the one that happened before that, actually, keeping her on strike for the 3 runs, and that's where the wicket is. So just building pressure at the time.
Goes to show, doesn't it, about backing up your bowlers in the field. So important. So a 6th wicket falls here at Headingley. Middlesex 72 for 6. And Hannah Davis will now be the latest Middlesex batter to enter the crease. Also, another thing to note on that one, we saw at the end of the first over from Claudie Cooper, really zipped in the arm ball. Whereas on that one, slowed down the pace, utilised flight, drift, guile. Really good to see that as a fan of spin bowling.
That's absolutely right, and I think the long boundaries, the deep pockets here, so they're challenging the batter to come and make those big shots, and the batters are being more defensive on the back foot. I think building pressure constantly is what gets wickets, and this is what they've done. Good to see a slip for the new batter as well now.
Certainly is. Aggressive field placement this from Claudie Cooper. Fires that onto the pads of Hannah Davis, the new batter. And that will be the end of over number 16. Middlesex 72 for 6. Pippa Sproul still out there on 20. And the new batter, Hannah Davis, currently on 0, having faced 1 delivery.
Yes, I think steady on from here on in. I think a good partnership broken and previous over. Once again, Middlesex have to rebuild. And I think it's important that the batters are having this constant chat with each other, keeping them going. They're the only 2 people out there, as we know in old school cricket as well. But I think communication would be important. 4.5 runs in over is still pretty decent after losing 6 wickets. And I think there's a bit of a change of bowling that's coming across now as well. But I think it's on and all, they just have to keep at it, Middlesex, for now.
They most certainly do. And for the first time today, we're going to see a little bit of leg spin here from Olivia Thomas. Just flashes off the outside of the blade. Pursuit here for Jess Woolston. And that's some really good running between Davis and Sproul. Made the call early, turns the 1 into a quick 2 and keeps that scoreboard ticking as Middlesex move on to 74 for 6.
Yeah, good movements by the skipper as well, realizing that spin is not easy to handle here. Changes the bowling on this side and has good young Oliver coming on to bowl leg spin.
Here is Thomas once more, giving that plenty of flight up towards the eye line of Pippa Sproul. Hannah Davis as well, might have just add, can certainly bat. Scored 110 not out against the University of Warwick in a Bucks match at the Parks in Oxford. Also captained Oxford University, so certainly can add those handy middle to lower order runs as that one just beats the efforts of Slip. Chase on here for Walston. And there is that strike rotation once again. Both Davis and Sproul very quick. Almost hesitated taking a third there, but wisely turn it down and they settle for 2.
Great bowling as well. I think, encouraging the batter to drive. And Olivia Thomas, it's very, very important that she just keeps the ball where it's supposed to be. Sproul looking to attack, making sure everything is in front of her. I think it's a good cat and mouse cricket at this stage.
Most certainly is. That one played defensively by the Middlesex keeper. And that's why we love 50-over cricket. It's just long enough for those narratives, for the cat and mouse strategy to come to life.
Yeah, it's a long day. It's 300 balls, 300 legal balls. It's a long way to just go.
That one pushed out towards Thomas. There's a little bit of a misfield there from the Yorkshire opener. Allows for Sproul to charge through for the single.
Yeah, I think, you can see many phases in 50-over cricket, first 10 overs, this power play, and then the middle building sessions, and then the one at the end. But in here, it's because of the amount of wickets that have been lost, it's like 5 over spells, really, so the game's going to change every 5 overs.
Here is Thomas once more from the Kirkstall Lane end. Just targeting the front pad there of the right-handed Davis, and that will signal the end of over number 17. Middlesex 77 for 6. Pippa Sproul on 25 and Hannah Davis still on 0.
Yeah, good cricket so far. Good cricket from Yorkshire. They're keeping things simple. They're making sure they're still attacking the stumps. As we have a crowd here coming to watch the young girls play as well, which is always good and encouraging to see. And I think it's always important, to understand where your basics are and what you're trying to do. And as Cooper would coming on to bowl, she's just looking at the field and making sure that she's making the batter play Sproul at all times.
Well, here is Cooper. This time to Sproul. Plays that one on the up. Up for a dot ball.
And at this stage, I think what the batter is looking to do is just see out a few more overs because they don't have many wickets in the back.
Here is Cooper to Sproul. Plays that one on its merits for no run.
And that's the phase of cricket we don't see in T20 cricket, where you are allowed to defend a few balls and soak up some pressure, if you like, and just plan your innings going forward.
100%. Here is Cooper again. Generating dot ball after dot ball after dot ball. As a spin bowler, it generates so much confidence as well when you're not getting hit for those easy 1s and 2s. Really has been a stellar start this from Claudie Cooper. And of course, Maroof, alternatively, from a Middlesex perspective, Pippa Sproul's wicket now is absolutely colossal in the wider scheme of things.
Absolutely, and I think Sproul realises that, and that's why she's taking the time and making sure she is there with Davis, and another good dot ball bowled and nicely kept up. I think this is just a phase where they need to understand what's going to happen the next few overs. They don't have to do anything different now. Just keep playing, wait for a few bad balls, and just try and tick over the partnerships if they can.
100%. Here is Cooper again, targeting the pads. There's a big appeal from the bowler. Umpire unmoved. So that will bring about the end of the 18th over. Middlesex 77 for 6 as we just get a replay of this last delivery. What do you think to that one, Maroof? What's your gut instinct on that delivery?
Instinct says that it was still hitting the top of leg stump, but that's not me who decides that decision. Is the umpires in the front. But I think the way the batter moved inside the line, and I like the way Cooper was there, was she pushed the ball through as well, so got the batter off guard. But I think 50-50, so we'll go with the batter in this case.
Well, of course, the umpire's decision is final. Middlesex, remember, still 77 for 6. In what has definitely been a strong start here from the Yorkshire bowlers. Interested to see the strategy here for Olivia Thomas. I mean, from a captaincy perspective, Maroof, would you be tempted to maybe put in another slip, maybe a leg slip as well? We saw her targeting the pads of Davis in the previous over. Is that something that, as a skipper, you'd look to implement, or are you happy with the current field placements that the hosts have got?
I'm really happy with what I see, actually. It's also encouraging her to bowl the right areas, which is just middle and off stump.
Well, that one given plenty of flight and flat-batted bats to the bowler for no run.
that ball had ice on it before it landed back, but I think we'll be happy with the flight. She's got a mid-wicket, a short extra cover, a slip, potentially get a 45 if need be.
Here is Thomas once more. Bit flatter in trajectory compared to the previous delivery. No problems there for Maddie Ward behind the stumps.
I think Jan Davis understands that there's a better batter on the other end, Sproul, and she just needs to keep her wickets intact and try and take singles if she can. And this is good time for Oliver Thomas to come and bowl a few good balls.
It is good bowling. I must say it's very, very good bowling indeed. 5 runs conceded from her first 9 deliveries. They're a really tight spin tandem, aren't they? Claudie Cooper and Olivia Thomas. Like gold dust for any captain to possess. Testing the bat every single delivery as well. Really, really impressive start this from Olivia Thomas.
Yeah, it looks like the two girls understand the game. They have a plan and they're just sticking to it, keeping really things simple at the moment.
That one played back to the bowler for no run. So one final delivery remaining in this, the 19th over. And of course, folks, for those watching in on the Yorkshire Cricket YouTube channel, make sure to give the stream a like. Send us in your comments as well. We're having a look through those a little bit later on as Thomas bowling again here to Hannah Davis. That one squeezes off the bat out towards square leg for a single. So that will be Davis off the mark. And Middlesex move on to 78 for 6 after 19.
Great captaincy again. Realizes what's in front of it. Hannah Davis is the one on strike, and they want to keep her on strike. Just the ball before, we have some traffic at Headingley, which is good. I think hopefully all turning right in to come and watch the game, which looks like could be a possibility. But I think coming back to the game, it's very important that a captain realizes, which players to attack to. And in this case, Hannah Davis was given a single, which means Claude Cooper has now got 6 balls to attack and hopefully get a wicket for Yorkshire.
Well, that is the hope, isn't it, for the home side? Intrigued to see Cooper's method here. She does have that zippy arm ball in the locker. First one trying to bring off stump into play. Well defended there by Hannah Davis for no run.
And it's encouraging to see that she doesn't have a 45, waiting to see if Hannah Davis is trying to go across the line if she can.
Here is Cooper again, giving that one a bit more flight, also dragging the line a little bit wider.
Good field that, very good field. She is bowling to her field, trying to build some pressure and hopefully trying to create some chances. Fielders are all closing in.
That's well played by Hannah Davis, just works it out towards mid-on for no run. But these dot balls beginning to really rack up, and it does spark a conversation between Sproul and Davis in the middle. Probably just a word of assurance there.
Let's hope so. I don't want her to step out and just throw a wicket away now, but I guess the pressure of the situation will answer the question.
Well, there is the faster delivery from Claudie Cooper. Really generates so much energy on the ball with that delivery. And well fielded out at backward point for no run.
She has a good, strong action, she's got good basics about herself.
Well, that one again cramping up Davis for room. Can only squeeze it out towards Rhea Thackrell for no run.
And once again, the captain, realizing that they want Hannah Davis on strike, has got, deep mid wicket and a sweeper out, which is very good captaincy again. And Cloud, I think, she's been looking to maybe take a wicket or take a single.
Well, that one given plenty of flight. Big shot attempted there from Davis. Few heads on hands there from the Yorkshire fielders. Thought a chance could have materialised, but alas, it was not to be the case. Middlesex 78 for 6 after 20.
Once again, I think this is a game where patience will have to prevail. It's a game where Claude Cooper understands, and I think she knows what she's doing. And I think looks like at this stage as well, the way the game's going, obviously Yorkshire are looking to get more wickets, but Middlesex are just trying to keep them as long as possible. They still have 30 overs to play. And if they get runs of half of those overs, it could be a decent total.
Well, it could be. You just never know, do you? And of course, with this Middlesex side, you just look at the bowlers with the likes of Gaia Golay, Sarah Pearson, Hannah Davis herself, Katie Wolfe. Ratchanamkamp and Patty. For good measure, of course, Saskia Hawley, the captain with her off-spin, not out of it, providing they can get runs on the board as Thomas bowling here to Pippa Sproul. Another dot ball.
Absolutely. I think she's not moved from that line for the last 2 overs now. I think that tells me that she understands what she's doing. She's quite consistent with the line. Could do with a bit of variation, see if she has googly in there as well to see if she can try that.
Well, let's see what Thomas serves up here, targeting the leg side on that occasion. Just swept very fine by Pippa Sproul. Easy 2 for the Middlesex batters.
And that's what I was talking about Pippa Sproul as well. You know, the last few overs she was just defending, just waiting for the bad balls to come through, and that's exactly what she's done. Ball just straight to her leg stump, and she just sweeps nicely for a couple of runs, keeps the scorebook ticking, and keeps herself still in the game.
100%. Here is Thomas once more bowling to Sproul. This one not as fine, but another sweep shot attempted. This one out towards deep square leg for a single. And how many times do we say that with wicket keepers, that they're excellent at sweeping the ball? It really is an area of strength up and down the country in that position.
I think it's such a natural shot for them because when they're keeping their so low to the ground, and that's exactly the position you want to be when you're sweeping the ball, etc. So I think naturally when the hands come out, they feel that it's easy for them to sweep the ball.
Well, that one a lot flatter in trajectory, cut away. Beats the effort of the fielder, and that ball is gathering momentum. I don't think Duckworth will get across. Indeed, it just nestles over the boundary rope, and that is a much-needed 4, courtesy of Hannah Davis.
That's it. Once again, that's about 7 runs added already in this over, which is exciting to see, etc. Now, the patience game, which I was talking about, is now where we have to keep things as they are. You try to look for wickets, you bowl a bad balls, you concede runs, and the pressure starts moving up and down.
Really is a game of fine margins, isn't it? Thomas sends that one a lot more central. Just about works it wide of Erin Thomas. So another single taken. So Middlesex 86 for 6. We'll have a change in the commentary box after this delivery. I'll depart for Michael McCann. You can hear some pearls of wisdom, courtesy of Maroof Khan. In what is an all-star cast here in the commentary box today. Also got Dr. Jane Powell and Yorkshire seamer Grace Hall taking up stints throughout the day, as that one is just sent out towards Jess Walston. Out towards deep third. And that will be another couple of runs to add to the total. Sproul moves on to 30. Davis on 6. Middlesex 88 for 6. And I'll leave you with a few wise words courtesy of the great Maroof Khan.
88 for 6 at this stage. 18 runs or 16 runs on this partnership. I think Middlesex are just in the rebuilding phase. Yorkshire doing exactly what they're supposed to do, keep balls as they are supposed to be. But yes, it's a game where patience is going to prevail. Whether we go for quick wickets or get runs, I think that's what time is going to decide up. Before I do that, I'm going to pass you on to Michael.
Yeah, welcome, Maroof Khan. Fantastic to be back alongside you, providing the binoculars to Dr. Jane Powell and providing the insight. That's my co-commentator as well. You've got them ready to hand. It's sort of a big appeal from Ward and close fielders. The most cursory of hands in the air from Cooper, as if to say, I very much do not expect a professional level umpire is going to even think of giving this out. Let's have another look. Yeah, just drifting down leg. So that's straight to short mid-wicket. Middlesex on the rebuild. Now, I was out having a look at this track, and if you go back to the start of this stream, you would have seen the pitch port. There is a fair few cracks in it. It will offer a bit for the spinners, there's no doubt. That's just guided into the covers. Middlesex will feel like here, from their point of view, if they can just find a way to get something to bowl at, they're in the contest, and there's also a sense of psychological damage for Yorkshire of knowing that they had them in such a weak position at one point. That's just flicked away. And it is worth remembering, we've sort of said versions of this today, Middlesex were 29 for 5. A 50-over game is a long time compared to a T20. You've still got plenty of space and time for Sproul and Davis to rebuild. That's straight back to Cooper, who has whizzed through this over once more.
I think that's exactly what the message would have been sent to both Sproul and Davis, really, to just hang in there and try and get a partnership going and build a score. Pushes it down in the middle. I think the conversation here for both the batting team specifically here is that it is 27 overs to go. They're going at 4 runs and over. Even if they get 3 runs and over, that's 75 to 80 runs. That brings them to 160, which could be a competitive score, considering the bowling options that are available for Middlesex.
Be a change in the commentary box here. We've got Grace Hall coming in at number 5, which dare I cheekily suggest is a touch higher than she normally bats when we're delighted to see her out there for Yorkshire. Shots being fired. Well, welcome, Grace. Good morning. Great to have you with us.
Thank you. Not done to you, Michael, this morning, but I guess I'll have to take that one.
Here's Olivia Thomas in, and that's cut out to deep cover point. I say that with great warmth and affection. Of course, Grace normally charging in with the ball, the baby Malinga of the Yorkshire group. And I'm delighted to say is also now charging around without a cast on her arm. We haven't got Combox cam today, so we can't show you it, but Grace's smile is one that speaks to her delight.
Yeah, I'm sling free officially.
Love that for you. Absolutely love that for you. So that's played out to point. These two whizzing through the overs. What have you made of what you've seen so far? I imagine particularly as a seamer, albeit a very different type of seamer to Jess Woolston, you'd have been purring down in the dugouts watching that spell.
Yeah, she's bowled really well today as Wooly, and I think that the decision to bowl first has really helped her out, especially getting the extra swing that she got this morning.
Yeah, it's hooping around all over the place. That's cut away, straight to point. Nice shot from Davis, who doesn't get any reward for it. You said to me at the back of the box you've been going around sort of trying to, in your own words, take people's jobs. So you've had a little look round. You were up in the analyst room as well.
Yeah, I'm just using my time wisely whilst I'm not on the pitch. May as well learn a new skill every day.
Yeah, absolutely. That's in a similar region. Well, I was going to say slight misfield from Wolston, but they don't capitalise on it, so it doesn't cost Yorkshire anything. Still 89 for 6.
Yeah, I reckon I'm just fascinated by all the behind-the-scenes stuff. I think you don't see it as much when you're on the pitch, and as soon as you're aware of it, it makes it more exciting seeing what everyone else is doing behind the scenes.
Thomas getting through a nice tight over here. She's conceded 1 of 4. That's a good bit of teasing flight from Olivia Thomas, who it is a bit strange to me to think that she's still on an academy contract, only in the sense that in every sense this season, particularly as a bowler, she's played as if she is truly a senior bowler. 24 wickets in 15 games. She had a great blast. She's the 3rd highest wicket taker in the entire competition. And this time she's just turned away into the onside. 23 overs gone. 90 for 6.
Yeah, Liv's really valuable and played a lot of cricket for us this year. So as one of the people who's probably first on the team sheet, the way she's bowled, she'd be looking for what comes next for her, especially here at Yorkshire.
Yeah, and of course, I say strange, I caveat that by saying there's an obvious explanation. You know, she joined relatively late, she joined just pretty much as the competitive senior season was about to start, because Yorkshire wanted to further bolster their spin options. It's particularly handy on a pitch like this one, which is noticeably cracked and noticeably will turn, and it's used just a little slow as well as a surface. This is Cooper, and that's whacked away through the covers. I don't think this was quite where Davis was intending it. It was more power than timing that got it there, but she'll take the boundary nonetheless. Davis into double figures.
Yes, just slightly fuller there, a little bit more flight, and given her a chance to hit through that field that's been brought in the ring.
So 94 for 6. Middlesex would be eyeing off 200 if they could. Of course, it's the wickets that's also a significant problem with 6 lost already. If they can go at 4 and over from here, that gets them to around 210. Nicely bowled by Cooper. It was something, we were saying this pre-match, she was picked as one of our Vertu 2 to watch. She's 23, but she's a bit of a senior player, isn't she?
Yeah, I mean, we do have a very young team, so I think 23 is senior in this squad. But also, Claudie's played a lot of cricket, especially down at Surrey, so I think it's more her knowledge that's the senior part of her game, and she works really well as vice captain with Maddie Ward.
Voice of Yorkshire bowler Grace Hall. Something of a curious cat, making the most of your time off the field, and it feels like a good idea, and it's certainly really interesting, and we're really grateful for all the players at various points this season who come up into the commentary box. I know Rachel Slater, when she had a right arm wrist injury, said that she found it an interesting, different perspective. That's flicked up to mid-on. Davis sort of seemed in two minds for a second with that shot. And I guess you also pick up things that you'll be able to bring back into when you're playing.
Yeah, definitely. I think you get to see stuff from a different perspective. That's a really good way of putting it.
Dot to finish the over. 24 gone. Cooper's figures looking very nice. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 13 for 1. 94 for 6 then off 24. Any particular nuggets you can pick us? We'll try that again. Any particular nuggets you can give us from just what you learn from particularly the analyst and the way that relationship works as a bowler, using that data and what you get?
Yeah, I quite like the data that we get given. We get these packs almost of here's who you're going to be bowling at, and what is your plan against them. So I was just seeing how that works.
Thomas continuing out to deep cover.
Kind of having a look at where they get the data from, how they collect it on a match day. And yeah, it all looks, lots of numbers actually. I think that maybe that's not something I'll be joining in with, but it's nice to know how it works.
Davis on 11, Sproul on 32, Middlesex inching closer towards 100. Oh, well, that's done Middlesex some damage. First wicket of the day for Olivia Thomas. Davis has to go for 11. Flight completely doing Davis here. Little bit of turn as well. Straight through the gate, trying to play across the line. 95 for 7.
Yeah, that's really good from Liv, and she's consistently taken wickets for us and back into the 50 over comp. She'll be looking to continue that form.
Yeah, Thomas, who, as Grace Hall alluded to, was fantastic in the blast. 12 wickets at an average of 15, and she went for under a run of ball, which you take every day in a T20. Yorkshire having a well-deserved drink.
A Red Bull break by the looks of it. Not sponsored, obviously, yet. That's my next mission. I'll work on that.
Grace Hall very much in her side quest era, I think, as the youngsters say. There's a big nod and a smile as I say that.
I think that's a brilliant way of putting it. Like, whilst I'm just kind of sat about and just rehabbing it, I may as well be trying to side quest my way back to fitness, I reckon. I'm going to have 4 new hobbies by the end of this.
Yeah, the media degree building a very good developing commentator. Bit of work with the analysts, and as that drinks break demonstrated, trying to start a side hustle on sponsorship and marketing. As it has sort of turned into an unofficial drinks break. Katie Wolf comes out, who bowled magnificently against Yorkshire in the final last weekend, but now has got to offer something with the bat. She, in her Middlesex YouTube little introduction video, which all the squad have done, which is very interesting and additive, brilliant description of her batting. She just got straightforwardly asked, how do you describe yourself as a cricketer? Some cricketers, some people very straight down the line, right arm bowler, right arm bat. She just turned straight to camera and was like, lower order slogger. You have to rate the honesty from Katie Wolf. Now, that is going to be interesting in a scenario like this, because will she go with that natural instinct, or will Pippa Sproul, very much the senior batter, who is actually played very calmly and very nicely for her 32 or 46, be able to gently persuade Katie Wolf that this might not necessarily be the scenario for that mode of batting? Or does Wolf decide she's going to go and counter-attack? That's a fascinating part of cricket. We don't know if we're in the commentary box. We will wait and see. But that is her natural instinct. She's going to be facing Thomas, who has 1 for 19 in her 5th.
Yeah, and speaking of the analysis, Liv will have probably had a little look into that, and this will be quite a good battle if Wolf is looking to come attacking from the off.
It's a 6-3 field. There's a only deep square leg, short mid-wicket, and a very straight mid-on the offside. So this is clever from Thomas. She's inviting Wolf to swing across the line. And Wolf is just resolutely blocking her first ball. Thomas is effectively saying, if cricket was a conversation to Wolf here, I'm quite happy for you to try and play against the spin here into that onside. It's got a slip and it's got a ring of 5 on the offside as well. Oh, that's beautiful from Thomas. That's classical leg spin bowling.
That's just that little bit quicker as well. Wolf probably not expecting the turn, with the slower ones probably coming a little bit straighter to her.
Definitely not short spinners, Yorkshire. Cooper, Thackrell, Thomas, Garton, Lee. There's some sort of strangled half shouts, more shouts of please with hope rather than expectation. Not that Yorkshire need to be doing that given the scoreboard. Now the field has changed. Slight vibes of sort of Yorkshire wouldn't necessarily mind Katie Wolf keeping the strike. Thackrell's gone from short mid-wicket to a very deep mid-wicket, and a deep cover's gone out as well for the last ball of the over with Wolf on strike. And Thomas finds the inside edge of Wolf's bat. It harmlessly trickles onto the stumps. Halfway point reached. 25 overs. 95 for 7. Grace Hall alongside who can give insight from the camp. Obviously 2 very different games, albeit the same 2 teams playing in them. But what was the camp's reflections on that game last Saturday, on what was a tough day? Obviously you'd have been around it without necessarily playing. And then the mindset coming into this one.
Yeah, I think the reflections were really honest and done pretty quickly. We know where we had little cracks in the performance, and I think that almost highlighted where it was we needed to work on. We hadn't been put in that position before, and that just puts us in a brilliant place to push on and crack on with this comp instead.
Thackrell, met by the middle of the bat. I mentioned that bevy of Yorkshire spinners. There, of course, is a certain Jess Jonathan to be added into that for next season and the season after. So you'd imagine Yorkshire would quite like a few more wickets like this that will offer plenty for the twirlers. Thackrell coming off the back of an excellent blast. Thackrell was the top wicket taker in the entire competition, 16 wickets at an average of 10. That's a sweep that is missed. And she also had the second best economy rate in the competition for any bowler who bowled at least 12 overs, which is a sort of reasonable qualifying rate. That's 3 4-over spells. She went at just over 5 an over, which is exceptional in T20 cricket. Sure, just guided up to long on by 1 for Sproul. So Sproul perfectly comfortable giving Wolf the number 9 the strike. And to be fair, you'd be kind of surprised if it was anything else.
Yeah, and I think Rio will probably look to tempt Wolf here. Again, bringing in deep mid-wicket into the ring, offering that gap and almost forcing that shot.
Everybody's up apart from deep square leg. Wolf is just respectfully blocking. So much time here for Middlesex. Even if they just batted the overs out here at 3 to 4 and over, that's still going to get them to anywhere between 175 and 195. Now the field spreads a little more for Wolf. The last ball of the over, and Wolf won't take a single, so is still yet to get off the mark. 26 overs gone, 96 for 7.
Yeah, it's a long time still left to bat, and I think that Wolf and Sproul are clearly chatting about how they go about the next 20 so overs, and it looks like they're taking the more sensible route of batting the time, allowing themselves chance to score as many as possible.
Yeah, Thomas to continue. Those who maybe missed that final stare is referring to Yorkshire victorious against Glamorgan in the semi-final before losing to Middlesex in the final. That's it. More nice work from Olivia Thomas. Richard Pyra said about her, she's going to be a very good cricketer, is Liv. We've seen that over the winter. She's putting in some performances now. Genuine leg spinner, bowls a good pace with shape. Safe hands in the field and offers with the bat too. Oh, it's just over pitch that. There was a kind of slap of the hands from Thomas in frustration. As the ball left the hand, she knew that she hadn't quite got that right. Only costs her a run though, so Sproul moves on to 34. And again, the field changes for Wolf, so Wolf will have everyone in, not only in the ring, but some pretty tight in the ring, apart from deep square leg. Beautifully bowled by Thomas.
Yeah, I think the fact that Liv offers the genuine turn off of a pitch like this is really exciting for the future of the Yorkshire team as well, especially her just coming into the squad this year.
So that's in a good area again from Thomas. And speaking of exciting things for Yorkshire, hasn't necessarily been mentioned too much yet, but understandably so, given that she hasn't actually made it to the matchday squad today. But Yorkshire have a new signing. Certain Hannah Rainey, Scotland international, qualified vet, who's put that on hold to pursue cricket. That's driven straight to mid-off. Something that I know pretty well from commentating on her in a few Scotland tournaments. And at 28 offers quite a bit of experience. Has been in and around the Lancashire setup for a few years. But much like Olivia Thomas, who's bowling now, I'm sure Yorkshire fans will quickly forgive her that if she takes a few wickets for the White Rose. Thomas is just blocked by Wolf, who's seen off the over. Wolf is still yet to score. Sproul has actually looked as comfortable as any Middlesex batter. Top scorer in the innings so far, 97 for 7 off 27.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting way of going about it for Wolf. As you say, she's obviously clearly more likely to come at the ball, and she looks almost as if she's not really playing a shot. And I think that if they're going to continue not rotating the strike over the next few overs, it might become a bit difficult for Sproul. Bit of pressure.
Yeah, it's almost like Wolf has just entirely reined back those instincts that we talked about. We questioned at the drinks break what direction it might go in. It's almost like a car that tends to go in fifth gear and is almost been put in reverse. And just to be clear, for good reason. It's an understandable theory. But Wolf certainly very restrained in her early approach as Thackrell is trying to weave a web against Sproul. Pleased to see another seamer in the building, someone who's got that experience as well, can offer a lot to this group.
Yeah, definitely, and it'll be really exciting to have her playing with the group as well.
That's a nice looking drive from Sproul. They are going to take a quick single, and it's a well judged quick single. So Sproul is on to 39, 98 for 7. Yeah, she got Lauren Winfield Hill out, went on loan for the Bears against Yorkshire in the County Cup, which it never does you any harm in terms of impressing potential future employers. Wolf again just plays, I don't even know where, it's a Legoland block. It's a proper sort of like you shall not pass type of thing. And she's batting for a partner, which is understandable. And again, I'm going to say something that's quite rogue here. I actually think there's an argument here that Thackrell bowls a deliberate full toss. And I realise people are going to think that that's a strange thing, but I've seen stranger things. You're trying to induce Wolf to do something different to what she's having to rein back from her own self-described natural instincts. And that's just flicked round the corner out to deep square leg. Wolf will start the Wolf should have started the next over on strike, but it's a misfield and they get 2. Not Duckworth's finest moment. It's the 100 up for Middlesex. 100 for 7 off 28. So Sproul has 35 and Wolf is now off the mark on 2.
Yeah, I think it's interesting as a player. It's quite difficult to switch from the T20 block into the 50 over game. Obviously, we haven't played a lot of this format in a long time. So when someone's coming in and not looking to score, it can be quite difficult to stay switched on. So I think the girls will just want to kind of group together a bit and kind of switch back on a little bit.
Olivia Thomas in again. And Sproul looking comfortable. She's on to 36 off 56. Unfortunately for her, there hasn't really been a lot of support. The only other players to make it into double figures, Truster, the opener, with 16 off 21. Gole with a cameo 20 off 21. And then Davis, who hung around with great restraint at number 8, trying to keep Sproul company, made 11 off 34. And there is a real tempter from Thomas. There's some murmurs and some chuckles in the commentary box relating to something I said a few balls ago. But I, if I was Thomas, I'm really giving this a lot of flight here. You want to tempt Wolf out of her shell. Oh, well, that's just a little wide from Olivia Thomas. Yorkshire have been pretty good when it comes to extras today. That's just the third wide. There's been 4 byes as well. Thomas just overcompensating and offering a little bit of whip to Wolf, who gets her hands through this. That's a lovely shot. 4 runs from Katie Wolf, who has been restrained in defence so far, but now gets a chance to be a bit more expansive.
Yes, she's just given a little bit of width, and with the field brought up, I think that will play with Thomas a little bit. She's clearly not going to just defend for the rest of the innings. She does have these shots in her.
Yeah, if you're maybe just tuning into the live stream, in her pre-season player interview, Katie Wolf described herself as a lower order slogger. So, intent she'll have a go, but that's a nice classical looking off drive that gets her 1. So Wolf is on to 7, keeping Sproul company as best she can. This is a track that maybe looks a little slow. It's definitely used, we know that of course, and it definitely is taking turn. It's difficult to, of course, necessarily fully assess the pitch because also Middlesex put themselves in a spot above it. It swung quite a bit early doors, very much justifying Maddie Ward's decision to bowl first. But that was also helped by quite a lot of cloud cover on that new ball. As Sproul finds the deep cover sweeper, moves on to 37. Remember that Middlesex, if you're just tuning in, were 29 for 5 in the 9th over. It was not a million miles away of a reverse. It shows you how much cricket can change in a week from where Yorkshire were in the final when these sides met last week in the T20 format. Yorkshire were 45 for 5 off 10. So that's blocked by Wolf. End of another over. 29 gone. 108 for 7.
Yeah, and this is looking to be the start of a partnership that Yorkshire will want to break sooner rather than later. I think we talk about taking wickets consistently, and then if the batters are getting on top a little bit and building that partnership, it can build this pressure. So hopefully can stay level and allow them to build the partnership whilst also looking at the wicket option.
Fackrell back for a third and just pushes that through quicker and flatter, and that had Sproul, who's largely not looked too troubled, in a bit of bother. Bit more flight from Fackrell, just nudged away. A few people in the comments just asking about weather. There's no real inclement weather to be worried about. There's a lot of cloud, but there's no real sense that it's overly threatening cloud from all of our forecasts. Would be very surprised if we don't end up getting a result. And a reminder as well of what's at stake here. Both sides chasing a spot in the top 4 in semi-final place. That's cut out to cover point for 1. Another award that I understand anyone in the Yorkshire camp will be chasing is the Talisa Female Boss Award. Now, I feel like this is something that I've heard a bit about, but I feel like I've got the perfect person in between Ria Fackrell spinning a web to elaborate further, because if you're marginally confused at home, you might not be the only one.
Yeah, we do have the extremely prestigious award of the Talisa Female Boss of the Day. I'm not sure anyone's particularly chasing it, but it is there in the back of the mind, the little bobblehead we have. I wish there was a camera for that, because I just really did the bobblehead there.
Next time we have Comcam, we'll make sure to get that. Fackrell finishes the over, and well, I think that might have been a catching chance. It looped away in a really awkward trajectory there. 30 overs gone, 109 for 7. I think Wolf was just very, very early on it. That or it was a bump ball. No, I think she chipped it up on the half volley. And yeah, would have been an extremely good catch from 16-year-old Blackwell on debut. So, like all team things, there's a story behind how this comes to pass. So you were telling me at the back of the box it sort of starts with I'm a Celebrity and Richard Pyra's music tastes.
Yeah, so obviously through the winter when I'm a Celeb was on, Talisa, we noticed obviously the female boss tattoo, and it became a thing. Rich was telling us about how he used to have a little bit of a liking towards Talisa when he was younger, and Slats became the original female boss.
Blackwell's back on debut. She bowled a very tidy first spell, 1 for 18 off 5.
And it kind of just continued when we went out to pre-season tour in Abu Dhabi. On the bandage that Slats got on her arm, we wrote female boss. And then it became this thing of, well, why don't we just order that for the kind of player of the day almost is what it is. A little bobblehead with Talisa on it.
That's just guided to point by Sproul, who's on 38.
But if you look at her too close, it is a little bit terrifying. Like, she's kind of got cross eyes, and it's a bit weird. And maybe I'll try and bring her up at some point. Yeah. That would be funny.
That would be great. So Yorkshire playing for points on the table, but also individually. That prestigious honour. That's cut straight to point, and that's gone past Woolston. And that's going to be 2. Overall, a very good day for Yorkshire so far, having won the toss and bowl. But there's a few moments with the ground fielding that I imagine will have been noted, particularly as a little work on. Grace Hall is being asked if she has won the Talisa Female Boss Award. You're not yet a recipient, is that fair to say?
Not yet, no. Obviously only played 5 games this year, so bit of a struggle.
Blackwell in. Well, even with the older ball, he's still getting it to nibble about a bit here in this Blackwell. Who's picked it up the most often this year? I'm just trying to think through who might have. You know, there's a few names come to mind, like Naomi Campbell and Maddie Ward. Who's had the ownership of the slightly weird, creepy doll that you described with the bobblehead the most? We'll come back to that. Nicely bowled again by Blackwell.
It sounds all very silly, doesn't it? But
no, but these are the things that a team is all about,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Across the season, like these are the kind of things that keep people in spirit and a part of the camaraderie.
Yeah, and I think when Boise came to join the group for a bit and received the Female Boss Award, she was a little bit confused.
She was like, what is going on? Oh, just drifting down leg there, Blackwell. We'll have to re-bowl that one. I know you mentioned as well to me it was Beth Langston that had the idea to buy the bobblehead. So it's nice to see, it might be something that predominantly the youngsters were the main instigators of, but it was very much the seniors as well contributing with bringing the thing into what it was.
Well, a lot of the younger ones don't even know who Talisa is.
Now I'm feeling old. I'll put in the commentary box. That's just guided away down to 3rd. Sproul moves on to 8. These two quietly going about a bit of a rebuild, albeit not necessarily at a rate that would overly bother Yorkshire. 31 overs gone, 114 for 7.
I think it was Amelia Love, actually, who was completely confused by why we were giving out a bobblehead with a figure with her arm up in the air saying female boss on it, and she'd never heard of Talisa or N-Dubs, and I think it made a lot of people, even me, feel old, and I'm not that old.
Amelia Love, 16 years old, even for Yorkshire's one young squad, very much one of the youngest, having just finished her GCSE. She's back out there, her first Yorkshire game for a little while, as Fat Crawl continues. It's an all-spin diet for Sproul and Wolf right now. Do let us know in the Vertu livestream YouTube live chat what your favourite end-up song is, says Grace Hall. I was going to say what things you remember from cricket teams to keep the camaraderie going.
See if anyone's actually listening.
Yeah, the things you do in the camp to keep everybody's spirits up, all part of the fun. That's a nice looking shot from Wolf. Won't get any reward. And I know, just finally on this, it's very middle overs cricket commentary chat, but you were saying that each player, they have to post floor. Nicely bowled by Fackrell. Nicely played as well. Away for 1. Sproul on to 9. 115 for 7. Every player, when they win it, has got to sort of post a little picture of it up on the mantelpiece to kind of signify that it's been given pride of place at home after that performance.
Exactly. Talisa must be right in the middle of your living room, and if your picture doesn't prove it, then
there's a fine.
Yep, disappointment all round.
Just driven away through the covers nicely by Sproul here. And they slightly hesitate, but will get a pretty comfortable 2. There's no real short boundary today. It's a universal 60 all the way round. So there's a couple of pockets around the ground, and you can pick up those 2s. Sproul's just nudging away. Sproul's on to 44. Great credit to Pippa Sproul. Pretty horrible situation to walk out and bat in, and she's acquitted herself very nicely. 118 for 7, so 18 overs left. From here, Middlesex will be thinking of maybe 150 as the next milestone, then dreaming of getting up to around 200. Yorkshire will be hoping to polish this off. Ines Blackwell here on debut. What have you made of her? You would have trained with her presumably a fair bit over the winter.
I actually haven't seen much of Inez, but I think...
Nice start to her next over.
Yeah, I think coming in to play your first senior game at Headingley, she's started really, really well, and she swings the ball really nicely. She's definitely gone really well for the academy as well, so it's exciting to see that we've got even more options coming through.
Yeah, there's plenty pushing up and through. I know it's something that Dr. Jane Powell, who's at the back of the commentary box, talks about, the sheer number of women's cricketers in Yorkshire, the sheer number of women's cricket clubs in Yorkshire, and inevitably a really good academy and EPP programme also helping those youngsters push up and through. Blackwell right on the spot again. Reminds me of a really good article I saw. It's worth a look on the Yorkshire website with Jared Warner, the high performance coach, was talking about the pathways. One name that's worth keeping an eye out on, of many, certain Liv Breeze, 16-year-old on the EPP. He got 65 not out against the Vipers not too long ago. Quickly run single, and a hit would have been gone from Cooper. No doubt Sproul would have been out. And by the reactions of the close fielders, Cooper wasn't far away either. She's a very good fielder, Claudie Cooper. Demonstrated it there with the pick-up and the quick release. Someone you always should be wary of when taking a quick single. That's just nibbled away for 1. Warner adding, I get so excited when I see the younger players perform well with the under-13s. What they're doing is scary for that age. We played an under-18s game the other week, and we picked a 12 and a 13-year-old who both performed really well. We beat the Blaze. We beat Lancs in a T20 with a young side at academy level that included a 13-year-old. That's short and pulled away, but straight to Campbell. So Blackwell keeping things nice and tight here. 1 for 25 from her 7. 120 for 7 off 33. Warner going on to say a really interesting set of quotes about Yorkshire dropping out of Tier 1 for a season. At the time when the decision was made, it didn't feel great, but now it's been a massive positive given the amount of exposure given to young players. We've made the most of that this year to be in a great place next April. It's good to go out and help in the first team environment with the men previously, and I'm loving what I'm doing at the moment with the girls. I can honestly say I've enjoyed it a lot more than I did the last couple of years of playing. We're a part of that team that are pushing through the youngsters that you're seeing here. This is a Yorkshire side that has 5 full-time professionals and then 6 academy or rookie players.
Yeah, just being able to give them the opportunity at this level puts us in a brilliant position going forward if we do need to call up one of the younger players going into Tier 1.
Woolston back 4 for 24 from her first 6 and is right on the button at the start of her 7th. As you often see in a bowler's second spell, Ward is now up to the stumps. She took a magnificent stumping off Woolston in the blast in the game away against Worcestershire to a delivery that was down the leg side. So Ward is not only trapping Wolf in her crease, but he's very much up there eyeing off more dismissals. No keeper got more dismissals in the blast. That's a lovely spot from Woolston, and worth keeping an eye for youngsters watching on the keeping technique of Maddie Ward, the way she just gives way with that right leg to give space for the gloves to come through and ride what was extra bounce from Woolston, it looks like there.
Yeah, Maddie Ward always says that Jess Woolston's her favourite person to keep to because of the way she bowls. Not that I know what that means because I'm not a keeper, but any keepers out there...
Spoken like a true bowler. As that's chipped straight to cover and dropped. Wolf gets a life. That should have been gone. And Woolston should have had a 5-foot. Well, Wolf will feel so lucky to still be there on 11. Erin Thomas, who has now got a double teapot on in frustration. Oh, Yorkshire will hope that won't cost them, because Sproul and Wolf have quietly rebuilt here. They're not going at a pace that would trouble Yorkshire, but Wolf should have been out there. And that time Sproul is just pushing it 5 short of what would be a well-deserved 50 for her if she gets there.
Yeah, she's batted really well, and I think it's almost trying to see it as long as possible now. If these two can stay in, it will cause a bit of an issue, and the Yorkshire bowlers will have to think of something else, where else to get the wickets. And it's those moments like Claudie Cooper with the run-out chances that become the wicket-taking options.
Woolston once more, met by a resolute block from Sproul. 1,600 or so watching on the Vertu live stream right now. Having kept an eye on the YouTube comments, most of them cricket focused. So whilst your Grace Hall's call for best end-up song was heard, because there were comments surrounding it, there was little sort of direct answers in the way you might like. Woolston with 4 for 25. 1 ball left of this over. And again, it's got Sproul just pushing at it. 34 overs gone. 121 for 7. So, Middlesex on a tidy rebuild here. It's fair to say that Yorkshire won't be particularly concerned by the scoring rate, but would want to get things polished off. Where would you potentially look to now? Because there's plenty of variation in this attack. You've got Love, Woolston and Blackwell offering different variations of seam, and then the spin trio.
Yeah, I think spin obviously contained really well through the last couple of overs, but I think Maddie will turn to seamers now, maybe putting Amelia Love on from this end after Inez.
Blackwell continuing 1 for 25 from her 7. Starts with one that Wolf is just happy to block. It's been a fascinating innings to watch from Wolf. 11 off 29, as we've referred to already. This is a player who naturally wants to be very aggressive, so has reined in those instincts and has batted for her partner Sproul quite nicely. Just kept her company. And again, Wolf just resolute in defence. Tidy debut from Blackwell. Oh, that's come off the toe end of the bat. Nice from Blackwell. Wolf will get 122 for 7 then. Bring Sproul onto strike. Right now, there's no real reason for this pair to change in the dynamic they've been. If there was a point to maybe go through the gears with just 3 wickets left, probably looking last 10 overs, maybe even the last 8. That's flicked out to deep square leg for 1.
Yeah, Wolf looks really clear on her role in this partnership and just kind of rotating the strike, but also seeing out the harder overs potentially against Jess Woolston, who's taken 4 wickets from the Howard Stand end.
Yeah, it's a spread field here, mainly with protection behind square on either side. And again, Wolf just pushing that one back. Maybe just tuning in as well. One of the great stories of the day in action here. Ines Blackwell, 16-year-old on debut. It's a lot of very proud people at Martin Cricket Club who will be watching back this live stream, particularly that moment where she took her first Yorkshire wicket, bowling Artemis Downer for a duck. So that's just worked away for one. So end of the over, 124 for 7 becomes 125 for 7, in fact, thanks to some good scamperage. And speaking of thanks very much to Grace Hall for her company and her insight on all things serious and all things the Talisa Female Boss Award. We look forward to having you back again soon.
Yeah, I hope for some more comments when I come back. Talisa, end of songs. If it's not there, I'm going to be really upset.
Grace Hall, the life and soul of the party, and side questing in many different directions while rehabbing from that shoulder injury that unfortunately is keeping her out for the rest of the season. Gets a well done boss from the back of the box. And settling into the seat alongside me is Dr. Jane Powell, who scored 125 for 7 off 35. That's a lovely start to the new over from Woolston. Always lovely to get an insight from the camp, and always lovely to get an insight from Yorkshire's president. You've been watching on very thoughtfully as always. I could see your analytical brain and mind ticking. What have you made of this passage of play since Middlesex were 29 for 5, been sort of eking out quite an impressive now rebuild?
Yeah, I think Middlesex will be more pleased with the last few overs than Yorkshire will. They've missed a few chances, have Yorkshire.
Short, pulled away. Shot of real conviction from Sproul, who's going to go to a 50 with it. A really good 50 in very difficult circumstances for Pippa Sproul. 50 off 77 balls. She brings it up with just her 4th boundary. That demonstrates what tough going it's been in terms of trying to find the rope, but there's been a lot of really careful accumulation that is giving her side a fighting chance here. And it's that 4 that now means that since the loss of the 5th wicket, when Artemis Downer was out to Ines Blackwell in the 9th over, Middlesex have added 100 runs for the loss of just 2 wickets. So it's been a really good, diligent rebuild led by Sproul. And this time he's just working that very deliberately. Down to 3rd for 1. Woolston, who's been Yorkshire's key threat, has 4 for 30 from 7.5. And Wolf has 14, as Dr. Jane Powell was alluding to, was dropped by Erin Thomas on 11. There's been a few little ground fielding errors from Yorkshire. The ball has also naturally stopped swinging quite so much as it did initially when there was that new cherry. Of course, a white ball, so technically not a cherry, but you get the point. And also less overcast conditions. That's straight to cover. I heard them talking about this actually on TMS the other day. You know, there's certain things science still hasn't quite learned to quantify, but everyone at the ground this morning said, yeah, got to win the toss and bowl, look at these clouds. And just since around the 10th, 11th over, that first hour or so almost, it's still cloudy, but it's not quite that sort of threatening, ominous cloud that really does seem to make a ball swing even more. Anyone who watched Woolston and Blackwell, you've seen it hooping around. Love as well as Woolston's got it hooping again, and Woolston's got a 5 foot. Magnificent from Jess Woolston. Wolf has to go for 14. 130 for 8. It is a Michelle for Jess Woolston, who has been the destroyer of Middlesex today. She has 5 for 30.
Yeah, and you see this one just do what it's done all day, which is cut back off the wicket and just go past the outside edge this time of Wolf's bat and hit the stumps. And a great performance there from Jess Woolston. Sproul has battered really well, who's still out there. She's only hit 4 boundaries in her 50.
which, as we'll all know, that's quite low in comparison to what we're used to seeing. Majority of 50 plus scores tend to be more boundaries than just 4 boundaries, but Yorkshire will want to just wrap it up from here, and Middlesex will want to hang around and give Sproul as much as the strike as possible, because they need to try and build a little bit more, just to put a little bit of pressure on the Yorkshire batters when they come out to bat.
Yeah, here's Sarah Pearson, primarily a seamer, is going to be the latest player who's got the job of just trying to keep Pippa Sproul company. Now, you do wonder at this point of proceedings, Pearson in at 10, whether Sproul starts to think in a little more of a detailed way about strike manipulation. Pearson, who plays at Ickenham with her Middlesex teammate, who she's just walked in to replace, Katie Wolfe. Pearson once the Sunrisers EPP. It won't surprise you to know a lot of this Middlesex side have been in the Sunrisers system at one point or another. Here's Woolston into Pearson. He's very sensibly deciding to leave alone her first delivery. 36 overs gone, 130 for 8. Change up here in the commentary box. A few more thoughts from Dr. Jane Powell as Jess Woolston gets a well-deserved round of applause for the end of the over and her fifer. And after a few more thoughts from Dr. Jane, she'll be joined by Aaron Vals.
Yeah, great spell by Jess Woolston. 5 for 30 at the moment off 8 overs. So still, she's just finished off with that in a superb fashion. Coming on from the pavilion end, it looks like we've got Claudia Cooper coming back on. So 130 for 8, it looked a 3.61 run rate as Claudia Cooper comes in, and it's driven firmly up the ground for no run.
Certainly is, Jane. I mean, what a moment that was for Jess Woolston. A second career 5-wicket haul in the List A format as Claudia Cooper bowling here to Pippa Sproul, who's resolute in defence, and of course, Woolston taking the lion's share of the plaudits, but the spin bowlers Cooper and Thomas have done a spectacular job of keeping up the pressure, as well as Cooper bowls here, giving that plenty of flight. Worked up towards mid-on, there's a slight bit of a misfield, allows the Middlesex batters to scamper through for the quick single.
Yeah, if there's anything that you can pull Yorkshire up on, it would be the ground fielding today and a couple of dropped catches. One very obvious one, but then there was a couple of half chances. That a team that is looking to improve daily, you know, that'll be the things they're looking at for the next game.
Absolutely. Well, here is Cooper again, just waiting for Sarah Pearson to get ready. Little bits of a split field here for the Yorkshire finger spinner. Again, looking to generate plenty of revs. Get lots of energy and rip that ball through towards the Middlesex tail ender.
Yeah, interesting stance here from Pearson. She's very deliberate in the way she's holding the bat, and that we'll see how she meets this one. But once a batter comes out, they're very deliberate in checking the bat grip and checking where they're putting it. It actually gives you a lift as a fielder, because you're like, oh, they don't feel as relaxed and confident. So you'll watch her here. She sort of checks her hands, makes sure the bat goes down, and then she's ready to play the ball.
Well, here is Cooper to Pearson. That one played back to the bowler, and that will be a dot ball to round out over number 37. Middlesex 131 for 8. Sarah Pearson remains on 0, while Pippa Sproul, the pick of the Middlesex batters, is still out there on 52 from 82 deliveries.
And Jess Woolston still on from that Howard stand end, and why not? Why wouldn't you just give her a final 2 overs? Because if she can keep knocking over the batters, then Yorkshire will be back in and having lunch before we know where we are. But Pippa Sproul is facing, and she's batted very well. She's faced 82 balls, but she's shown some tenacity and some determination out there, which is what you need in a 50-over game.
Most certainly is. It's a great word, isn't it? Tenacity. I think that is the perfect adjective to describe this knock so far from the Middlesex keeper. Here is Jess Woolston then, charging in with real purpose. as Sproul rocks onto the back foot, carves it away towards the backward point boundary. And motors away for another boundary. Really has been a great, great effort this so far. And talk about the placement and timing on that one.
Yeah, a little bit short and wide from Jess Woolston and punished by Sproul, who's just really hit that well. Backward point, you'll see there, she just rocks back and just guides it down that area.
How does Woolston respond after this one? Bowling here to Sproul, who once more compact in her defence.
Yeah, she just needed to have a bit more length on the ball, and she did that, and her line was much better. Didn't allow Pippa Sproul to swing her arms, and I think most batters struggle when the ball's coming up into their rib area, and that's where that one was aimed.
Well, Woolston it is once more from the Howard stand end. Here to Pippa Sproul, who again targets that backward point region. A little bit of a chase on here for the fielder as Sproul turns around and dashes through for the second. Wisely sends Pearson back to the non-striker, so will remain just 2 runs. Just by my maths now, Jane, 5 for 36. It's up there in terms of career best figures, providing there isn't another run conceded here by Jess Woolston. Previous best, or current best, I suppose, 5 for 37. So looking as though there'll have to be a 6th wicket for this to be a career best for the Yorkshire seam bowler, and that is well kept by Maddie Ward. Even so, this has been a quite exceptional spell, hasn't it? Especially with the new ball in hand.
Yeah, I think we have to keep reminding ourselves just how good this is. And at the start of the day, if somebody said, look, you could have Middlesex at 137 for 8, then you'd have taken it. You know, the fact that they took 5 quick wickets, I think there'll be a number of people thinking, oh, I should have finished it off earlier. But they're still in this game, and Middlesex are battling hard, but Jess Woolston is leading the way.
She most certainly is, and here she is bowling to Pippa Sproul. That time just guided along the turf up towards Claudie Cooper. So will be a dot ball. Sproul remains on 58 not out. Pearson still yet to get off the mark from her first 4 deliveries. And now this will be interesting to see if the field is brought up. Doesn't appear to be here to Sproul. More a case of just protecting the boundary for the time being. Plenty of fielders on the leg side, especially out deep square leg, deep mid wicket and a wideish long on. Here's Woolston to Sproul again, this time off the back foot, and just punches it away out towards deep cover for a single. And that will be the end of over number 38. Sproul moves on to 59. Pearson remains on 0. And Middlesex are 138 for 8.
What great play there by Sproul, taking a single off the last off the last ball, which means that she'll be facing the next over, and she's going to try and do that, I would suspect, with her current partner and whoever the number 11 that will come out as well. So great innings this by Sproul. She's held this Middlesex team together.
She most certainly has. She's facing off here against Claudie Cooper. Again, utilising the back foot to an excellent degree. Whacks it out towards deep mid-wicket for 1 run. And yeah, a high score of the season this for Pippa Sproul in the List A formats. Previously scored 45 against Glamorgan in the victory at Newport Cricket Club. So, all things considered, this really has been an outstanding knock, and yet more changes in the field placement taken into effect. Got a slip in. I think that's Amy Campbell. Indeed it is. It's Cooper searching for blood here. Although so far Pearson's played this very nicely.
Yes, Sproul took a single off that first ball, which has now exposed Pearson for the next few balls in this over. So she's faced 1 and there's 4 balls left in the over. So Yorkshire will be wanting to try and take the wicket in these 4 balls as Maddie Ward brings in the fielders even closer.
Yeah, I like that from Maddie Ward. Real sign of intent. Here as Pearson plays that one off the back foot. Of course, there is the scoring option, though, down towards deep fine leg or even fine leg. Not a single fielder there other than the fielder on the rope on the Western Terrace at deep square leg. So let's wait and see what can Cooper concoct with this delivery. Really testing the defences of the Middlesex number 10.
Yeah, but you can see the pressure builds with every dot ball at this stage. The pressure builds even more. Earlier on in the 50 overs, it's not so pressurised, but now it's more relevant.
Here is Cooper once more to Pearson. That one a lot wider. Attempts to just carve it through the offside, but only as far as Rebecca Duckworth for no run. So one final delivery remaining here in the 39th over. And there you go. Now you can see the fielders going out to the deep cover point and deep mid wickets. I believe Amelia Love is also coming in at fine leg. So Maddie Ward just fine-tuning the field here for her finger spinner. As Cooper targeting the stumps once more. They think about taking the quick single. There will be a shot at the striker's ends. And Ward can't quite corral that one. So it will be a single to round out over number 39. Middlesex 140 for 8. Pearson gets off the mark. And Pippa Sproul remains on 60 from 89 deliveries.
Yes, and whilst there's 11 overs left, then the key thing for Yorkshire is to take those 2 wickets, and that will be paramount in Middlesex' mind as well, is that we've only got 2 wickets, so we've got to go very carefully and very gingerly. And the last over, there was just 2 singles off it, so that's a win for Yorkshire, that they're only getting 2 runs off the over, and Middlesex need more than that, I think, at this stage, really.
They certainly do, although it has been said before on the broadcast, Middlesex's bowling attack really are a tour de force with the likes of Golay, Pearson, Wolfe, Davis, the captain Saskia Hawley, as Pearson is tested here by Rhea Fackrell. I think at the end of this over as well, Jane, we'll also have a look at the scores on the doors from up and down the country. All of the sides in League 2 in action today. As Pearson whacks that one back to Fackrell. Of course, the big result for these 2 teams will be the one taking place at Neath between Glamorgan and Leicestershire. It's Fackrell giving that plenty of revs.
Yeah, Glamorgan had started strongly up there when last I looked, but you know, we've had 3 balls in this over, because the one thing that happens when you've got the spinners on is they race through their overs, and they're still yet to score a run.
As Pearson looks to just whip that around the corner. Only as far as Blackwell for no run.
Yeah, and again, Fackrell just keeping her nice and tight there as Pearson adjusts her grip. And plays it back down the ground to Jess Woolston, still no run. So they're in danger of a maiden being bowled here.
Well, I was just going to pose the question. What do you think the conversation between Sproul and Pearson is now? Do you think it'll just be a case of getting Sproul back on strike for the next over? Well, there you go. I think we've got the answer to that one. Pearson plays that one defensively along the deck up towards mid-off, and that will signal the end of the over. So, Middlesex 140 for 8 after 40 overs. And yes, I did promise those scores on the door, so we'll take a quick look at those across Metro Bank One Day Cup League 2, starting with that game taking place in South Wales, where Leicestershire had won the toss, chosen to have a bowl first at Neath Cricket Club, and Glamorgan 201 for 3 in the 38th over. Then in the game taking place on the south coast, Gloucestershire won the toss, elected to have a bat first at the First Central County Ground in Hove, and they are currently 222 for 5 in the 38th over. And last but by no means least, in the game taking place in the East Midlands, Derbyshire have been bowled out for 135 runs on home soil at the Central Co-op County Ground. As Olivia Thomas bowls here to Pippa Sproul, starts off with a dot ball.
Yeah, nice and tight there from Olivia Thomas, and it's really important that the line and length are kept good at this stage.
Certainly is. You don't want to be giving away any freebies, do you? Especially with the side on 140 for 8. Just looking at some of Middlesex's previous first innings as well. I mean, they've scored 300 a couple of times this season. Of course, they did have a little bit of a wobble in the run chase against Northamptonshire. As Thomas bowls here to Sproul once more. Plays that one adeptly off the back foot out towards deep cover point for a single. I think they were chasing 145 runs and in the end chased it down with 4 wickets to spare. Still got the bonus point, might I just add. But yeah, there was a slight little bit in the middle overs where Northants just started to apply the pressure. As Thomas brings Ria Fackrell into short mid wickets. Amelia Love a wideish mid off as well. Well, there's an appeal there from Thomas, just looking at the natural angle. What would you say, Jane? Do you think that was sliding down?
Yeah, well, I'm not directly behind the stumps, but it looked to me like it was going down leg side, as I'm sort of a long off here. But just looking at the replay there, yeah, definitely just going down leg side. I was going to say earlier that wrist spin is probably the hardest spin for a number 10 and 11 to face. Most of them can just about handle off spin, but wrist spin with the ball going away is quite difficult.
It certainly is, and you can see there that indecision whether or not to play it on front or back foot almost chops onto the stumps, and that is why the extra slip has been brought into play. So, final delivery here of the 41st over. Fielders, unsurprisingly, moved out to the boundary. Let's see what Olivia Thomas can concoct here. Was a full toss. There's a little bit of a muted appeal. Back to the umpire.
That came off the middle of the bat myself. I think that's why she was the lone appeal there. I think you will see here. Oh, no, it didn't, but it was not. I think it even pitched outside leg stump. I think basically that was no danger whatsoever for an umpire getting that one wrong.
Yeah, it's one of those. It's a brave appeal. I think we can describe it as that. But, of course, umpire's never going to give that one. So that was the end of over number 41. Middlesex 141 for 8. Pippa Sproul back on strike here as Fackrell bowls from the Howard stand end. And that right there was a nice looking shot from Pippa Sproul. Of course, she does have the option, if she wants it, to go inside out over the covers. As Fackrell zips that one in, pulled away just in front of the square out towards deep mid wicket. Should just be a single, indeed it is. As a result of some good work from the sweeper.
Yeah, I'm not sure Fackrell didn't do that on purpose, so she gets the chance to bowl 4 balls at Pearson. Pearson's not looking comfortable at the moment, where Sproul's been in there for a while and is looking reasonably comfortable.
Well, Amy Campbell once more comes into that slip position. Pearson plays that one well, proficiently, off the back foot. And Jane, I'm going to quiz you as a captain here with regards to the field placement as Fackrell prepares the bowl once more. Here to the Middlesex number 10. Plays that one under the eye line very nicely. In terms of where the fielders are at the moment, would you bring in a few more, maybe just crowd the space to an even greater extent?
Well, to be quite honest, Maddie Ward has got literally all the fielders in the circle, which in the 42nd over of a game is quite good, and I think possibly a yard or two in for the short mid-wicket and the cover, but, she's not been able to hit a single run there, and it's good cricket from Maddie Ward and she's showing real knowledge of the game as she's going through.
She most certainly is. Also back in the bowler very, very well indeed. So that was the end of the over. Middlesex 142 for 8 after 42. And we'll have another change here in the comms box as Dr. Jane Powell departs, and on in her place will be the dulcet tones of Mr. Maroof Khan as Olivia Thomas bowls here. Just flights it outside the off stump. There'll be a quick single taken as Thomas spins around and darts it back into Maddie Ward. Maroof, I'm going to be cheeky and I'm going to pose the question. I don't think we've actually asked it so far, but Middlesex 143 for 8. Sproul still out there on 63. What do you think would be a competitive total for the visitors from here on out? We'll talk about that after this ball from Thomas to Pearson. plays that out towards Thomas for no run.
Yeah, I think 165 looks to be on target with 7 overs to go. Well, I think with the spinners that Middlesex have and with the wickets just slowing up a tidy bit, could be a competitive target. But fair power to Sproul. Really, she has batted beautifully. Coming in the 7th over, 28 for 4, and now still fighting a lone battle at 63, and 7 more overs to go. It speaks predicament of what she is all about, and she's not giving. She's in the fight, and I think at this stage, an odd boundary here and there, 165, 170 might be a good score.
Well, you never know, do you? Of course, this surface, as Michael described, it has been a little bit on the slow side. That's a big full toss from Olivia Thomas. Sproul charging down towards the non-striker's ends, and that's a lovely diving stop out in the deep from Rhea Fackrell. But such is the speed of Pippa Sproul that in the end they scamper back for a third. Excellent running between the two Middlesex batters. And of course that's dependent on the situation of the over. You'll see all of the fielders coming into the 25-yard circle, but just 2 deliveries for Sarah Pearson to try and negotiate here in over number 43. As Thomas bowls there, and that is an absolute jaffer from the Yorkshire leg spinner.
Right word, that Jaffer it is. She slowed down the pace a bit as well. The length was a little shorter. I was giving it enough time to revs on the ball. If I was Olivia Thomas, I would like to be having a googly or a faster one now. This is a good opportunity to have one, if not try one, to see if there's anything different.
Well, instead goes for the stock ball, angling it down the leg side, so easily dealt with there by Sarah Pearson. And that will be a dot ball to round out the 43rd over. Middlesex inching towards 150. The Sax is 147 for 8, with Pippa Sproul on 66 not outs, and Sarah Pearson, the number 10, currently on 2 runs.
Yeah, good to see some good fight back, really. I think Middlesex, may have had a shock in the first 10 overs, but coming back from there strongly, 7 overs to go with 2 wickets in hand. I think they are in a position where they could think that they need to have enough runs on the board for the bowlers to have a chance. And looking at how the things are going and how Sproul has controlled the innings, speaking with Pearson and the batters gone before, I think she looks to have a good head on her shoulders, and she's trying to make a match out of this, which is quite exciting to see.
It most certainly is. You can see they're continuing to have that chat with Pearson. Still 7 overs remaining here, and you would suspect it's all on Pippa Sproul here, isn't it, to get up to that 170. Of course, Middlesex do have plenty of talented bowlers waiting in the wings. Well, that is a massive full toss. We'll wait and see what the umpire signals after that as the Middlesex batters dart back for a second. Just waiting on the umpire here, and there is confirmation. It is given as a no ball. So next delivery will be a free hit. Pippa Sproul on 68 has got some very long levers. This time goes for the innovative scoop shot around the corner. But Innes Blackwell has done very well there just to scoop it off the turf. Will be a dot ball.
Good bowling there by Fackrell. She saw Sproul come across the line and dropped it a bit short with more pace on the ball.
Well, that one has just been guided down towards deep third. Will be a chase on here for Olivia Thomas. Another 2 runs here, though, for Pippa Sproul. I mean, what an effort this has been. Of course, the headlines will be Jess Walston and what has been a fabulous 5-wicket haul, but Pippa Sproul, like an absolute warrior out there at the middle. So that one is slammed back down the ground, up towards the long-gone boundary. Also gives Middlesex, weirdly, quite a little bit of confidence heading into the next few matches. Yes, the top order hasn't fired, but the fact that you've got someone like Sproul who can come in, get those crucial runs. As the field comes in here for Pearson. Watches that one, will be a dot ball. But so important, isn't it, to have those contributors throughout the entirety of the batting lineup.
And as a coach as well, if you're picking a squad, you wait for Fackrell to bowl this ball outside the off stump. Nice little late cut for no runs. And I think as a coach as well, when you're picking the squad, you're looking for a player who's going to get you those tough runs. In this situation, I think Sproul's really answered that call with a 5-star in my book, to be able to be somebody in the middle of the order, just trying to, and I guess she's nicely tucked away on the onside for a single. I guess it's fair to say that she's a wicketkeeper as well, so I think, you know, she's adding more dimensions to her game, and at the end of the over, they're 154 for 8, and Sproul still sneaking in the strike, I believe. Yes, it is, and I think 6 more overs to go. I think at this stage, if I have to look at a player who's done quite way above everybody else, it has to be Sproul.
It certainly does, and with regards to this innings so far, Maroof, just from a coaching perspective, what do you think has stood out the most to you from this 71 so far? Because yes, we've seen that air of innovation and enterprise, but even more important than that is probably the mentality. It's the attitude, isn't it, and the composure in the firing line.
Yeah, I think game awareness for me. I think, you know, Sproul, the way she's come in, she's assessed the situation. She knew the ball's doing much. She kept her wicket. There were balls where she could have taken for singles and doubles against spinners when she came on, but she was just in dead dot defences, trying to be there and, you know, make a match out of this.
Thomas bowling here to Pearson.
And I think the way she's gone about her business, just making sure that she's there as many balls as she can face. And now with 71, and also she has communicated quite well with every other partner that she's been with. So I think she's got something about herself, especially looking at this innings.
100%. Here is Thomas to the Middlesex number 10 again. Tries to whack that one downtown, but only as far as mid-on. I think the other aspect which has really stood out is also the running between wickets. It's been very confident, it's been very assured and assertive. It's Thomas. Here to Pearson. Just drops that one under the eye line of the right-hander. Shy at the non-strikers end there from Amelia Love as Middlesex get another single, but that is like gold dust, isn't it? In the middle overs, to have that strike rotation, to have a player who almost shoulders that responsibility. I think Pippa Sproul has done a quite magnificent job in holding this innings together. That one's slightly shorter in length from Thomas. Worked out towards Ria Fackrell at deep mid-wicket, and there is that excellent running once more.
That's great running, but I think an excellent throw as well from long on there. Hitting the stumps directly, and it looks interesting that, but I think good cricket all round. Yorkshire needs to be careful here. I think every other side who's playing a 50-over game needs to understand that 20 overs is behind them now. It's you know, it's a long hard yards playing for 50 overs. Nice shot there.
It's a very nice shot, isn't it? Just out towards deep cover points. Rebecca Duckworth doing the fielding on that occasion. And it goes back to illustrate our point about the 50-over formats. It does have its twists, its turns, but it's a lot longer than you think it is. Compared to T20 cricket, Thomas to round out over number 45, and wisely Pearson opts not to go for the run, so that is the end of the 45th. Middlesex remain 159 for 8. Of course, if we are to compare the two formats, it's 2.5 times the length, isn't it? So you have got those periods where you can just afford to consolidate your position, to build those partnerships, to see out those dot balls. But I think from the position that Middlesex are in, you mentioned it beforehand, 28 for 4, losing that terrific trio of Trussler, Routledge and Hawley early on. I mean, this has been a pretty good effort, hasn't it, from Pippa Sproul and the middle order.
Excellent batting so far. I think they've kept Middlesex in the game.
Well, that one is aerial from Sproul, and there's a decent dive forward, but in the end it goes for 4 runs out towards deep mid-wickets.
And that's what cricket is all about, you know. Fackrell trying to get a wicket, and now Sproul seizing the opportunity, ball middle and leg stump, and she knows that about 5 overs to bat. She is going to try and throw her hands around a bit and try and see if she can get to 185, 190. That could be a good match for all of us to see.
Certainly could be, and yes, our estimate was around about 170, so Pippa Sproul doing a quite superb job here. Definitely the aggressor in this partnership. Pearson 4 from 33, but again, someone's had to back her up. There has to be a partnership.
Absolutely, and if you see it, the last 5 partnerships have got above 30-odd runs. I think that shows the depth that Middlesex also have in their batting or the understanding of the game. And at this stage, Middlesex are the happy of the two and now playing some shots as well.
Well, that is a stunning shot, isn't it? From Pippa Sproul. Gloriously placed, superbly timed. And now moves on to 82 from 106 deliveries.
It's a game of cat and mouse, as I previously said. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. And at the moment here, Sproul on 82 with about 25, 26 balls in the bag. She may be looking to score as many runs as possible. And who knows, get to 200, which would be not what you expected at 27 for 4.
No, it certainly wouldn't be. Just some more conversations being had out in the middle, both from the Middlesex batters and, of course, from the experienced figureheads in this Yorkshire outfit. Intrigued to see what Fackrell dishes up with this next delivery. Just takes a second to compose herself, and Sproul really has utilised the back foot punches and cut shots to excellent effect so far. Keeps the scoreboard ticking along to 167 for 8.
And this is where you look at, the game awareness of the players who are fielding as well. Energy levels look to be a little down at the moment because I think, it looks like they are 167 for 1 and not 167 for 8. And I think it's important for the players to gather around and now make sure the next 3 or 4 overs matter to them and keep the target as low as possible.
Well, here is Fackrell to round out the 46th over. That one just played back to the bowler. And Middlesex still on 167 for 8. Pearson on 4 from 34. And Pippa Sproul 83 from 107. Great to see some of the fans in attendance here at Headingley today as well. It's a glorious day, isn't it? I know that earlier on it was a little bit overcast and even slightly chilly this morning, but with the sun out, Maroof, this really is just one of the great venues, isn't it, in world cricket?
Absolutely, and I think with the sun out, Headingley looks different. It becomes a batting track. The ball travels faster as well, so Yorkshire need not to worry about. I think the next 4 overs they have to concentrate, and I think the captain has done well to get in his back to bowl the last few overs. I think 100 overs a day is a long, but let's see what transpires in the next 24 balls.
100%. Well, Sproul immediately jets off for the single, so brings Pearson back onto strike, and we'll see the Yorkshire fielders crowd into the 25-yard circle. Suppose the other question at this stage, Maroof, is do you think that Amelia Love could get a look in these final couple of overs?
I would so, but I think she's only bowled 3 overs, so she's quite fresh, if you ask me, and I would like to see her bowl. It's a good shot again. Great ball. I think not a great ball, but good footwork, and Pearson just waiting for the ball to come onto a slightly over-pitched, but great shots, good fast hands, a great cover drive for 4 runs.
Yeah, that is a cracking shot, isn't it? The first real shot in anger from Sarah Pearson, showing that she's not just a resolute blocker, but also has got a lovely drive in the locker too.
And that's where we have to be careful as well as a unit. I think the skipper and the bowler needs to have a plan, and that's to be blocking the runs.
Well, that is an absolute beauty of the delivery from Ines Blackwell.
And it's good to see Ines. She's got a bit about herself. She has a bit of a change of pace as well, which I'm seeing. I think this one would be one where she bowls try to bowl a leg cutter. I think she's quite game aware in terms of what the batters are trying to do against her. And the skipper is already bringing the changes, having 2 men back, looking to give a run to Pearson so that she can be on strike on the 48th over.
Here is Blackwell once more, just hanging it on that 4th stump line. Channel bowling, I think, is how you describe it, and that is just another dot ball. So 3.2 overs still remaining.
That's right. Growing up, our coach used to tell us to bowl the 4th stump. You never saw a 4th stump, but that's what this line meant. Outside the off stump, attacking one side of the wicket and having the right players there.
Here is Blackwell once more, this time to Sarah Pearson. Takes the pace off of that one, and you can see the electrifying keeping skills there of Maddie Ward on it in a flash.
Maddie's done well today. I think she's kept really well. She's manoeuvred the field around as well. She looks to have a great set of hands. quite fit as well. Looks strong and good energy as well when she's keeping. I think she's a good all-round cricketer.
She most definitely is. Well, Pearson will play that out towards deep backward square leg. Sproul sprints off for the first one. Pearson's going to have to be quick here, but the throw not quite on target. So there is that game awareness that you spoke about, Maroof. Pippa Sproul noticing the placement of that one and straight away called for not one but two. So 47 overs have been bowled. Middlesex 174 for 8. Pearson moves on to 10 from 39 and Pippa Sproul on 84 from 108 deliveries, just 16 away from what would be a first century of the season for Pippa Sproul. And it has just been a quite splendid innings. So will be Jess Woolston. Currently has those figures of 5 for 37, looking for a 6th. Also looking to bring to an end this valiant stand between Pearson and Sproul. As Maddie Ward just making some adjustments. I think Woolston will be bowling around the wicket. Here to the right-handed Sproul. And Sproul goes for the inventive scoop shot. The shot is on though, isn't it? Because the fielder currently in its third.
Yeah, I think the shot is definitely on, and I'm not sure why Wilson has gone round the wicket, but I think she's taken away all the angles. Even if she has to be dead straight, if she can get any LBWs, but now I think that's a smart move, having a 45 at fine as well, in case she wants to play the shot again. But if I was Sproul, I'll look to make sure I'm playing in front of the wicket at all times with deep gaps.
100%. Well, here is Sproul again. This one just drills it through extra cover. Think about coming back for 2. Will they make it 2? Well, there could have been a run-out opportunity. Woolston can't quite gather. And in the end, Pearson does scamper back for the second. Keeps Sproul on strike as she moves on to 86 from 110.
And that's what I was mentioning earlier as well. I think, the field is all set for the sweeps, for the reverse sweeps. But I think, there's much gaps in the front where she can make use of and get 2s every time.
Here is Woolston to Sproul, who lifts that over the corner. There's a chase on here for Amy Campbell, but the ball was always going to win that one. A quite superb scoop shot down towards deep fine leg, and Pippa Sproul moves into the 90s. What an effort this has been.
Fantastic top effort. That coaches speak about players being brave, and Sproul was quite brave there. Had a fielder there, but was confident enough to make the right contact. Scoops around for a beautiful shot for 4 runs, and now she's already got 6 runs in the over with 3 more balls to go. So I think she is now chugging along nicely, hoping for that first 100 for herself.
Absolutely. Also brings up the 50 partnership for the 9th wicket. So fair play to both of these Middlesex batters as Woolston prepares once more. What can she craft here against Pippa Sproul? Well, she beats the outside edge. Again, some more sharp work behind the stumps there from Maddie Ward to restrict that to a dot ball.
Once again, Maddie keeping the energy up as well. She's got good hands and she's making sure that she's building pressure on, not allowing Sproul to use the wicket that much. But I'm still not convinced if going around the wicket is the right option against Sproul at this stage.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, won't we? 2 deliveries remaining in this, the 48th over at Headingley. Here is Jess Woolston. Always charges in with great purpose as that one flashes off the outside of the bat up towards Olivia Thomas at 3rd for no run. So 1 more delivery remaining in this over. Then we'll have our final change in the comms box for this first innings as I'll depart for Michael McCann. He'll take you through the final 12 deliveries as Middlesex already on 180. I mean, what a turnaround this has been from the visitors. Really giving their bowlers something to work with as we head towards the run chase. Here is Jess Woolston taking the pace off, flashed out towards the deep point boundary, chase on for the fielder, and she does absolutely brilliantly. Claudie Cooper at full stretch restricts it to not just 2, but also gets Sarah Pearson on strike for the next over. So after 48, Middlesex are 182 for 8. I'll leave you with some thoughts from Maroof Khan, and on in my place will be the excellent Michael McCann.
Great cricket all round and a good partnership of 52 runs as well off 74 balls. Very, very crucial. Feels like gold dust at this stage. I think Middlesex have just got 2 overs to bat here, scored at 182 for 8. Looks to be in a situation where I think now they can throw their bats around and everything for 12 balls to go, and be interesting patches of play for the next 12 balls.
Yeah, we've got an exciting finish in here. Middlesex will be eyeing off 200, and Pippa Sproul would be, frankly, inhuman if she didn't have the individual honour of a ton in her mind as well. So Ness Blackwell on Yorkshire debut, bowling at the death, and Thomas is shying. And that would have been a most unfortunate way for one of the best recovery innings you'll see all season to finish. But Sproul makes her ground. 11 balls left. And straight to Thomas again. And you can see, rightly so, given the game situation, Sproul's near desperation to get down that non-strike. And she's coming down the pitch to chat to Pearson. I would imagine this is something along the lines of just knock it into a gap and get that single.
Yeah, definitely bat and ball and give the better player the strike at this stage, 92 runs. And I think Innings has done very well keeping the ball on the spot, making sure the batter has to play a shot. If not, then she's going to ahead and get a wicket. So good passage of play.
Oh, and that's jabbed off the inside edge. Didn't mean it to go anywhere near there. Pearson, who's getting one down to fine leg. We'll see her later on with the ball today. Sarah Pearson will be key. For now, Sproul back on strike. We've seen today those ramps, those paddles, that accumulation, the more expansive game coming in as this innings has gone on. There's now 9 balls left in the innings. 8 runs needed for 100. Deep set onside field. Just turned away straight to point. Slightly dicey looking single and his run out. Pearson's run out for 11. Very sharp work from Woolston and Ward in combination. And Middlesex are only 1 off being bowled out. Neat, quick underarm release. And a single that always looked tight from Sproul leads to her running out her second last partner left in the innings. 183 for 9.
Not smart play by Sproul, really. I think the ball just little slow one, trying to make York herself, but I think non-striker was not ready for the run. She should have taken a start. Run was always on, but at the moment, good cricket for Yorkshire because now they've exposed the last batter coming in, and we have about 8 balls to go. So at the stage, I think Yorkshire be looking stronger to control the Middlesex innings below 200.
Yeah, you can often get confusion with those singles that are just in front or just behind square, and it's gone just behind square, which you'd say in conventional circumstances would be the non-striker's call, but with Sproul very much being the senior batter and the conductor-in-chief of the innings, you can also understand why Sproul decided there's a run there, as that replay showed Pearson was certainly on her heels and also had her bat in the air, was not sliding that bat in, which was probably part of what cost her being run out. But great credit to Pearson. A partnership always needs 2. And Pearson made 11 off 42. But while she was there, that enabled a stand of 53 for the 9th wicket. Out for the out is number 11, Rachana Kamampati, who is starting by just having a look at a wide. She's got one of the better cricketing nicknames I've heard of. A bit of rhyming work that came from her teammate Finty Truster. There was a game day. And most of the squad, you come down for game day, you're in your Middlesex tracksuit bottoms, the rest of it. She had a Hannah Montana shirt on. So from then on, she was Ratchana Montana. And that has stuck with her ever since. She's pushing that one out to cover. And, of course, with her initial name being Ratchana, that fits in very nicely. And she's done a nice job for her partner there of just blocking that one. Now, Sproul's come down to have a word. I imagine that is something along the lines of, I'm not sure we really want one here. Because Sproul would rather start the final over on strike. Well in, what's a looping full toss? It's helped round the corner. They're definitely going to want 2 here, and I'm not sure they're going to get it. They won't get it. There was 1.5 there. There was some sort of silent cries of no from Maruf Khan next to me in the box, which I can assure you was not because I was in any way sort of kicking him under the table. It was because of the strike situation that we were just discussing. There's 1 over left, 185 for 9. Would you, as Sproul there, have turned down that single?
Well, I'm not sure what was discussed before that ball. I thought it was like, okay, just defend the ball. I'm going to take 6 balls and strike. It looks like she got a juicy half full toss on the leg stump. She thought she could get 2 off there, but there was no communication. And at this stage, Yorkshire are better off because Rachna has to either take a strike on the next 2 balls. If not, Sproul will be left hanging on 92.
I think when it came off the bat, they thought it had just gone wide enough for fine leg that there was 2. And then they realised as they pretty much completed the first, there wasn't. Cooper to bowl the last over. And Kambhampati pushes back to her. The Yorkshire fielders they're not only in the circle, they're sort of like swirling like vultures around a carcass, or seagulls at Scarbados, to use a current Yorkshire cricketing theme. Seagulls around the chips, because they are not just in the inner ring, but most of them are 5-10 yards into the inner ring, all inducing Kambhampati to play a big shot here. She's pushing at that one. Oh, you do have to feel for Pippa Sproul. It is extraordinary the amount of just fanfare this game puts around the change from double figures to triple figures. But regardless, it's been a magnificent innings. But you do fear she may end up stuck in the 90s here. There's 4 balls left. Kambhampati has got to find a way to get something. She comes down the track and she's found the trusty outside edge. Every cricketer's go-to in such difficult situations. It was well bowled by Cooper. It was pushed through quicker and flatter. And now the field will scatter in all sorts of directions, like seagulls are migrating. There's people flying off in all kinds of directions. There'll be a deep square leg, a deep mid-wicket, a long on. I wonder if Sproul goes inside out here, because the only fielder back on the offside is a deep cover point. She needs 8 runs from 3 balls for 100. She goes to pull. She's completely mistimed it. She's surely going to come back for 2. They've got to come back for 2. Kambhampati does make her ground just about. It felt like a brave decision to not choose to dive, but she makes it home. Sproul is 94 with 2 balls left.
Wow, that is an interesting piece of cricket. That Rachna was coming away like a 100-meter sprinter there, but looks like she did ground a bat. I'm not too convinced in terms of what the result was, but having said that, 2 more balls to go.
This is sliced. It's just over the head of Thomas. If Thomas was on the edge of the circle, she'd have had a regulation catch, quite frankly, Erin Thomas, but she wasn't. She was 10 yards in from the circle, and they scamper back for 2. So Sproul has 96. She scored more than half of the runs in this innings. Regardless of what happens from here, it's been a magnificent knock for Pippa Sproul. 4 for 100 from the last ball. Pulls away. It goes past Woolston. It should be cut off, though. It will be cut off by Duckworth. Are they going to try and come back for a third? No. It would have been run out anyway. So Sproul walks off. 98 not out. A really nice touch from Maddie Ward, who runs straight across to congratulate her. You can see in her body language the disappointment for Pippa Sproul in knowing that she's just 2 short of 100 on this historic ground. Amy Campbell goes across and also gives her a handshake, but she can take great pride in one of the best recovery innings you will see all season. 98 not out from 118 balls. Kambhampati with 2 not out of 5 alongside her. And Middlesex, who were in all sorts of trouble, 29 for 5 in the 9th over, have recovered to post 192 for 9. And nice to see Sproul getting a really good ovation as she heads off, and appreciation from her teammates as to the rebuild job that she's done. It feels like a long time ago now that Jess Woolston was flying through the Middlesex top order. Just to run you through it, the brief tale of the tape. Sproul with 98 not out. Gaia Gole was the only other player to make it to 20 with 20 off 21. With handy lower order contributions, Davis, Wolf and Pearson only made 11, 14 and 11 respectively, but they stuck out there alongside Sproul, and that is what has given Middlesex something to bowl at. Woolston, the star bowler for Yorkshire, with 5 for 45, 1 for 39 from the 16-year-old debutante Ines Blackwell, who acquitted herself nicely. and Thomas and Cooper both picked up a wicket each. It means that the recovery job from Middlesex has given them every chance of making it 5 wins from 5, but Yorkshire will be the happier at the midway point. Yorkshire need 193 to win.
Well, a very warm welcome back to Headingley, where we're just about to get underway for the Yorkshire run chase. Middlesex in their 50 overs, getting up to a total of 192 for 9, the vast majority of which was down to a quite simply outstanding 98 not out, courtesy of Pippa Sproul. Jess Woolston, also the pick of the Yorkshire bowlers, finishing with fabulous figures of 5 for 45 from her 10. My name is Aaron Voiles. Alongside me is Dr. Jane Powell. Shortly we'll be hearing the dulcet tones of Maroof Khan and Grace Hall and Michael McCann, among other guests. But Jane, before we get back underway here, in the glorious sunshine of Leeds, 193 after Middlesex at one point were 27 for 4 and 29 for 5. This game is very much in the balance now.
Yes, it's very much in the balance, and this could be a tough run chase for Yorkshire without their most senior players all away on 100 duties. So there'll be a lot of youngsters out here, not the least of which is Amelia Oliver, is it, out there to open the batting, and with Erin Thomas. So some youngsters out there. Let's see how they get on against the experienced Middlesex bowlers.
Well, here we go then. It's Katie Wolf from the Howard stand end, bowling here to the aforementioned Amelia Oliver. And the first ball of the Yorkshire reply is a dot ball. And of course, for the home side, they'll be hoping for a better start than what we saw Middlesex get off to. Spent all of the pre-show talking about the likes of Routledge and Miles and Hawley and Trussler. And as I mentioned, Middlesex were 5 for 29 within the opening 9 overs as Wolf bowls here to Oliver. Looks to play that one through the covers to no avail. Will be another dot ball. But after that, Jane, it was just a masterclass, wasn't it? In terms of tempo, in terms of timing, and also that air of enterprise and resilience from Pippa Sproul for that incredible 98.
Yeah, Pippa Sproul was outstanding, and she really held the innings together.
Here is Wolf to Oliver again. Pierces the gap in the field. The Yorkshire batters run the first one hard, and this should be a simple 2. Indeed it is, as Amelia Oliver scampers back to the striker's end. So Yorkshire 2 without loss after 3.
Yeah, and it's always interesting with Yorkshire to see that those who don't yet have a contract don't have a number. So it's you always have to make sure you know which one is out there at this moment in time. And for those of you wondering, that's why Amelia Oliver doesn't have a number.
Well, here she is facing off against Katie Wolf. Plays that one on its merits down towards mid-off for no run. Of course, that wouldn't catch out professionals like us, would it, Jane?
Well, probably not you, but it probably will catch out myself. So that's why I'm giving the listeners the understanding of how difficult it can be sometimes.
Well, here is Katie Wolf again from the Howard stand end. Here to Oliver, who plays that one superbly well. It's racing away to the backward point boundary. Will beat the efforts of Sarah Pearson coming across from deep third. And Yorkshire have their first boundary of the run chase. The home side 6 without loss here in the first.
Nice shot that from Amelia Oliver. She just waited for the ball to come to her, rocked onto her back foot, and then just placed it down backwards of point for a boundary shot. And showing good technique there, the youngster.
Very sound technique indeed. Well, that's a beautiful comeback, isn't it, from Katie Wolf. Beats absolutely everything, and that will round out an entertaining first over here at Headingley. So Yorkshire 6 without loss, with all 6 of those runs coming courtesy of Amelia Oliver. And yeah, just to touch upon that technique, having spoken to people who've worked with Amelia in the pathway, the EPP, she is known for playing a lovely cut shot and the cover drive to great effect. So we've seen that already. Her first 2 runs came through the cover region. That boundary came through deep backward points. Certainly is an enterprising player to watch out for many, many years to come.
Yeah, I don't think it's particularly. It's not the wicket's not doing it. The pitch is not doing anything. But at the same time, it is a used pitch. I think this is the pitch that they used for the Legends games last weekend. So there will be the odd one that might misbehave, so to speak. So, but the bowlers need to put the ball in the right areas for it to be of any dividends anyway.
Well, I can certainly agree with that, Jane, and we saw the Yorkshire bowlers do exactly that. Here is Sarah Pearson then from the Kirkstall Lane end, bowling here to Erin Thomas, who starts off with a dot ball. Yeah, of course, the other interesting thing to factor in is the spin bowling, and we saw a lot of spin being bowled in the innings break from the likes of Izzy Routledge, Hannah Davis with the leg spin, Rachna Kamban-Patti with the left arm finger spin as well. I do think Saskia Hawley will implement a lot of slow bowling in this next 50 overs. So that one is sent wide of the mark by Sarah Pearson. And in fact, I think that's been called as a dead ball. Indeed it has, yep. So that will have to be re-bowled. No further run is added to the total.
I'm not sure why that was called dead ball. Maybe somebody wasn't ready. Maybe the umpire wasn't ready. Erin Thomas just replacing herself in the stance now as we replay that ball.
Well, here is take two of that delivery, and that one is wide and flashed away down towards the deep third boundary. Will be cut off by the fielder. I believe it is Katie Wolfe out there patrolling in the deep, just in front of the Howard stand, which is looking as resplendent as ever in this basking sunshine in Leeds. Really has turned into a tremendously nice day, hasn't it, Jane?
Yeah, it's gorgeous out there, isn't it? We're behind glass, so we can't actually make full use of it. But I think that last ball, had Erin Thomas not got a bottom edge on it, would have been called a wide. So Pearson just struggling for a line at the moment.
Well, here is Pearson once more from the Kirkstall Lane ends. And that will be a wide this time. Hasn't quite found the radar as of yet, has the Middlesex youngster. Yorkshire move on to 8 without loss, 6 of those coming off the bat of Amelia Oliver, and we saw the previous delivery, Erin Thomas getting off the mark. But it's a very varied Middlesex attack. As I mentioned, plenty of spin bowling options and very different seam bowlers for Yorkshire to try and deal with as Pearson charges in here. That's a better line. Also a better length as well, that corridor of uncertainty. Oliver not entirely sure with which shot to play that with.
Yeah, and I like that. I like the fact that she walked away after she misplayed that one, just to regroup her thinking, and she's took 2 steps away, and now she's come back ready to face the next ball, hopefully with a better frame of mind.
Again, nice areas that from Sarah Pearson, forcing Oliver into the defensive shot there. And of course, Yorkshire, they'll be desperate, won't they, to get off to a good start. It's one of those strangely difficult totals to try and get to grips with, because you look at the required run rate, it's not even 4 runs and over. But you know, wickets, it's the golden thing, isn't it, in the List A format, as Pearson bowls here to Amelia Oliver. Very full, dug out very nicely there by the Yorkshire batter. But it's one of those where if you can get a partnership of 40-50 for the opening wickets, you look at 193 and you go, this is more than doable. However, if you get to about 50 for 4, 60 for 5, it's a very, very different scenario, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you just have to build your innings, just take 1 ball at a time, 1 over at a time. Where are we after 5, and just rethink each time.
100%. There is the late cut shot from Amelia Oliver, only as far as the backward point fielder, and that will signal the end of the second. So 2 runs from it. Yorkshire 8 without loss after 2.
Yeah, interesting over that. There was only 2 off the over, but it was quite wide at times, wasn't it? And you start to think that's really difficult to play against, because you sort of get used to it being wide, and then you get one that's very direct and on the stumps, and that's when it becomes more difficult. So the bowlers that are slightly erratic, Josh Tongue yesterday, very erratic, but when he bowled the ball in the right area, blinking heck, it was a good ball. And similar here, that you can bowl erratically, but then if you get one in the right area, that's when you could get wickets. So you do have to concentrate as the batters in this.
Well, here is Katie Wolf for her second over from the Howard stand ends and sends that one down the leg side for a wide. Yorkshire move on to 9 without loss. Of course, someone else to talk about from a seam bowling perspective is Gaia Gole, who is one of the more experienced seam bowling options in this Middlesex squad. I mean, she had an absolutely electrifying start to the competition this season with a 6-for and a 5-for. As Wolf bowls here to Thomas once more. It's a very nice looking shot, that, isn't it, for no run?
Yeah, good technique there from Erin Thomas, and I think it's that mentality now of you're not playing 20 overs, you're playing 50 overs, and that's massively different. So you do have to keep speaking to yourself and no panic, just keep it nice and tight.
100%. Here is Wolf to Thomas. Attempts to drill that one through the covers, only as far as short cover for no run. And of course it goes back to what we spoke about at length in that first innings. In 50 over cricket, you've got so much time. You almost don't realise it because you look in these first 10 overs, you've only got a couple of fielders on the boundary rope and you might go for 60, 70 runs. That's the target, but you've got time over the duration of this run chase. And that one is hit on the up from Erin Thomas. Scamper through for the quick single. Shy at the stumps is a little bit wayward. And indeed, that will be a single. Yorkshire keep that scoreboard moving along into double figures. They're 10 without loss.
Yeah, that looked like it obviously went to the same fielder and there was no run the previous ball, but that one was hit firmer. But because Erin Thomas decided to go with the shot, then there was a fairly straightforward single in that shot. So it just goes to show you that a lot of the mind games can manifest in play.
That's a really good delivery, that, from Katie Wolf, testing the outside edge of the right-handed Oliver. Goes behind for a dot ball. Also fascinated, actually, to see the change in field from Saskia Hawley. Of course, we saw the previous delivery, Thomas getting that single to mid-on within the circle. There isn't a mid-on fielder for Amelia Oliver. They've probably looked at the analysis, gone, she's very strong through the covers, excellent on the cut shot, and as a result, the field is placed as such. Well, that one is a bit of a rank full toss. I thought for a second the mid-off could have been brought into play. Instead, will just be another single. And the umpire's just having a little bit of a word here. I think they're happy with the height on that one. So will remain a legal delivery. One more remaining here in the third over with Yorkshire 11 for none. A resolute start this between Oliver and Thomas. Just playing the scenario very, very well. As Thomas looks to work that one through mid-wickets, only as far as Gaia Gole, and that will signal the end of the third over. Yorkshire 11 without loss, with Amelia Oliver on 7 and Erin Thomas on 2.
Yeah, and you would hope that Erin Thomas in particular doesn't lose her patience. She's played a good drive down the ground. She's turned that one nicely to mid-wicket. Both great shots, but it's almost, she's hit the fielder each time, but you just want to, that's okay. You're middling the ball well, you're playing some good shots, it'll come, so just hang around. You can't score anything when you're back in the pavilion.
You certainly can't. Some wise words there, Jane, as Sarah Pearson bowls here from the Kirkstall Lane ends. Looking to bring those stumps into play. It's a better area. Of course, the risk-reward analysis there is a gap out towards deep mid-wicket. Still very much a offside-heavy field, apart from the fielder patrolling at what's deep, well, deep fine leg, really. Slightly wideish out towards the western terrace. Plenty of Middlesex bodies in the 25-yard circle on the offside. That's a Yorker-length delivery. Well dug out that from Amelia Oliver. And even though there hasn't been the wickets as of yet here for Middlesex, 11 runs from the first 20 overs, Jane. It's been relatively tight, hasn't it? I know we've seen the odd full toss and a wide delivery, but apart from that, especially from Katie Wolf at the other end, has been very metronomic and controlled this from the Saxes seam bowlers as Pearson bowls here to Oliver, plays that one late out towards backward point for no run.
Yeah, there's no panic from either team at the moment. Both teams are doing what they should be doing at the start of an innings. Middlesex are trying to keep it as tight as possible. Good field placings, people moving around all the time. They've got one field for one of the batters and change of field for the other. And Yorkshire batters are just hanging around there. And, you know, you just play each ball on its merits. And with 3 overs into a 50-over competition.
Here is Pearson again. That one may have just penetrated the gap. Indeed it has. It's racing out towards the backward point boundary. 4 more runs off the bat of Amelia Oliver, and doesn't she play that shot to absolute perfection?
She plays it really well, and, you know, the key thing with that is that you only need one ball like that every over and you're well ahead of the run rate, you know, so there is no panic, but you do need to just be patient and don't try and play every single ball. Just wait for it to come into the hitting zone that you know is your hitting zone and make sure you take full benefit of it.
Well, tries to get bat on ball on that one. Slightly shorter in length that from Sarah Pearson. Allows for the play and miss in comparison to the previous delivery. So one more ball remains here in the 4th over. And then we'll have our first change in the comms box here for the run chase. I'll depart, and on in my place will be Michael McCann. Yorkshire still 15 without loss. Amelia Oliver has 11 of those. Here she is facing off against Sarah Pearson. She rounds out the over with a defensive shot. So Yorkshire remain 15 for none. Oliver on 11, Erin Thomas on 2. I will make way here in the Vertu comms box. And I'll leave you with some words of wisdom courtesy of club president Dr. Jane Powell.
Yeah, good start from both sides. Nothing, you know, just cat and mouse a little bit at the moment. One seeing who's going to break first, whether that's the odd over that goes for 8 runs or whether that's a wicket that comes. And it'll be interesting to see who does blink first, as they say, when you're in this type of competition.
Wolf back for her 3rd. And it's being just guided all the way along the carpet, escorted to the boundary by Erin Thomas with a minimum of fuss for her first 4 of the day.
Yeah, great shot. And that's what I was saying earlier, that Erin Thomas just middling the ball so well. And this time, instead of hitting that mid-wicket fielder, you'll see there that she places it just beyond her, and that races all the way to the boundary. You know that you get full value for any shot here at Headingley.
Thomas this time looking good through the covers. It manages to burst through the hands of Saskia Hawley, but that doesn't cost Middlesex anything. Wolf was the scourge of Yorkshire when these sides met in the final last Saturday. 1 for 15 off 4, and she picked up a big wicket of Stair Callis for a duck caught at point. She had a bit of a topsy-turvy day because she didn't bowl anywhere near as well in the semi-final. Thomas is driving well to middle.
Yeah, I thought Callis was unlucky on that finals day because she hit it quite well. But unfortunately, she hit it just above the ankle of the point fielder who took a very good catch. But Middlesex were outstanding in that final last Saturday.
Yeah, nailed it straight at point. It was a good low diving catch needed to get rid of Stair Callis, as Wolf will have to re-bowl that one. I mentioned the semi-final. The semi-final against Leicestershire, she went for 21 off her 2. That hasn't been signalled as a wide, and Dr. Jane Powell is sort of doing the kind of general body language that you would normally see from a frustrated football manager on the touchline. It's the best way that I can describe the modus operandi of my co-commentator, as Thomas is swinging away through deep square leg. And there isn't a deep square leg in place, there's a deep backward square leg. He's got to chase a long way around. That's 2 more. As Wolf got a little bit of fortune with that dot.
It's interesting to hear the applause. There's a reasonable crowd in today. It's difficult to see them when they're in such a big stadium, but you can certainly hear them every so often when there are wickets or runs.
Yeah, it's quite a lot just in front of us. Wolf is bowling to Thomas. It's the trademark Erin Thomas pull shot. She picks up the length so quickly and whistles that away. It's always a good sign with a pull shot if you've hit it in front of square, and that has gone through deep mid-wicket. Such was the timing on it. So Thomas moves on to 12 with 2 boundaries in the over. 25 without loss after 5 then. And some thinking to do for Wolf in terms of her lengths. As and when she's back, I would presume we'll still see a 4 from her in this spell. Pearson to continue. Change it alongside me. Very warm welcome to the number 6 today in what is a lengthy commentary box batting lineup. It does feel like anyone and everyone is available for precisely this game. A very good afternoon to Charlotte.
Hi, very happy to be in the middle of the batting order for us.
Pearson to Oliver. He's just driving nicely towards where mid-on would be. Mid-on is not there, and Guy Gole has to come round from short mid-wicket to field. You can tell that, as Aaron mentioned, they've done a bit of scouting on Oliver. She does like to thread the ball through that region from deep third round to cover points. Probably, to use a very Aussie phrase, arguably her wheelhouse. There's almost 2 point fielders nearly holding hands. And just there. And that's threaded out to deep third by Oliver for 1. Now, just out of shot from where that ball went, you've got, I mean, they're 5 yards apart maybe? 5 big paces and they've made it to each other.
Yeah, it's really tight in that sort of square point region. It's just, they know how she plays. She really controls it, watches the ball fully onto the bat and just guides it down, doesn't she?
And it says a lot about the modern era. She's only played a handful of innings for Yorkshire, and such is the nature of analysis, Middlesex have done their homework. So that's driven with a straight bat. Nice looking shot by Thomas, straight to short mid-wicket. So when Thomas is on strike, that field changes. They basically all sort of shuffle a little bit straighter. With Thomas, there is of course a mid-on in place as well, which, given that's an area of strength for her, feels sensible. Didn't really time it, Thomas. I was sort of trying to hit it with power, and she caught it right on the bottom end of the bat, so she's ringing her bottom hand.
Feels like they're really preparing for what is Erin's strength, which is playing that short ball and picking up that length really early. They've clearly, like you say, done their research on every single one of our players, which is really promising to see and makes it quite nice and balanced, really.
Yeah, it's a really good game of cricket on here. So that's straight to extra cover. Charlotte, I should also add, works in the what's the technical desk? So, I mean, in my head, it's sort of social media, versatile, does a bit of everything. You know, lots of spoons, jack of all trades.
Technical term, digital marketing exec, but anything social, website, stream, cameras, everything really.
Such is the nature of it. 26 without loss. That's a nice looking shot from Thomas, but couldn't have picked out Gole short mid wicket better had you tried. 26 without loss after 6. Yeah, there's another era where Middlesex are facing, just on that scouting, a batter like Amelia Oliver, relatively blind. And ironically, you may in part say thanks to the Vertu live stream, but it's also the fact that even without that, analyst cameras are in place, there's ball tracking data, etc., that can be collectively accessed, that they can go and find out what they need to find out. She had a very promising blast when she was given the opportunity, Oliver. 39 not out on her debut at number 3 here against Headingley. against Headingley, at Headingley against Derbyshire, and then 19 off 22 against Leicestershire and 23 off 34 against Derbyshire. So she made consistent contributions. She might not necessarily have capitalised on the power play time up top as much as she'd have wanted, but again, you have to put it in context. This is someone who is right at the start of their embryonic career, who's already made her way into the England under-19 setup. 17 years old, Amelia Oliver, facing up now. Spins into the attack, guided to cover point. Now, Hannah Davis and how Yorkshire play her is going to be pivotal here. She took 1 for 19 off her 4 in the final, and took 3 for 17 off 4 against Leicestershire in the semi. Is that straight at point? Oh, well.
Angle here. And it's gone for 4.
Yeah, that shouldn't have really got through, to be honest. That's a bit of a bonus for Oliver, who gets 4 through arguably her favourite scoring area of the ground. That she would have been looking for that cut shot, particularly off a leg spin. It's a touch too short. She times it really nicely, but quite simply, that should have been a dot ball.
Oliver will obviously be really pleased with that because she's really watched it on, gone to take on the leggy, and yeah, it's come out well for her. Shame the misfield.
So Oliver now racing on to 16. That, I think she was looking to get that more for a sort of mid-on. 30 without loss. Yeah, mentioned the prestige of playing at Headingley. Middlesex head coach Mark Broom was actually talking about this in the build-up. Oliver's just guiding away. He said, a ground that holds so much history, it may well be a bit daunting for some of our players. I'll walk in there as a 50-year-old, and this place, at point his face was lighting it up. Going, look at this place, it's unbelievable because it's Headingley. Look at this place, you're walking into one of the great grounds in the country. He certainly wasn't playing it cool. And it was great to see the enthusiasm and the passion come out. He said, unbelievable that our girls in Tier 2 cricket get to play at such a prestigious place that holds so much history for English cricket. Middlesex more than giving Yorkshire a game, and Davis more than giving Oliver a bit of trouble there. That turned appreciably. Had it turned a little less, Oliver's furniture might have been disturbed. 30 without loss after 7.
That was a really strong over, apart from that misfield, obviously. But couldn't agree more with the head coach about Headingley. Still feel like there's a smile on my face working here, and I've been in nearly a year now. It is one of the great grounds.
Yeah, and it's worth saying as well that with the Northern Superchargers into 100 action, which this ground is branded up and ready to go for that particular competition, which starts on Thursday. Superchargers have got a friendly against the Yorkshire women's team, which would be a great experience for the Yorkshire women's side on Tuesday here. There's not many games for Yorkshire men or women left at Headingley this season. Pearson starts in you over and is flicked away. Lovely looking shot from Thomas, but out to deep square. Will bring just the 1. This is the last women's game here at Headingley, unless Yorkshire make it to a Metrobank One Day Cup semi-final on the 6th of September. I'm assured on good authority that game would be played at Headingley. And then for men, there is of course still championship action to come in September. The season finishes against Durham here in the last round of championship fixtures. So that's straight to cover from Oliver.
Yeah, we've really pulled on the purple at the stadium now, haven't we? Properly in the midst of the 100.
There's a lot of purple up and around. Of course, they haven't quite repainted all the seats. That feels like, I know there's plenty of versatile staff at Yorkshire, one of which is alongside me, but that's like a little bridge too far. Seats are still resplendent in blue. This is Pearson. As that will be wided, 32 without loss. Mentioned that semi-final permutations. So Yorkshire started today 5 points ahead of Worcestershire in 5th, with 25 points left to fight for. So it's still a very open table. No one is anywhere near guaranteed semi-final qualification. Just turns that away, Oliver, one of her favourite scoring areas. Moves on to 17. Middlesex would go 5 from 5 if they win today, and they would stay top. Yorkshire would take top spot off them if they win this.
I think it's also worth mentioning that Yorkshire Disability play Lancs Disability, so we've got another Roses fixture technically on the 4th of September here at Headingley, as Dr. Jane Powell's just reminded me.
Pearson in, and that's hit hard at Hawley at short cover. He does well to stop it and not injure herself. Yeah, good, very good point, and very well made. Dr. Jane Powell, I know, has done a huge amount in promoting disability cricket, and
We had a fantastic game of disability cricket last year. It was a Yorkshire 11 against an England 11, and it was such a fun day. The cricket was unreal. It was mixed disabilities of different classes. It was a really good day.
swung away by Thomas on that trusty pull shot. Yeah, no, one thing Dr. Jane Powell said to me is we need to shout about it because there are people out there who don't know. It's almost like a hidden treasure. That was Dr. Jane Powell's words about it. She's in the past been heavily involved in the England disability setup.
So true. It was brilliant to watch. It's just such talent and skill there as well.
Nice looking, just push back by Thomas and Oliver. Yorkshire will be quietly content with how they've negotiated this tricky new ball phase. 8 overs gone, 33 without loss. I think it's also fair to say that it always helps to win the toss when you're a captain, and we're definitely seeing in the difference of conditions the benefit of that, because my goodness me, that first 10 overs or so with the cloud cover, it was almost perfectly set up for Woolston, Love and company to wreak havoc, whereas actually the sun is shining now and it all looks and feels so different, and to that extent it's probably not that surprising that Middlesex have gone to spin far earlier than Yorkshire did.
Oh, absolutely. It's a good time to play your spinners, and they've been bowling really nice and tightly, with Davis's first over just going for 4 runs. I'm curious to see how her next one goes.
Yeah, Davis is one of those almost old school leg spinners. She'll give it plenty of flight. She'll try and tease and tempt Oliver, who's this time just pushing back. Hannah Davis, who is a product of the Buckinghamshire pathway, spent a couple of years in the Sunrisers Academy. The vast majority of this Middlesex side were in and around that regional setup in one way or another. It's Oliver again, a little circumspect, just having a look, understandably so. Required run rate isn't that much of a bother here. It is difficult on a pitch that still looks like it's playing pretty true to imagine Yorkshire batting through the overs and falling short, but at the same time won't want to get bogged down.
Yeah, she's definitely a leggy after my own heart. I'm also quite a flighty leggy, so I'm learning plenty here. It's great.
Really did give that one plenty of flight, even by Davis's standards, and it brings about a slog sweep from Oliver that was well executed, but it's also one of those types of shots that as a leg spinner I don't think you mind. The ball is turning out there, it's against the spin. If she can just slide one maybe quicker and flatter underneath that slog sweep, or can potentially force maybe some kind of edge from turning it. So Thomas is just pushing back. It's another nice over from Davis. Does Thomas look to be a little more aggressive to finish it off? She's making a lot of room. She's showing Davis all 3 stumps. She does look to be aggressive. Absolutely hammers that slog sweep. It's out to one of the slightly longer pockets, but it's still going to go for 4. Powerful shot from Erin Thomas. A very Erin Thomas-like shot as well in the way that she really does, when she commits to it, she gives it the full beans, the kitchen sink. 38 without loss after 9.
She'd really committed early as well, which I think is key. Watched it fully onto the bat and absolutely hammered it at the fielder, who really couldn't do anything there, and just watched it trickle to the boundary. Yeah,
it was one of those. I think it's gone past that fielder by literally just a couple of yards, but it was hit like an absolute tracer bullet. So it's still going to be Pearson at this end, and I'd say understandably so, because she's only gone for 10 off 4. And Sarah Pearson, well, if you were to see it one way, you might say she's got a bit of a point to prove. She didn't get into the 11 for either the semi-final or the final last weekend. And she's got that slightly awkward low slingy action, but these Yorkshire players would have faced a little bit more of that than some of the others on the Tier 2 circuit, because of course they've got their very own slinger in a certain Grace Hall, who we had up here in the first innings.
I really enjoyed the explanation of the Female Boss Trophy. It's been a joy seeing that get awarded around the group chats. Honestly, it's been great.
Fantastic, good to hear. We aim to make waves up here. This is Pearson. Just pushed out to extra cover. Yeah, a couple of people who let me know about that, and I felt like it was the kind of thing that was one to keep up the sleeves for after the T20 campaign, just for a moment in the middle overs of a 50-over game where there really was the space and time for a few overs to go into all the intricacies of the Female Boss Trophy that Yorkshire hand out to their best performer of the day. I'd imagine Jess Woolston's got one hand on it at the moment, unless somebody turns up. That short and wide, cut straight to backward point. Although interestingly, Grace Hall was saying it's not necessarily always the player that might have got player of the match. It can be for a moment.
Yeah.
It can be for one particular small thing rather than necessarily just on-field stuff.
Yeah, they talk a lot about match-winning moments or game-changing moments, so it could be something like that. Jeannie Lee was the female boss the other week for getting wickets on debut, which obviously deserves to be commended. So Blackwell might be in with a shout.
Yeah, Blackwell with a wicket on debut, and so that's pushed out towards the vacant mid-on region, direct hit and gone. That is absolutely splendid fielding. Well, Oliver didn't quite accelerate. I'm not sure she fully comprehended the danger she was in. 38 for 1. Well, when the ball first comes off the bat, you can see why young Amelia Oliver thinks there's one there, and that is quite an outstanding bit of work. What you can't quite see from this shot is the ground that is made up from short mid-wicket running around, and then the quick release as well from Gaia Gole. Oliver doesn't get the dive out, and that possibly costs her wicket in truth. Regardless, all of the flowers to Gaia Gole for a truly splendid piece of work. Oliver's gone for 18 off 35, and out of nowhere, the opening pair, who've looked quite untroubled for periods of this reply, are separated.
Yeah, Gole's just slide there to pick up the ball and then immediate throwing right into the stumps, disrupting middle stump there. It was just so fluid, just one action, no disruption. She knew exactly what she was doing, and to be honest, there's nothing Amelia Oliver could have done there. If she'd have dived, maybe, but it would have been very tight.
Would you agree with my assessment that Oliver, I think, for a split second, in terms of acceleration, didn't quite realise the danger she was in?
Yeah, I think so. I think if she'd have really, really pushed, it could have been an awful lot closer, certainly.
Yeah, from the naked eye, even up here in the commentary box, clearly out, and replays confirm as such. Duckworth's out there alongside Thomas, and Duckworth's at the non-strikers, of course, because of the nature of the run-out, and that's a wide. 39 for 1. So all of a sudden, Yorkshire have got to rebuild from that loss of Oliver, the 17-year-old, who had been looking relatively solid and will be sat in the dugout, I'd imagine, a little frustrated. I know she sets very high standards and is seen as one of the most ambitious players in and around that academy and rookie setup in terms of where she sees her career going. And you know, one thing for her to take pride in is all 4 innings she's played for Yorkshire, she's got at least a start. And coming into senior competitive cricket as 17-year-old opening batter, always batting in the top 3, is tough.
Oh yeah, absolutely. She's such a disciplined player. I mean, I've played against her a couple of Sundays for local women's teams, and you can see that discipline and that passion even then.
No such thing as a Sunday friendly is the vibes that I'm getting. It's a nod from Charlotte Ashton alongside. Is that pushed out to extra cover for no run? So end of the 10th over. Thank you very much to Charlotte for your time.
Thank you very much.
And I'm delighted to say, settling into the seat alongside me, at number 7 in what is a very deep commentary box batting lineup, full of expertise. A special guest who I'm really delighted to have alongside me, as opposed to generally me nattering and badgering her for information on the pitch before a pitch report. It's Jasmine Nichols. How are you?
Hello, I'm good, thank you.
First guest this season to also get a round of applause in the commentary box. You love to see it. What is your official job title at Yorkshire County Cricket Club? Because I don't want to get... I know you got a promotion, but talk to me, where did we go from and to in the pecking order?
So I just went from groundsperson, so I'm now up to senior groundsperson. Yorkshire have been great with it. They kind of wanted to try and build on my experience and stuff, so giving me a slightly different job title.
So new over starts with Davis finding a little bit of extra bounce, and that's going to go away for 2 of something. All eyes on the umpire, who decides it's 2 byes. 42 for 1. Forgive us for not being certain, but with batter and keeper with their back to you, it's up here in the Vertu commentary box, not easy to spot. So love that for you. So you got the senior in front of the job title. Great to see, and very well deserved. So it's just pushed by Thomas towards mid-on. And I know that's been a journey across a number of years, because it all started for you at Wheatwood, didn't it?
Yeah, so I started up at Wheatwood, started helping out Robbo, who was originally working up there before he came down here. Started helping him out as a casual a couple of years ago. So
that's pulled away by Thomas, straight to short mid-wicket. Yeah, there's an article on the website that's well worth looking at where you talked about this journey.
Yeah, so I started out with him. I wasn't enjoying my job up at Wheatwood anyway, but the time that I spent with Robbo out on the ground, that was at my happiest point. So I kind of started helping out a little bit more. It took a bit of persuading.
So that's pulled away, and that has got past short mid-wicket this time. Erin Thomas, as she so often does, pummelling that area in and around mid-wicket and long on. So strong when that bottom hand comes through the ball. 46 for 1. She's had a lot of starts this season for Yorkshire, where in truth, often by her own admission, she slightly got herself out. So she'll hope that today's her day to kick on. The reason you can hear a bit of mirth in the commentary box is that has gone in the gap between the stand out towards St Michael's Lane. So it's going to take a bit of a search party to go and haul it back. The fielder from short mid-wicket has trotted back around. And the other thing that I absolutely loved, is one of the reasons you're up here today, because I know you're passionate about it and want to talk about it, is you had 3 interns today following you around. Yeah. So seeing what you do, learning from you, which is like such a cool thing to do, and what an opportunity for them.
Yeah, I mean, it still feels a little bit surreal, to be honest, because I've only been here at full-time for 2.5 years, so...
That one's nibbled straight to short fine leg, no one. And worth saying, making the point as well, 3 very young girls as well. Like, I think...
Under 13s, under 15s cricket is what they play.
Wow,
so
there you go.
They are very young. But it's all part of the Yorkshire Cricket Board and their kind of pathway programme.
All gone. Caught and bowled. Thomas is caught and bowled. Well, I just mentioned the amount of times this season she's got starts, looked very good, and then not quite kicked on. She just pushes at it. She's early on it. And simple as that. It's one of the easier caught and bowls that Davis will take. Away to her right-hand side, just chipped up. Thomas doesn't seem to quite know whether she's trying to defend it or push it back down the ground. And the reaction of frustration tells you all you need to know. So Erin Thomas has gone for 22 off 29. Yorkshire have lost a second. 46 for 2 as Maddie Ward comes to the crease. Now, Ward had an excellent blast. She was the 8th highest run scorer in the entire competition. She scored almost 200 runs. She was Yorkshire's 2nd highest run scorer. And last weekend, amidst a team that in truth didn't perform as they'd have liked at finals day, she scored runs in both games. Top scored for Yorkshire in the final with 39 off 35 as wickets fell around her. And Yorkshire need a bit more of that from Ward. It's Izzy Routledge marks out her run. Routledge, who got player of the match in that final win. She's on from the pavilion end. And he's going to bowl her off spin. She took 2 for 18 against Yorkshire in that final. She got the two of certainly the big wickets in this Yorkshire batting lineup. She got Maddie Ward and then Lauren Winfield-Hill, who's not playing today with 100 starting imminently. Still alongside me, senior grounds person, as I'm delighted to emphasise at the top of that, thanks to her latest promotion, Jasmine Nichols. And I know it's something you talked about, we're talking about those young girls who've been interning you today, that 99% of the sports turf industry is still men. Yeah. And it's really important Routledge starts with a loosener that just bobbles to get past Hawley, and it's gone past extra cover as well. So this is going to take a big chase. They're surely going to come back for 3. It's about as comfortable a 3 as you'll see for a long while. So the 50 comes up for Yorkshire. In fact, not quite. 49 for 2. Duckworth off the mark with that 3. Ward just taken guard. And that's something you're very passionate about changing.
Yeah, I want to try and get more women interested in sort of grounds and stuff. But it's not just women. We want to try and get more people involved in grounds. It's an ageing demographic in terms of the people that work in grounds. No, sorry to all those older people. But yeah, it's something that we're trying to change, is just try and so these young girls, we want to try and, they might not get a career in grounds, they might not be interested in that, but what we want to try and do is try and just get them to, on their game day, is just mark out, put stumps out, and just do little things like that, just to help their groundsman out a little bit. If we can start doing that a little bit more, that'll be, honestly, I'll be really happy with that. If they go into grounds, I'll be even happier, but we'll see.
Nice pressure being built here in the meanwhile by Routledge, who is unerringly accurate. I know from having a good chat with her spin bowling partner at our club side, Triplo, Oliver Richard. They often bowl in tandem as off spinners. So that's short and missed out there. His exact description of Routledge's bowling was that she's our most consistent bowler. That was in their men's first 11. A human metronome, unrelentingly accurate. You've got to hit her off that length. And just as I say that, well, curse the commentator if you believe in such a thing. Dropped down leg and swept away for 4. It's a collector's item, really. It's a poor ball from Routledge, and Maddie Ward makes no mistake. So she is off and underway with a boundary. 54 for 2. Off 12.
Yeah, we've also got, so we've had 3 young girls with us today. During the 100, we're going to have, for the first 2 games of the 100, we're going to have 3 more on the start of those days as well. So, yeah, we initially had a pathway programme a couple of months ago, and we wanted the girls to sign up on a couple of workshops, coaching, umpiring and grounds. I would have been happy if 2 had signed up, but by the sounds of it, I think 99% of the girls signed up for grounds, which was 50 odd girls.
Sweet.
So amazing.
You're gonna have it. Today I travelled here the night before. I actually stayed at Headingley Hotel last night, and my first image waking up and opening my curtains, and it's always great to stay in a cricket ground, but was pretty much of you at the crack of dawn being followed around by 3 interns. So in the future, it's going to be you followed around by an army of 50 people, which you love to, 50 young girls as well, like you love to see it.
Yeah. So unfortunately, we can't have all 50 girls. That would be a little bit chaotic and a little bit too stressful for me. So we've had to limit the numbers that we've got that I can take on.
But what a problem to have as Davis starts the new over, and Ward is just guiding back these 2 new batters settling in.
But I mean, I'm going to work with the Yorkshire Cricket Board, and we're going to try and get all of them here at some point. So maybe towards the end of the season. I need to check this with the boss first, because I've not spoke to him yet.
Although you just introduce us to your boss. Those that don't know.
Richard Robinson,
yeah.
The guy that balances a broom on his chin. That's the most recognisable thing for him.
Yeah, the Vertu live stream listeners will remember him as that. There has been a lot of discussion on the Vertu live stream across the season, both men's and women's Yorkshire games, about mid-innings, about the fact there should be some kind of competition, and that if it were to be, then Robbo, as he's sort of known around at Headingley, would be right up there in terms of how long. And this is the question that a lot of people have been asking: how long can he do that for? Like, can he do it for 10 seconds? We've seen him do it for a minute or so, but are we on to sort of Guinness World Book of Records? Are we settling in with a cup of tea with a live stream? Just to Robbo there with a broom. Authoritative block from Ward. This is nice pressure from Davis.
I reckon we can see how far he can go. Yeah, I think it's more sort of paranoia when the girls are and sort of when people are warming up and stuff like on the field as to where he's going, where the cricket balls are, and how close he is to that boundary rope. Because he could trip over because he can't see where he's going.
Yeah, all aggressively valid questions for health and safety. 55 for 2 off 13. And the reason I mentioned Richard Robinson is I don't think you can feel too bad about not necessarily asking your boss, because I think it's fair to say that your boss put you up to being up here. But also from the way you describe it, for those maybe just tuning into the live stream, Jasmine Nichols, senior groundsperson at Yorkshire County Cricket Club, alongside, and a bit of a trailblazer in her own way. I think it's fair to say he gently ushered you up here with having 3 end turns today, and there's almost like a reluctant shake of the head, nod of the head from you, but in a good way as well, to talk about that and highlight that, as Routledge is back for a second over. Her first was unusually expensive, went for 9.
I mean, hopefully he's not listening to this. But I mean, he's a great boss, to be honest, and he knows when to push me and when to kind of back off and stuff. So he encourages me quite a lot, and he's taught me so much since I started. So's the rest of the team, to be honest. But in terms of Robbo, he's been amazing. I've kind of nudged him towards letting me start making some pitches now, which he has started doing. He was a little bit not reluctant, but it's his ground, to be fair. So I kind of understand why he wouldn't let me.
He has the keys to Headingley.
Yeah, pretty much. So I understand all of that, and it's his little baby. But that's the whole point of the promotion in terms of job title, was to try and develop my skills and everything. So we're kind of working together a little bit more on pitches and things, and he's kind of let me loose a little bit. So he had a couple of days off earlier on in the week, and he's kind of just let me do my own thing with a couple of pitches. So it's been nice. Sort
of like a much better, much more respected version of the substitute teacher.
Yeah. Yeah.
Meanwhile, while we just chatting about that, Routledge has been, like any good spinner in a white ball game, just sort of fizzing through and over at the speed of light, just trying to get the dots in on Ward, who was 5 off 13. Yorkshire just in a rebuild phase. Don't have to worry really about required run rate. It does go back to what I mentioned. It's hard to see Yorkshire batting the 50 overs here without getting bowled out and losing the game. So Middlesex have really got to keep chasing wickets, but it's a good arm wrestle on as we get a shot of your tools of the trade. Our director Ben Wicket behind the scenes has certainly been paying attention to what's been said. What do you think is the most sort of misunderstood part of your job from the outside?
I don't really know, to be honest. I mean, I think it's just cutting grass. I think a lot of people just think it's we just cut grass. I mean, we do a lot of that, don't get me wrong. But there's a lot more to it in terms of like creating the pitches and creating what you see now. So yeah, it takes a little bit more than just cutting some grass. There's a lot of rolling and watering involved as well.
Certainly does. Change the bowling. Left arm orthodox. Rachana Kambampati is on. Now, one thing to keep an eye out here for is if she gets a wicket, you will get a celly. She pre-rehearses them. She's got all sorts of different ones up her locker. It's always a joy to watch. This time she's nudged straight to mid-on. She's someone that brings the energy. She loves a big appeal as well, like Chana Kambampati. And she took 3 wickets against Yorkshire, 3 for 30 in the final last Saturday. So she's a definite threat to the home side's hopes here, as Duckworth is just guiding away. But there's a whole process to it. Like, you're being very modest and very humble, but you're always the first people at the ground, and you're always the last people to leave.
Yeah, we definitely are. I mean, this morning's not too bad. I mean, the girls that I've had this morning might disagree with an 8 o'clock start, but
Duckworth hits that through mid-off, and she's almost caught. It would have been a bit of a screamer of a catch in truth from Katie Wolfe. It's actually quite a good stop in some ways, because it was a certain 4, and instead they scurry back 3 for 3. It's one of those that feels extremely harsh, really, to put that down as an actual drop catch. If Katie Wolfe catches that, then you're watching that on replay for years. Good flight from Kambampati, and it was decent footwork from Duckworth. He was maybe just a little fortunate. So it's down there. See, just a hint there of the appeal I was talking about from Kambampati, who hoped that might have got a flick on its way through to the wicket-keeper. Down the track this time, Ward. That's a lovely shot. Has had to absorb a lot of pressure here, Maddie Ward, but that's the kind of attacking instincts that Yorkshire are used to seeing from her. And it made her Yorkshire's second highest run scorer in the T20 Blast that recently concluded. Lovely footwork. And then boshes it down the ground for 4. 63 for 2 off 15. Still alongside Jasmine Nichols, senior groundsperson. You know, there's a huge amount that goes into how you manage pitches here. And also, is it harder here because you have so many squares? We've talked a lot on commentary up here this season about the fact that right from one side to the other, there's so many pitches. That must make your job more complex.
Well, it's not too bad. It's how we manage it. And this is where, like, Robbo comes in as head of grounds and he kind of just tells us what to do, which makes my job easy. So we'll have a couple of rollers, so we can kind of roll a couple of different things at the same time. And we'll only tend to we sometimes have a couple of pitches getting ready at the same time. So at the moment you'll see there's a couple of sort of pitches matted at the moment. So we're trying to get 2 different ones ready at the same time, but we've also got nets to get ready. So there's a lot to do, but we've got quite a lot of staff, so we can manage that quite well in terms of the workload. So if we didn't have as many staff, it would take us even longer, and days would be twice as long as they already are.
Yeah, 65 for 2 after Duckworth just pushed that one through the covers. Routledge trying to really put the squeeze on here, but again, that's not quite a best delivery as I say that, and might feel like she's almost got away with it to only go for a single. And for the test match, you know, again, you know, you're someone that's very humble about what you do, but anyone would have seen that first men's test, England versus India, that pitch got plaudits across the board. And I think it's safe to say in this series, as it's gone since, that in many ways has only gone on to show just how good that pitch was for that first test. It's a big collective effort, but is there much different that's done to prepare that test match pitch to the pitch that we're seeing here? Indeed, any of the other pitches here at Headingley this season, is that straight to mid-on for no run?
So the test match pitch, obviously it has to last 5 days. At the moment, this pitch only has to last 100 overs. So it's completely different. So with the test match pitch, we will add a lot more moisture into it. So we'll water it out a lot more. And then we'll kind of slowly draw all of that moisture out. This year, it was completely different in terms of the test match that we did. Because of the weather was so hot, we didn't want to draw all of that moisture out too soon or too early on within that 5 day, because otherwise, without that, the whole pitch would have started cracking and everything. So we probably kept a little bit more moisture in at the start of the game than what we would normally, just because we knew that the sun was going to absorb all of it. So it was ready right on time in terms of the pitch and ready to go. So that is the main difference with the test match, is that it's got to last those 5 days. It's got to change over that time as well. So the main thing is the water content that we put in. We'll just add extra in, really. Something like this, we will draw it out and make it a little bit drier.
68 for 2 off 16. Campan Patty is back for more. 7 off her first. Giving that one plenty of flight. Good duel on here between Campan Patty and Ward. Ward belted her down the ground for 4. And Patty's trying to tempt Ward into more aggression, but Ward's just working that away for 1. Did you as a team also give yourself a moment, I'm guessing the answer is no, to really actually just soak in the plaudits that you all got for that Headingley test match pitch, and you know what that showed about the collective work that had kind of gone into that surface as Duckworth this time was guiding away for a single?
We tend to do that at the end of games. So after the 5 day game, after the test match, we just sit down in the garage and we just have some drinks and just have a bit of a chill out. That's our post match routine. Is after a test match, we don't need to worry about covering too much or anything. So we kind of got a few jobs done, got some watering done and bits like that, and then we had all the staff out on the pitch afterwards and just had a bit of...
with some of the players and the families.
Yeah, so that's our kind of wind down from a game. But Robbo absolutely loves that. It's something he did from Wheatwood, is that he in his little garage at the back of Wheatwood, he'd have drinks, he'd have music, and we'd kind of just relax and just...
Ward's gone down the ground again off Camban Patty to great effect. Well, this is decent cricket all round. Cameron Patty wants to tease out aggression from Ward, who comes down the track and responds in kind. So it's the second time in as many overs that Ward's played a shot like that. The other one was gun barrel straight. That's gone over long on. So at what point does this, in the game of cat and mouse, force a change in the field?
So yeah, it's just one great big chill out post game. So we'll get
love that for you. Absolutely love that. So well deserved.
Yeah, we'll get all the work done that we need to, and then it's drinks and music in the garage. So come join us.
Way for 1 through long on. For those that don't know, the garage is, we're up here in the 4th floor commentary box in the pavilion. It's pretty much directly below us, and it is almost exactly what it sounds like. It is it's a mechanic's kind of equivalent of a sweet shop for a kid. There's all the gadgets you could want in there. There's Cameron Patty in. That is a dot. 76 for 2 off 17. Jasmine Nichols, senior groundsperson. Such a pleasure, as it always is, but this time to actually be chatting to you on air. And thank you very much for being such an inspiration.
No worries. Thank you for having me.
And there we go. We'll be applauded out back down to the garage as well. And I hope that was as much of an insight for all of you as it was for me as well, having spent a lot of this season before pitch reports having a good chat to Jazz and Robbo about what a surface might do, how it's been used, and trying to read the tea leaves into what a pitch may or may not offer, whilst in the background Duckworth and Ward have tried to build a partnership. 76 for 2 off 17 at the start of the new over. I would say in at number 8, but I think I'm not sure quite how the scoreboard works at this point. Back in at number 5 for a second stint of the day. Very good afternoon to Grace.
Good afternoon, back again.
touring round. Great to have you back. Just a bit of admin as well. I meant to mention while we were just chatting to Jazz, which is Finty Truster's off the field here for Middlesex. So Sonali Patel, the 12th, has been on from the start of the innings. Truster picked up a little niggle while batting, and Middlesex don't want to risk her, which is understandable given she's been one of the star batters all season and she wouldn't conventionally bowl. So all these into Ward, who pushes back. She actually once told me, she used to be a leg spinner. She actually played a couple of games for the Southern Vipers 3 years ago as a leggy. And she did tell me jokingly once, if someone bowls 2 no-ees, I'm available to Saskia. But she very much does see herself as a specialist batter now. As Ward comes across and just paddles that away for a single. 77 for 2. So Truster's off the field. And Grace Hall, Yorkshire bowler, for those of you who for some reason don't know, and is sadly out for the rest of the season recuperating from her shoulder injury, but is out of the sling. If you weren't with us in the first innings, which she's rightly delighted about, is back alongside. That's just shovelled bottom-handedly. Very enthusiastic fielding from Gole. Middlesex's fielding has been, on the whole, really impressive here. 77 for 2 off 18. They've sort of fielded like demons, and their head coach Mark Broom actually said that their fielding performance in both games on finals day was as good as anything he'd seen from his side. Having commentated on both those games for the ECB feed, can certainly vouch for the fact that their standards were high. And again, they're putting the squeeze on Yorkshire here.
Yeah, I think we were really impressed with their fielding and wanted to use that as example going into the second half of the final over the weekend. So I think we'll be looking to push the runs to them, but at the same time being wary of the fact that they are a really good fielding unit.
Yeah, right now you would rather be Yorkshire. Acquired rate 3.6, 8 wickets in the Hutch. But it is kind of almost the dictionary definition of that commentary cliche. You add a wicket or two to the score, it looks so different. Davis continuing for leggies, and that's got Ward in a little bit of trouble just trying to pick that length. She gets good flight, but then she can get some to skid on as well. There's a lot to like about Hannah Davis's leg spin. Sweat hard, sweat fine. Deep square leg is going to do well to cut this off. Won't get near it. 4 for Ward. We know all too well just how Maddie Ward likes to find those gaps behind square on either side, and that was meat and drink to a player like her.
Yeah, Maddie's really strong sweeping and reversing, so I think that's what she'll look to do against the leg spin here.
Yeah, we haven't seen what I would call Maddie Ward's party shots yet. Oh, this time is slog swept and might be gone. And I think is gone. Slog swept, Pippa Sproul going back. Well, it looped up. It was really awkward, particularly for a wicketkeeper unsighted due to having the helmet on. 81 for 3. Ward with a slog swept for the previous delivery, but this time has to go. Caught behind in the most unusual way, one-handed. Wow. Ward out for 21.
It's always difficult to take those catches, especially under the lids. That's a really good grab. I think Maddie's obviously seen how effective her sweep was and not quite got a hold of that one. Another good wicket for the leg spinner.
Yeah, Davis was superb at finals day last weekend. Someone who was vice-captain in that blast side. And she ended up in the blast with the best economy rate of the Middlesex bowl and the 4th best economy rate in the entire competition for anybody. And someone who's Middlesex's second highest wicket taker as well. Amy Campbell in at 5. Now this is a big moment in this game. Campbell is incredibly experienced compared to most players she's surrounded by on either side. She has 238 runs in this competition this season at an average of 238. So she has not been out apart from on one particular occasion. She has made 165 not out against Derbyshire. She got 13 in the loss against Worcestershire in April. Then she got a 30 ball 50 in 60 not out off 35 against Leicestershire. But by her own admission, when I was having a catch up with her, that was many moons ago. That was in mid-May, and we're now in early August. So now she returns to 50 over cricket. Yorkshire definitely need her to find that kind of form. She faces Davis. Now, in theory, this should be a better matchup for Yorkshire because it's the leg spinner into the left-hander, turning the ball in to Campbell. I wonder how Davis looks to play this because Campbell is particularly strong from just in front of square leg through to pretty much directly behind the bowler's arm, if not kind of very straight long off. But she's chipped it straight to mid-off and Campbell's out second ball. 2 wickets in the over. Lovely teasing flight and temptation from Davis, who gets her reward. Sliced by Campbell, who wanted to go over mid-on and instead provides a simple catch from the outside edge. 81 for 4.
Yeah, I think Campbell obviously eyeing up the gap over the top there, but not quite getting hold of it. The pace of the pitch and a little bit of spin from Davies obviously sticking a little bit, and another good wicket for Middlesex.
I think it was the top spinner just by the looks of that replay. And it's a regulation catch. So Campbell is caught by the experienced Natasha Miles off the bowling of Davis. And it's pretty much exactly what I said 5 minutes or so ago, which was Yorkshire would feel like they had the upper hand, but you add a wicket or two to the score, the pendulum shifts and it all looks and feels completely different. As out to the wicket comes Olivia Thomas, who has played in almost every Yorkshire game this season, bar missing a couple with a slight back niggle. But she's barely batted. Such has been Yorkshire's strength that most of the time she has not been required to bat. She does have a 63 in a win away against Derbyshire where she came in after a clatter of wickets. And Yorkshire desperately needs something over a repeat like that from Olivia Thomas here as she faces up to Davis, who's got 3 for 17 now. Respectful block, end of the over, 19 gone, 81 for 4.
Yeah, this feels like a really crucial moment now for Yorkshire, trying to build up a partnership here between Duckworth and Thomas. I think they'll be looking to run hard and rotate the strike and then also be able to take advantage of the gaps in the field.
Let's just take you round the grounds elsewhere in Tier 2. Important game in the qualification picture at Neath. Glamorgan have posted 2-6-1 for 5, and you would say Glamorgan have the upper hand because Leicestershire are 68 for 4 in the 17th over. Abby Freeborn for Glamorgan on loan from Bears with 108 not out, helping Glamorgan to a position of strength in that one. as Saskia Hawley gets ready for a second over. Her first went for just one. Starts with a full toss, and Duckworth will be frustrated. That's a bad ball, and she's not able to take full advantage. And that's a dot from Hawley. Some oohs and ahs in the way that spinners do from a shot that was actually a perfectly sensible regulation shot from Duckworth, but that's all part of the theatre of the thing. And elsewhere as well, Gloucestershire in a strong position against Sussex. Oh, nicely bowled by Hawley to Duckworth. Now that was genuinely worthy of the oohs and the ahs because Thomas was close to nicking it. That's, Grace Hall's just chucking her jewellery around the commentary box. You love to see it? No, you crack on. Oh, well kept out by Duckworth. There's a good battle on here. Just to give you the extent of that update, a couple more details. Gloucestershire have posted 286 for 9, and Sussex Sharks are 67 for 3 off 15. Georgia Cant with 91 powering Gloucestershire towards that impressive score. Duckworth driving straight to cover point. Slight misfield, they won't run.
I think it's important that Duckworth kind of soaks up the pressure here as well. There's still 30 overs left to bat, so she's got plenty of time to work with Liv Thomas at the other end.
Just goes right back there. Just wonder whether this pitch may be just keeping lower touch. There's an element where, of course, Yorkshire are playing the scoreboard as well as bowling in their own heads, because there's the psychology of batting first on this track. You still would have wanted more than 192, there's no doubt. But of course, it's the way they got there, having been 29 for 5. Just to remind you in terms of the overall table, Middlesex want a 5th win from 5. Yorkshire can go top today if they win. Grace Hall just having a glance over my shoulder to see how it all sits. Yorkshire can take top spot off Middlesex with victory, assuming that Glamorgan don't actually better Yorkshire's result. Glamorgan are in 3rd behind Yorkshire on net run rate. Northants also have 3 wins from 4, so they're right in the qualification picture. So Thomas is playing this straight to cover point. Northants, who missed out behind Leicestershire in the North group of the recently concluded Vitality Blast. Worcestershire are 5th, they've got 2 wins from 2. Sussex also have 2 wins from 2. And then looking a little further down the ladder, Leicestershire, Kent and Gloucestershire all have 1 win each, and Derbyshire still yet to win. 9 games, single round robin, you play everybody once, and then the top 4 are into semi-finals. 1 versus 4 and 2 versus 3 on the 6th of September. Being in the top 2 gets you home advantage, and then the final is on the 13th, the Sunday the 14th at Worcestershire at New Road. It's Thomas again with a block, just trying to soak up that pressure, as Grace Hall, Yorkshire bowler alongside me, alludes to. Oh, Thomas off the outside edge. There's some half appeals. Well, Davis goes up, but it seemed relatively clearly to us to have gone straight off the outside edge of Thomas's bat. But it's beautifully bowled again by Davis, who's asking all the right questions here. Down the track, Duckworth does like to get down the track to spin. I know she's been working a lot on that and more proactive scoring options against the twirlers through the winter. 82 for 4 off 21. Intriguingly poised.
Yeah, it feels like with Davies being the attacking bowler from the Howard stand end, that the 2 in the middle now just have to work out how they play Hawley from the other end to almost make up for the lack of rotation from the top end.
As importantly, on a more informal note, you'll be delighted to know that Charlotte Ashton, our guest commentator early on in Innings, was talking about the digital content waves that have been made from the discussion of the Talisa Female Boss Award, with plenty both in the YouTube live chat who've been enjoying the discussion of this, the sort of bobblehead that is awarded to Yorkshire's best player of the day, or best person that's come up with the best moment of the day, which is safe to say is there was a fair bit of discussion actually just after you left about bits of camaraderie within a team setup. Various people chipping in the YouTube live chat with certain things that cricket team, certain things I can't repeat for broadcast because I'd like to keep gainful employment, but some things as well that were a little more repeatable. As that's well bowled, is there a nick on it? Well, all of Middlesex were up for it and nothing given. Well, the bat was a long way from anything else. And Thomas survives on 1. Of course, just to remind you, you probably knew already, no televisual review facilities available. The on-field decision is very much the on-field decision. That's nudged away for 1, and Thomas is going to come back for 2. She'll have to hurry a little, but she will get there. So Thomas moves on to 3. There actually isn't even a third umpire for this game. There's a lot of games in Tier 2 this season that don't have one. And I must say, there was a real sense of terror in my heart when I was chatting to both the umps just before the coin toss, and I did say, so what happens if one of you were to... And they pretty much said, sort of, do you fancy doing it? We'll basically have to... we'll basically have to work that out. That is an in-joke from Grace Hall that I'll make sure to explain so that you as a listener, if you're not familiar, are not in the know. Oh, that's edged and that's put down at slip. My goodness me, it's all happening out there. Hawley's causing all sorts of problems. Just, well, whether it came off bat or pad, not necessarily certain. It's Routledge who is in there. Just one of those passages of play. Hawley, she keeps it so tight. She's gone for 3 runs of almost 3 overs that eventually that squeeze has to lead to something. End of another over, 84 for 4 off 22 then. And Hawley's conceded just 3 off 3 now, including a maiden.
Yeah, she's going really well from this end. I think it looks like Yorkshire are struggling to find where the gaps are and just almost either hitting the field or kind of being tempted by an attacking shot. I think when there's pressure building from both ends and these two bowling in a really good partnership, it becomes difficult to find boundaries, and when boundaries start to dry up, when you're chasing it, it starts to seem a bit difficult, doesn't it?
And just on the note, bring Boise back. Do you want to explain that?
Well, I can try.
Yeah, go for it.
If we need a third umpire, Boise knows how to stretch her arms, especially when she's batting.
That's a good way of summing it up nice and quickly. Guided away by Duckworth. In short, there was a delivery down leg in a blast game that was not initially wided by the umpire. After an extended delay, Georgie Boyce gave it as a wide, signalled it as a wide, and then the umpire signalled it as a wide. And it's safe to say that Georgie Boyce has not been allowed to forget that moment in the Yorkshire dressing room during the rest of what was a very successful loan from Blaze for the Blast. Will be intriguing to see if she ends up in Yorkshire colours again at some point in the future. I would just say that's a space worth watching and that stranger things have happened. Thomas just hides that out to cover point. Yorkshire having to absorb some real pressure here. Davis continuing what's been a magnificent spell. 3 for 18. Great theatre about a leg spinner coming in and causing problems. Well judged quick single. That's excellent running from Duckworth, as is proven by the fact that even by the time the direct hit came in from Sarah Pearson, she'd ran past the stumps. She knew it was her danger end.
Yeah, I think just to keep the scoreboard ticking, it's important that these two really run hard, sneak them singles to the field as well.
Grad run rate still only 3.9, but that's only half the story as Yorkshire have lost another. The pressure is told. Davis is weaving a web. Absolute magic hit from Hannah Davis, who has a 4th now. Rebecca Duckworth gone for 10, 86 for 5.
Yeah, looks like Ducky's just a little bit late on that one and kind of jammed her bat down. By that point, it's already spun past her bat and taken the bail off stump.
Well, I think she's misjudged the length. She's gone back to one that's so full that really you've got to be coming forward to that. And I'm all too aware that the game looks simple from the commentary box, but that's a delivery that's so full that there's no real way to go back and play that well. It possibly is kept low, but those replays reflected the fact that it was a delivery that was certainly on the fuller side. So what pressure for the debutante, Ines Blackwell, 16 years old. She comes out at number 7. She's known for being naturally aggressive. It's going to be fascinating to see how she goes about this innings. Out there with Thomas, who is not exactly old herself, but compared to Blackwell, certainly has a lot of senior cricket experience from her time in the Lancs system and then at Yorkshire as well this season. So Thomas very much the senior player in the partnership. Still keeping a couple of sweepers out here for Blackwell. I wondered whether there might be a temptation for Davis to bring some up, try and put the 16-year-old debutant under more pressure. Blackwell's guiding away, and that's gone past backward point. It's a lovely shot from Blackwell, whose first ball faced in a competitive senior game for Yorkshire is cut away for 4. So that will be a nerve-settling start for Ines Blackwell. 90 for 5. She is off and running.
Yeah, that's what you want on debut, isn't it? To be able to get off the mark straight away, just kind of settle into the batting innings and kind of soak up the pressure of the rest of the chase.
Wide from Davis, who has 24 for 4 now. Davis, who was at Essex last season. I'm sure there's some that would have watched her performances at Middlesex this season who were wishing we had her back. She impressed in open trials for Middlesex. She played well against Middlesex in the past. But here, she's being worked around for what will be a couple to conclude the 23rd. So 23 overs gone. A few more thoughts from Grace Hall, 93 for 5. And then she'll be joined by Aaron Viles.
Yeah, I think that's probably an over that was needed for Yorkshire, especially with kind of the dry run of boundaries. Ines Blackwell to the crease, she'll be settling and chatting with Liv Thomas about how they're going to go about chasing this down now.
Certainly will be, Grace. Yeah, nice to be back as well. Look at the sunshine here at Headingley. Mention it all day long, but goodness me. Yeah, the forecast really has lived up to the billing. So we'll see Saskia Hawley continue her spell here from the Kirkstall Lane end. Bowling up first to Olivia Thomas. Nice couple of shots that as well, wasn't it, from Ines Blackwell? Especially the cut shot, that was absolutely glorious. Great way to get your first boundary in the list day format. Here is Hawley to Thomas. Whips that around the corner out towards deep backward square leg. And that will be a nice single. Good bit of strike rotation that by Olivia Thomas.
Yeah, I think sometimes when you make your debut, it's almost trying to avoid going into your shell. Ines obviously hits the ball pretty hard and likes to come at the ball, so there's no reason why she can't do that in the senior environment as well, which we're seeing here.
100%. Well, Hawley just playing about with the field here. Still plenty of protection on that leg side as the Middlesex captain bowls here and fires it into the thigh of Ines Blackwell. Of course, the danger there, if you are going to take the proactive option, it can be seen with playing with fire, can't it? That's the problem. If you try and go over the top, hit inside out, take that positive approach, especially when your team is 5 wickets down, it can be a little bit dicey, can't it? But Yorkshire still well within this. Required rates still at around about 3.7. It's nothing too ridiculous. As Hawley readies herself to bowl again. Hangs that one out a little bit wider. Just guided out towards backward point for no run. It feels like this is quite a big partnership, doesn't it, Grace? In the grander scheme of things. As Hawley bowls once more, giving it plenty of flight. Just burst through the hands of the Middlesex captain down towards mid-on for no run.
Yeah, I think with the amount of time these two have left, they have the opportunity to be able to build and play themselves in, which is what they'll be looking to do.
And that is the advantage, isn't it? Of 50 over cricket as a format, still plenty of time because Yorkshire 94 for 5 after 24 overs, still have 26 remaining. So it's all about partnerships, isn't it? From here on out, it's a case of just laying that foundation, building a platform and just chipping away. Every single run really does matter, doesn't it, at this stage? And even get it down to around about 30, 20 runs. I mean, all of a sudden, you're in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and I think Yorkshire have the luxury of having a pretty long batting lineup, so these two will work hard to build a partnership, but they won't be worried about who's to come in afterwards either. But I think right now it's about these two being able to rotate the strike and putting the bad ball away.
Most certainly is. Although there haven't been many, have there, from Hannah Davis so far. 4 for 26. Includes a maiden over as well. 3.71 economy rate. I mean, she was outstanding during the blast. Really picking up from where she left off and starts her 8th over with a dot ball. Just hanging it in that tempting avenue. You want to rock onto the back foot, play the cut shot. Thomas on that occasion decides against playing the stroke though, and again back-to-back dot balls. Good bowler, isn't she? Hannah Davis gets plenty of revs and rip on the ball.
Yeah, definitely, and you've got to respect that she's probably been their strongest bowler throughout, so just almost understanding that she's bowled 7 overs already and there's a lot more to come, so is it a case of kind of being careful against her and attacking at another end, but also not getting screwed down from this end either?
Yeah, it's the risk-reward element, isn't it, at this stage? Do you just see out Davis and target another bowler? Certainly looks like that's the approach, doesn't it, from how Thomas and Blackwell have set up here. Not doing anything too rash, not going ultra-aggressive by any stretch of the imagination. It's Davis trying to bring those stumps into play. Really has been excellent stuff, this. For any fan of spin bowling, you just look at this in awe, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, she's hardly bowled a bad ball in 8 overs, which is what you'd look for with your attacking spinner.
And that's the latest example. Beats the outside edge of the right-handed Thomas, and that will signal the end of over number 25, Yorkshire, 96 for 5. We'll see here the replay of this absolute ripper, courtesy of Hannah Davis. Absolutely glorious, that. A couple of hands on heads there, which is probably the correct reaction. But at this stage of the run chase, Grace, who do you think will be the happier of the two sides? Because if we look at the required run rate, it's still pretty similar to what the original equation was. It's not a ridiculously high tally that Yorkshire are chasing here, but at the same time, with those 5 wickets, 4 of which have come courtesy of the leg spinner Hannah Davis, Middlesex well and truly in this one.
Yeah, I think Middlesex will be a lot happier now than they were about 10 overs ago, so they're definitely in the game. But I also think that Yorkshire will back themselves to be able to chase this at such a low run rate. It's all about kind of playing against Davies, who's gone so well, wisely, and being able to build this partnership up so that whoever does come in afterwards has that platform to try and finish the game.
Most certainly is, and in fact another bowler who we should mention, of course, is Saskia Hawley. 4 overs, gone for just 4 runs. I mean, I'm not the greatest mathematician on the planet, Grace, but by my maths that is 1 run per over. So I think she's done an absolutely stellar job so far, includes a maiden in that as well. And even looking at the other bowlers, Wolf in her first over, absolutely brilliant, slightly more expensive in the next 2, but even so has gone at 6.3 runs and over. Sarah Pearson, 2.4 runs and over, and Izzy Routledge at 5. Has been a very tight and disciplined start, this, from Middlesex. And I know it is the cliche thing to say, but it's partnerships. We saw that partnership between Oliver and Thomas up the top. It was worth 38 runs. Since that, we haven't really seen an innings of real substance or a partnership or a stand of real significance. I mean, the next one for the second wicket was 8 runs. After that, it was 35 runs. And then, of course, Amy Campbell departing for a 2-ball duck. It has been difficult going, and even Duckworth, when she departed, that was just 5 extra runs added to the target. So this is a huge, huge partnership. There is still batting to come with the likes of Fackrell, Woolston, Cooper as well. But for Yorkshire, it's about playing the ball on its merit, knowing that you've got time, recognising the situation, and just playing sensibly.
Yeah, and I think that'll have been the messaging during the drinks break, just looking at how much time you have to be able to score the runs and working together to put together this partnership.
Most definitely is. It will be the aforementioned Saskia Hawley then to bowl here from the Kirkstall Lane end. Starts off by inducing the outside edge of Blackwell's bats. It's hurtling towards the boundary down below the Howard stand. Will just be another couple of runs as Yorkshire inch ever closer to 3 figures. The White Rose now 98 for 5 here in the 26th over. Plenty of chats and discussions taking place as well between Hawley and Gaiagole. Of course, so many wickets between those two this season. As Hawley comes into bowl once more, drops that one in a little bit shorter, pulled away out towards deep square leg. That will just be a single. But so far, Grace, Innings has really looked the part, hasn't she? I know that at the start of the broadcast we mentioned this is her List A debut. Could be some nerves out there, but so far she's been absolutely brilliant in every capacity as Hawley comes into bowl once more. Defended back to the bowler. I mean, how impressed have you been in terms of Innes's efforts so far today?
Yeah, really impressed, and I think that she's kind of a product of her environment. I think we have an incredible academy set up to the point where anyone who comes up to play in their first senior game has the confidence and knows that they've got the backing of every staff member and player around them.
So important, isn't it, as that one is attempted to be carved away by Olivia Thomas. Yeah, every great club has that, don't they? The pathway, the EPP, the academy, and support. It's so important to have that support network around you. As Hawley again brings Thomas into a defensive stroke. End of the 26th, and Yorkshire are 99 for 5. And the million-dollar question, does she know who end ups are?
Probably not. Come on, she's 16. To be fair, when were end ups like huge? Because I think I will have been quite young when that happened, and half of them don't know any of the things. Honestly, that makes you feel so old.
I was going to say, I feel very old. Really do. End-ups was more 2010s, wasn't it? That kind of era. Great time for British music, that. I must say, I did quite enjoy their music.
It's when they say that they're born in like 2008 or something. That really gets me. That I can't. I'm born in I'm born 2002, so like at least I'm in that bracket. I think as soon as they hear something starting with 19, they're like, that's so old.
Yeah, it does make you feel very, very old indeed. Tell you the one which always got me was Vaibhav Suryavanshi, of course, who was in the IPL 14 years of age, and he was born after the 2010 FIFA World Cup. And I remember getting a little England shirt for that, and I was like, my goodness, okay, we're starting to to get on in years now. So we'll see Sarah Pearson continue, this time from the Howard stand end. Bowling here to Innings Blackwell, who just guides that down towards backward point for no run. Wonder if they know who Rizzle Kicks are and other artists like that.
Well, Rizzle Kicks having a bit of a comeback, to be fair, so maybe just in a different genre. It's like when you have all the reboots of the TV shows and they know what it is, but they're not sure of the original.
Well, here is Pearson to continue. Bowling here to Blackwell. Again, almost a carbon copy of the last delivery. Slashes away to backward point for no run. I believe it is Artemis Downer, the fielder on that occasion. Indeed it is. Just looking as well at the field and where the deep boundary fielders are, of course. Got a deep third out there at the minute. Also deep fine leg in place. Just in case there's a little tickle behind from Innings Blackwell, who leaves that one well alone. And of course we mentioned primarily about the spin bowlers. Davis doing the damage with that 4 for Hawley as well. 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 7. But Sarah Pearson so far, Grace, she's done a great job.
Yeah, she's bowled really well, and I think that this will be a crucial spell coming back off the spinners. Can she kind of restrict Yorkshire in this part of the game?
Well, that one has beaten absolutely everything. The 100 will come up for Yorkshire as a result of 4 byes. Every run helps at this stage as the partnership continues to build. It ticks over to 17. Yorkshire now 103 for 5.
Yeah, and it's actually really well bowled, forcing a shot from Inez, and keeper's just kind of missed it, hasn't she? I'm not really sure if she's seen it.
No, it's a difficult one, that. Whether it was a case of Pippa thinking that there could have been an inside edge on that, maybe just wrong-footed her slightly. Ball has now come back into play, courtesy of Artemis Downer and Rachana Kamban Patty. So won't damage the figures there of Sarah Pearson. It will be Pearson with ball in hand here, this time to Blackwell. Tries to just guide it down towards the western terrace, but can't bisect the fielders in the 25-yard circle. Believe at the end of this over as well, we'll have another change in the comms box. Grace Hall will be departing. On in her place will be the great Maruf Khan. Absolutely fascinated to know his thoughts on the innings so far as Pearson charging in here to Blackwell. That one is just guided down towards the deep third boundary. Kamban Patty slides past it. It's another boundary in the over, so Yorkshire move on to 107 for 5 after 27. Blackwell moves on to 13, Thomas on to 7. We'll say a massive thank you and goodbye to Grace Hall for the time being. Grace, have you enjoyed your time with us here in the comms box?
Of course, it's just very hot up here though. I think I need to get outside and put some sun cream on. It's so sweaty.
It is, it's a sun trap, isn't it? It feels like a greenhouse, but yeah. A massive thank you again to Grace Hall for taking the time. Always great to get her insights and humour here on the Vertu live stream. And on in Grace's place, it is, of course, the magnificent Maruf Khan, who's just put his shades on as well, looking very dapper, Maruf.
Thank you very much. Nobody can see me saying that, so it's okay. I think I feel $1 million. Game beautifully poised at 107 for 5.
It certainly is, and in terms of the approach from here, Maruf, I'm absolutely fascinated to know how you think Yorkshire will go about it. In terms of this partnership, do you think it'll be more of the same for the next 10 overs or so, as Hawley, targeting the leg stump of Olivia Thomas, just works that round the corner for a single?
Yeah, I think it's all about percentage cricket now. I think, if I was Olivia Thomas or Blackwell looking at the scoreboard now, looking at 27 overs to come, don't require many runs. I need just wickets in hand, but I just need to keep getting the singles.
Well, that one has gone wide. It's beaten the efforts of Sproul. The ball's gathering pace. I'll tell you what, this will trickle away to the boundary rope, and the pressure just beginning to alleviate here for Yorkshire. Boundaries coming with a lot more consistency. We saw a couple in the previous over off the bowling of Sarah Pearson. And now 5 wides. I mean, every little helps, doesn't it, for the Yorkshire total?
And this is exactly what happens when pressure comes on board, right? They've been doing well for the last 5 overs. Suddenly the last couple of overs, maybe last 10 balls, 2 boundaries, and suddenly fields being changed. And all of a sudden, I think Blackwell and Thomas now realise, Liv, that they just have to be on the wicket and do a bit of a Pippa innings, really. That's what she did in the first innings, just waited her time, assessed the situation, and just came away and play smart cricket.
Well, that one has nipped off the outside edge, beats the outstretched efforts of Slip, hurries towards the fence for 4 more. It's back-to-back boundaries for Innes Blackwell, who moves on to 17. Actually played that with soft hands. It's one of those where if you flash the blade, that could have signalled trouble, but she just guides it. Of course, it wasn't the greatest of control from Innes compared to some of the other shots that we've seen today, but the soft hands ultimately being the saviour for the Yorkshire debutant there, and as a result we will have another slip in place. Almost went to a fly slip there. Instead is now brought into what I think will be a second slip. Indeed it is. The Sharks are circling here for Middlesex. Hawley is to continue. Gives that plenty of flight. And well held by Pippa Sproul.
I think Saskia is doing the right thing here as well. I think looking at her for the last few overs, doesn't really turn the ball much but drifts it away in the air, which is exactly why the two slips are in play.
Well, there is that drift, and played very well off the back foot there by Blackwell. Also signals the end of the 28th over. Yorkshire 117 for 5, and the partnership now, we spoke about the importance of this stand. Well, it's currently at 31, Maroof. They've done their job.
Yeah, I think 30% there, let's be honest. I think they would like to be and control the game as much as possible, really. Still under 3.5 runs and over. 31 runs is like gold dust at this stage, but I guess Liv, Thomas and Blackwell just need to make sure that they are actually doing what is supposed to be done. It's just waiting for the bad balls and try and rotating the strike.
100%, yeah. It's about playing the game situation now, isn't it, as opposed to trying to win the game as fast as possible, as Pearson continues here from the Howard stand ends. Nice looking defensive shot that from Olivia Thomas, who remains on 8.
That's right, and I like the look of Pearson. You know, she reminds me of Lasita Malinga from Sri Lanka, really. She has a good, light, nice slinging action. I'm seeing her for a few overs now. I think she runs in quite hard, has a good strong run-up. I would like her to be a bit more wide of the crease so that she can get the arm over. That might allow her to be more consistent.
Well, here is Pearson again. And that will be given as a wide. So an extra one to add to the tally here for Yorkshire. Equation now 75 to win with 5 wickets in hand.
And as I was saying, because she's getting so close to the stump, she's now drifting the ball outside the leg stump. I think if she goes, adjusts her radar a bit, it just goes a little wider, she might be, if she has a good Yorker, it might be good to see it.
Very nice analysis, that, Maroof. Pearson again testing the defences of Olivia Thomas. I must say is playing the situation remarkably well so far. I know that 8 from 29 deliveries isn't the most explosive of innings by any stretch, but again, it's about the wider picture here. For Yorkshire, it's just a case of securing a victory, getting up into that top 2, securing that place in the semi-finals come the end of the group stage. Of course, still a few games to go before we reach that stage, as Pearson charges in here to Thomas, left well alone outside the off stump. But it's about the wider complexion here, isn't it, Maroof? It's about getting first and foremost into those semi-finals, and a win here would help, and after that, getting home advantage by securing a top 2 place.
Absolutely. I know as a coach sitting down in the dugout, they will be looking at these crucial games and these crucial situations and looking at who are the players putting their hands up to get those crucial runs for the team.
Pearson once more, here to Thomas, plays that one adeptly out towards backward point for no run.
Yeah, and a win from this situation would make Yorkshire feel even more stronger for what it was exactly. At this point in time, everybody's just laid back a bit, just assessing what's happening around you. But a smart player here is the one who's going to be really hard on the first runs and making sure that any mistakes, they're capitalising on it.
Absolutely, and that's something we saw from Pippa Sproul earlier on. It's Pearson, that one is wide and flashed at by Olivia Thomas. Will just be a single because Rachana Kambampati is down there at deep third to cut it off. But it's something that we spoke about at length when looking at Pippa's batting, and it was that game awareness, wasn't it? It was a case of latching on to the bad deliveries and turning ones into twos through good placement of cricket shots, and more importantly, good communication with her partners. Pearson to finish out the over. Blackwell has a slight shot at that one, and that will be the end of the over. Yorkshire 119 for 5, Thomas on 9, Blackwell on 17. The White Rose will require 74 to win from the remaining 21 overs.
you could call it as a T20 game now, but you've got 5 wickets in hand and you've got 120 balls to get 74 runs. Yeah, I think so. There's nothing to worry about in terms of how much time there's in the game. We have to also be aware the girls are coming back into 50-over cricket after a long time. They've been playing 20-over cricket, so the body might be tiring a bit as well. And also that see how much time there's remaining in the game could also make them a bit difficult in the decision making about the game. But as we've all talked about, and as how every player should do, is just build an innings. And in this situation, it's all about being on the wicket as long as possible. Liv Thomas is doing a great job here, although she's not looking at the balls that she's faced, but she's giving company to her partner, and all they have to do is Blackwell and Thomas just need to take the game as deep as possible.
Absolutely. And we will see a change in bowling here from the Kirkstall Lane end. Will be Izzy Routledge to come back onto bowl in place of the Middlesex captain, Saskia Hawley. How does Routledge start off? Well, sends it wider on line. Nothing given by the umpires. So starts off with a dot ball. It's Routledge. This one slightly chipped back to the bowler by Olivia Thomas. But of course, as Michael mentioned earlier, that initial run of matches, the first 4 games in this competition, as Routledge bowls here to Thomas once more, left well alone. It does feel like a long time ago, and it is difficult to almost switch straight back into that 50-over mindset. But I think breaking this down now into 20 overs is the sensible thing to do, as that is another dot ball from Izzy Routledge, because the equation here, in a T20 match, yes, you're not usually 5 wickets down at the start of a T20 match, but of course 74 runs, you would back yourself to try and chase that down. So Routledge continues to keep it tight. 5 consecutive dot balls. Equation still remains 74 for 121 legal deliveries. Make that 120. Because Routledge does indeed finish off the over with a dot ball. So Yorkshire 119 for 5. First maiden over there for Izzy Routledge. And that equation is 74 from the final 20.
Yeah, I think they can now break the game down into 4 equal parts of 5 overs each and see where they are at the end of each 5 overs. I mean, looking at the score right now, Yorkshires are about 10 runs ahead and 2 wickets better off as well. So nothing to really panic about. But I think with this game, Izzy is exactly what she's done. Routledge is just bowl dot balls, create pressure to create chances. And what Yorkshire's got to be smart to realise now is all they have to do is make sure they're still in the game and take it as deep as possible, because something is going to give.
It is. Here is Pearson. Can she be the catalyst for Middlesex to try and get them back into this one? Well, first one is played out towards points for no run. Katie Wolfe doing the fielding on that occasion. It does feel like there's going to be an action over, doesn't it? And whether that is a case of 1 or potentially 2 wickets falling, if this is to go Middlesex's favour, or alternatively, as we saw with Pearson's last over, which went for a couple of boundaries, it does feel like something is going to break at some point. Blackwell carves that down to backward point for no run. Still remains on 17.
I think Middlesex also know that they can't defend those 74 runs. They have to take those wickets, which is why we have most, like 70% of the field inside, and it's very offside dominated at this point in time. But it's very important to see, when I'm watching the batter bat, to see, are they using the crease? Are they standing outside the off? Are they doing something different to get those runs?
Pearson tries to induce the aerial shot there from Innes Blackwell. Instead, elects to go across the turf for no run.
And all about being passive-aggressive, really, isn't it? You just need to understand, especially in a situation like this, what's expected of you. And at the moment, they're just under 4 runs and over, which is really nothing to worry about. What they have to make sure is that they're keeping the scoreboard ticking, because scoreboard pressure mounts up as we go along.
That'll be another dot ball, and yeah, it comes down to strike rotation, doesn't it, for Yorkshire? It's incredible the change from a psychological perspective that it has as the scoreboard suddenly ticks down. I think I spoke with Jane about this earlier on in the season, but when you compare 75 runs, for example, to 25 runs, and you've got 5 wickets in hand, completely different equations. So it's all about Yorkshire playing this one sensibly. And alternatively for Middlesex, not so much forcing the wickets at this stage, because you don't want to be bowling loose deliveries which get dispatched, but it's a case of containment. Even if you can get a wicket or two, change the pendulum again, swing that momentum in your favour, anything is possible in this format. And that is a very, very tidy over from Sarah Pearson. It's back-to-back maidens here for Middlesex, who are keeping it very tight indeed. Yorkshire stay on 119 for 5, with Olivia Thomas on 9 from 38 and Innes Blackwell on 17 from 26.
Excellent cricket to watch. Middlesex are doing exactly what's expected of them, not giving any loose balls. Back-to-back maidens, as you rightly said. Now, it depends upon what Liv Thomas thinks of that, or she's okay as long as I did not see the batters talking to each other before the end of the over to make sure that are they in the right sync of what's happening. But clearly, there's nothing to panic about, but still looking to get runs. The intent needs to be there to get runs.
And that is another dot ball. Really beginning to rack up here for Middlesex. That one just played back to the bowler for a dot ball. It's fascinating though, isn't it? Just how quickly limited overs cricket can change. Big appeal there, and given Izzy Routledge gets her first wicket of the match, and Olivia Thomas has to depart for what was a resolute 9. But in the end, it is the pressure which tells here for Yorkshire. A 6th wicket to fall for the home side, who are now 119 for 6. And it has to be said, Maroof, that was coming. It felt as though there was an action over building, and in the end, it's gone in favour of the visitors.
This goes to show what dot ball does to you, scoreboard pressure, no runs for 12 balls, and then you try to do something different. Liv had to be just there and just play the ball normally, but she decided to go across the line, which you can see on the screens when it comes up, and then exposing herself. She had to make sure that she was making contact. She missed the line of the ball, was hitting on the top of leg stump really, but I think at the end of it, good passage of play for Middlesex.
Very, very good passage of play indeed. Yeah, appeared to be slamming into middle and leg. Don't think there was too much doubt in the mind of the umpire there. So Thomas does have to go, and on in her place will be the experienced Ria Fackrell, someone who has made many a handy middle to lower order run over the years. Of course, previously in the Spark setup during the regional structure. Now applying a trade up here in the beautiful county of Yorkshire. It really is looking a picture today. In the sunshine, Headingley looking resplendent as ever. But I tell you what, the home side have got some work to do here. It was a good partnership though between Blackwell and Thomas. Did its job. Now it's a case of relieving that pressure, because these dot balls are beginning to rack up with a little bit of frightening consistency as far as the White Rose are concerned. Here's Routledge to Fackrell. And by my maths, Maroof, back-to-back maidens and 4 dot balls here is 16 dot balls in a row, including a wicket for good measure. Middlesex really beginning to turn the metaphorical screw. And there you go, that relieves the pressure somewhat. Excellent punch off the back foot from Ria Fackrell. They've run the first 2 hard, will be gathered by Hannah Davis. They come back for a third, and that is some smart running between the Yorkshire pair. 122 for 6 now, as the equation moves on to 71 required for the victory.
Finally, a release shot. Obviously, Routledge trying to do something more with the ball. She didn't need to, but dropped a little short. And I think Flackerl was completely on it to play a back foot punch. And now she's back on the spot again. So I think, this is going to happen for the next few overs. It's important to make sure that you are not giving away. At the moment, Yorkshire have lost a couple of wickets too many, really, so they need to make sure that there's enough batters at the end if needs be. But at this point of time, it is a cat and mouse game of cricket, like being on a chessboard.
It is. I think that is actually the analogy that I'd use. It is a game of chess at this point, and we'll see it because Middlesex predominantly going for their spin options. And as soon as I say that, we're going to see some more seam. So Saskia Hawley sees it slightly different. I think it'll be Katie Wolf to continue here from the Howard stand end. Indeed it is. Currently has those figures of none for 19 from her first 3. And this now will be a real interesting test for Ria Fackrell. Not too much protection on the offside, should she want to take the aggressive option out towards the Western Terrace. Although Kamban Patti is there at deep third just to protect against the outside edge. So Wolf it is to Fackrell. Starts off with a wide, and Maroof, as someone who's played an awful lot more cricket than me and bowled plenty more overs than I ever probably will, is it difficult when you've had a spell up top to come back onto bowl? Because Wolf had those 3 overs in the first 10. We're now in the middle overs at this stage, the 33rd. Is it difficult to get your radar back? We'll have the answers to that after this delivery. Fackrell plays it down towards mid-off for no run.
At times it is, but I guess, when the level of cricket that's been played nowadays, I think it's expected for the bowlers to come back and hit the mark straight away. Depends upon the communication, how much time the captain gave the bowler, Wolf in this case, to see where you're coming the next over, if you have enough time to prepare or warm up or get the stiffness out of your body if there is any. But like I said, the first ball she's bowled down the leg side and she's quickly adjusted the radar, and all she's doing right now is running as hard as she can and hitting the length and asking Fackrell the questions to see if she's willing to play over the line. At the moment, there's a very good field set here because Fackrell must be thinking that where she's going to get the next one. All she's seeing is players all around her. Looks to see who's going to buckle in. Is she going to go over the top, or there's going to be a bad ball coming?
Well, that's well played there by Ria Fackrell. Just clips it off the pads down towards deep fine leg for 1 run. I think that also says a lot about the psyche, the mindset and the confidence of this Middlesex side, because a negative team at this stage would be putting a lot more fielders on the boundary. Instead, they've got a deep fine leg, a deep third, still plenty of fielders in the mix in the 25-yard circle. This is Saskia Hawley backing her bowlers to get the job done here, as extra protection is placed into the covers against Blackwell. And that's why excellent field placement there between Katie Wolf and Saskia Hawley. Just popping the fielder into short extra cover and saves the run.
And it's also good to see that when there are players in attacking positions are in the eye line of the batter as well. So at this point in time, Blackwell is seeing these players in front of them, and she's trying to look to see to do something different, which could cause a mistake.
Well, that one thunders into the pads. Just tickled around the corner in the end. Should be given as a leg by, I imagine. There you go. Umpire makes the signal. Another 1 run to add to the tally here for Yorkshire. Moves them on to 125 for 6. Blackwell on 17 and Ria Fackrell on 4.
And I don't think the bowler would be happy with what she's done. She's given 3 easy runs on the leg side. She was looking to be more tighter on the off stump.
It was a nice looking shot that, wasn't it, from Ria Fackrell? But again, it comes back to field placement. Right player in the right spots, and it is a dot ball to round out the 33rd over. So Yorkshire 125 for 6. The equation 68 from the remaining 17.
Yes, it's getting nice and in a situation where you have to be confident within your abilities at this point in time. And Yorkshire, there's nothing. They haven't got many runs the last 4 overs. The run rate still is 4 runs and over, so it's not that it's leaving them at this stage. But I guess what we would like to see, or I would like to see, is some intent from the batters trying to score some runs, either use the wicket or the crease and move around a bit to see if they can create opportunity to score more runs.
And when we talk about that almost measured aggression, as Routledge bowls here to Blackwell for no run, you're not looking to score a ton of boundaries, are you? You're not looking for players right now to dance down the wicket against Routledge and hit her over a head for 6. Because she's done so well. I don't think that's the right option. It's more about strike rotation and popping it into gaps, finding those little spaces between the fielders. Slight misfield there, and that will allow the pressure to be relieved. Just goes for a single. Yeah, it's exactly what we saw Middlesex do with the likes of course, Sproul. I mean, she was the hero in the moment with that 98 not out, but it was also the backing up from the likes of Davis, Pearson as well. They rotated the strike and found those gaps as Fackrell attempts the sweep shots. Gloved by the aforementioned Sproul, and that will be a wide. Yorkshire go on to 127 for 6. But again, it's not about doing anything too rash at this stage, Maroof.
Not at all, really. I think, it's playing percentage cricket. I mean, moving around the crease doesn't mean you have to leave and, throw your wicket away, but just create doubt in the batter's mind, in the bowler's mind, to see you're able to play some shots around. At the moment, it looks like dot ball cricket. Routledge is coming on to bowl the ball, and Fackrell is just defending it back. There's no intent to score runs, which is what will, create more pressure on them.
Well, that one attempted to be stroked through the cover region to no avail. It will be a dot ball almost at the end of the 34th over. Here is Routledge to finish off this spot of 6 deliveries and ends it with another dot ball. Does very well. Routledge with those figures of 1 for 20 from 6 so far. And that will bring about the end of the 34th over. Blackwell on 18, Fackrell on 4, and Yorkshire 127 for 6, requiring a further 66 runs from the final 16 overs of the chase.
Yes, interesting phase again when the spinners are bowling, batters are not keen to use their feet, which is telling me that they're waiting for the bad balls to happen. Unfortunately, they're not coming at this stage, which means the batters need to make sure that they're still there and looking with intent. And I keep mentioning the word intent because that's very important, because that tells you the direction of travel, what the batters are thinking.
Katie Wolf is then to continue from the Howard stand end. And there's a big shot attempted by Innes Blackwell. Umpire unmoved, despite the appeals there from the Middlesex fielders and Katie Wolf. See the replay of that. It was a big swing across the line from the Yorkshire debutante. Just with the angle, appeared to be going down, didn't it?
Yeah, down the leg side, but good percentage shot as well. There was nobody above square leg, so had she made any contact, that would have been 4 runs. So I think kudos for the batter to realise that there was a chance there, and she took it.
Well, Fackrell again tries to just guide the ball down towards mid-on. Stop though, so it will be another dot ball. Yorkshire remain 128 for 6. The end of this over as well, Maroof. I think we'll have a look at the scores on the doors from the other games taking place in League 2 today. Of course, plenty of attention on that game in South Wales taking place at Neath Cricket Club. Big game for both of the counties involved in that fixture. Glamorgan, of course, looking to cement that place in the top 4. Leicestershire part of the chasing pack. Already seen the result as well at Derby, where Northamptonshire ran out victorious by 8 wickets at the Central Co-op County Ground. Also got the game taking place down in Hove between Sussex and Gloucestershire, so we'll keep you updated on that at the end of these next 3 balls or so. So that ball is just worked out towards deep point. Bit of hesitation there between the 2 Yorkshire batters.
It's interesting phase here. Suddenly you see a width and, Fackrell throws the bat at it. Looks like batters forgot how to run there. Easy 2 runs, but that's what dot ball does to you, that you get into this false sense of security thinking that, nothing much is happening in the game. But the players have to be attentive and make sure they're constantly looking to score runs.
That's a very nice shot, isn't it, from Blackwell? Just clips it round the corner. Will be fielded by the substitute fielder Sonali Patel. Keeps that scoreboard ticking. Equation now 63 from 15.1 overs. Such a vital partnership this. Currently stands at 11 between Fackrell and Blackwell. Nice early call that from Fackrell. There will be a shy at the striker's end, but Blackwell's rapid between the wickets. So it is a single to round out over number 35. Yorkshire now 131 for 6. They require 62 more runs for the victory. So we'll take a look at the scores on the doors from elsewhere around the country as you're treated to a beautiful wide shot of this historic venue. So Glamorgan were restricted to 261 for 5 at Neath. In response, Leicestershire on 128 for 8. So it looks as though Glamorgan will emerge victorious in that one. And then in that other match taking place at the First Central County Ground in Hove, Gloucestershire scored 286 for 9 down on the south coast. In response, Sussex 132 for 5 in the 31st over. So that one could be going down to the wire. Here is Saskia Hawley. Attempted pull shots just in front of square leg, attempted there by Fackrell. Does really well to retake the strike. And Maroof, this is something which a player of Fackrell's experience will be well in tune and accustomed to, won't it? In terms of recognising game situation and playing the ball accordingly.
And that's right, I think, and the Middlesex players realize that as well. Only when Fackrell is coming on to bat, everybody's on the 30-yard circle. But when Blackwell is batting, you've got people at short extra cover and mid-wicket coming up as well. So they realize the situation where they are in, and they try to put pressure on Blackwell at this point in time.
Well, that one is aerial, just goes over the top of Gaia Gole. They think about running the seconds, and Ria Fackrell alerts to the possibility of turning that one into a 2. Exactly what Yorkshire need. Imagine for a split second the heart would have been in the mouth of the 16-year-old Blackwell, but just had enough of a connection to lift it over the top. And that one slightly straying down the leg side from Saskia Hawley will at least be 2. Fackrell running very, very hard. And 2 quickly becomes 3. It's exactly what Yorkshire need at this stage, isn't it, Maroof? And I think we're all in agreement. This is just sensible batting between the two out there at the minute.
Absolutely. They've soaked up the pressure for the last 5 overs, not got much away. And suddenly the last 3 balls, they've scored 7 runs. So all of a sudden, looks like the momentum is shifting gradually.
Of course, Saskia Hawley looking to bring a swift halt to that apparent change in momentum. Concedes the single there, though. And now it is just getting to the stage where once it dips beneath 50, you can see the body language does tend to shift in some teams. All about gradually wearing away and eroding that target set. Good end to the over that, though, from the Middlesex spin bowler. That will also bring about the ends of the 36th over. Yorkshire 138 for 6, Blackwell on 24, Fackrell on 8, and I believe we're going to have a change in the commentary box. So we'll say goodbye to Maroof Khan for the time being. He'll be back in a few overs' time, and I'm delighted to say that back alongside me, you'll be hearing the Dorset tones of Dr. Jane Powell. Jane, how are we?
I'm okay. Yeah, it's always hard work, isn't it, watching some games, and this game feels like one of those hard work games where you're willing every shot or you're willing every run, and it just feels a little bit like hard work at the moment.
Are you a nervous watcher, Jane?
Not really. I think I've seen too much cricket to be nervous, but you do feel for various teams that you're attached to. You do feel that you're desperate for them to get a boundary or whatever it is that you're willing. I'm sure there'll be people unwilling for a wicket. It's just one of those things.
It is, but that's why we love the game, isn't it? And if your team win, the release after that stage of pressure is well worth it. That is a crunching shot on the offside from Rhea Fackrell. Blackwell thinks about coming back for 2. Could be tight if the throw was on the stumps. But in the end, no damage done. Yorkshire now 140 for 6. And partnership tends to be the buzzword in limited overs cricket. Now stands at 21 between these two batters as Fackrell just plays that underneath the eye line for no run. I mean, Jane, would you agree with Marouf's previous assessment that these two are playing it to perfection at the minute? As Davis comes into bowl here to Fackrell for another dot ball.
Yeah, I think what these two are doing, they're actually playing with a bit more intent, which is something Marouf talked about, and running well between the wickets. I mean, even that last one, they ran 2, which was just 1, really.
That'll be another single out towards that cover point region in front of the Western Terrace.
And then you look at it, you know, they got 2 off the first ball. They've just got a single, that's 3. But they only need 4 and overs, so suddenly it becomes more achievable as you go through each over. You're like, right, okay, we only need another 1 of this over to keep up. But if we get anything more than that, then that's a bonus. And once it starts getting under 50, then you go under 40. That's when it makes a difference.
It's the psychological battle, isn't it? As that one is cracked back to Hannah Davis. Does well to stop that one. And it comes back to people's definition of intent. Intent is such an important word in this great game of ours, as that one is just helped around the corner. Oh, and it's been misfielded. In fact, it is nutmegged the fielder and trickles away for 4 runs. Not what Middlesex need at this stage. I mean, Hannah Davis looking less than impressed. Not only is it an extra few runs, it also eats into those excellent figures. She currently has 4 for 35 from 9 overs, and at the end of the 37th, Yorkshire 145 for 6.
But some of that is the pressure the batters are now putting on the fielders. They know they're running more than 1, you know, they're looking for 2. They're pushing 3 sometimes when they shouldn't even be getting 2. And then the fielders take their eye off the ball at the last minute, and then you get a misfield, and the pressure starts to, you know, scoreboard pressure is quite interesting from a fielding perspective as well as a batting perspective. And you look at it now and you're thinking, crikey, we've got 13 overs and they only want 48. And as a fielder, you're going, well, you can get 36 off an over, you know, and you start breaking it down like that as well. So we'll see now as Kambampati comes back on from the pavilion end.
Yeah, this will be an interesting matchup. Left arm finger spin tends to skid it back onto the stumps. And already sending it down with real velocity. That is a wonderful cut shot, though, from Rhea Fackrell. I don't think it's got enough on it to go all the way for 4. But there's the intent once more. And you'll hear the decibels amping up here at Headingley. Richly applauded by the fans and members in attendance. That's the intent that you want to see, isn't it, Jane?
It really is. And, you know, running 3 there was great running by the young Innes Blackwell, as well as the more experienced Rhea Fackrell, you know, and suddenly the pressure's starting to tell.
How does Kambampati respond? Sends that one down the leg side. It's just helped on its way towards the Howard stand. Chase on here for the fielder. Natasha Miles doing the sweeping up there. Makes it just 2. Oh, in fact, it's been given as a wide as well. So the 150 now up for Yorkshire here in the 38th over. Oh, here we go. Umpire just signalling to the scorers. I think there has been a slight change there. So for confirmation there, it will just be 2. Wide has been revoked. Giving us 2 runs off the bat as well.
You see, the first 2 balls of the over have gone for 5 runs. So if we only want 4 and over, everything now is a bonus. We don't need to do anything silly. Just keep it ticking over.
Kambampati bowls again, targeting the leg side. And that one will be given as a wide. Unsurprisingly so. It's always the case, isn't it, in limited overs cricket? Got to be so tight with your radar as a bowler. Kambapati will have to reload that one. As Blackwell steps into that, that's also a nice thing to see for any young batter. And all of a sudden, she's on 30, Jane. Already got that first wicket a little bit earlier on, bowled superbly well, and now really showing maturity beyond her years with the bat in hand. Well, big shouts and given. Excellent work behind the stumps from Pippa Sproul. And Rachana Kambapati works her magic for Middlesex County Cricket Club. The partnership was building. It ends on 32. And Innes Blackwell is out for 30 in what could be a crucial wicket in this run chase. Yorkshire just began to turn the screw on Middlesex. The pressure was beginning to flip, and that now has shifted the pendulum once more. It was an excellent knock, 30 from 44, included 4 boundaries, but Innes Blackwell has to go. And Jess Woolston, the 5-star hero from earlier, with that fabulous 5-wicket haul, now has the chance to try and win the game with bat in hand. Still plenty to be done here for Yorkshire, as Blackwell, rightfully so, Jane, goes off to rapturous applause from the Headingley Pavilion.
Yeah, great little innings from Innes Blackwell there. It would have been nice to have seen that in slow motion to see how far her foot was outside the crease, but shame that she missed that one, because she was running well with Ria Fackrell as well, you know, so it's not just the innings, it's the partnership that they had created as well. But Jess Woolston coming in now, and she's been around a few years now, so we'll know what is needed and hopefully can just knuckle down and just do what the team require.
Well, that is the equation now for Yorkshire. 42 to win, 12.1 overs, 3 wickets remain. Here is Kambapati. Again, fires that onto the pads of the right-handed Woolston. And that will bring about the end of the 38th over. So a huge wicket to fall. Blackwell was beginning to really get into her stride. But again, how about a few words on Pippa Sproul and her efforts today? Jane, of course, was the hero with bat in hand, 98 not out, desperately unlucky not to have got 3 figures, but she took that amazing catch a little bit earlier on, one-handed diving behind her shoulder to dismiss Maddie Ward. And then, of course, there, the lightning-fast glove work to remove the dangerous Blackwell. She's having quite the day here at Headingley so far.
Yeah, Pippa Sproul's having a match that she'll remember for a long time. And, you know, if she was on your side, then you'll be delighted, you know. But if she's against you, then you're like, oh, crikey, I hope that we can spoil her day. So it's a bit of both worlds, really. But she's had a fantastic day.
She most certainly has. So too has Hannah Davis, coming on to bowl her 10th and final over here. Has those figures of 9 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 35. Really was the destroyer-in-chief as far as the Yorkshire middle order were concerned. Gives it so many revs. Always like to see that from a spin bowler's perspective. That's a well-run single between Woolston and Fackrell. Imagine there'll be a little bit of a conversation here between the 2 Yorkshire batters. Fackrell, the more experienced of the 2.
I wasn't sure whether they'd take the single. I wondered whether they'd just play out this Davis over, because you've still got 11 overs left and you need 40. What you can't afford to do is lose a wicket in this over, but you could afford a maiden, you know, and it's one of those things, isn't it? So hopefully Jess Woolston will just be able to get bat to ball here.
Woolston plays that along the carpet up towards mid-on for no run. At the same time as well, you've got to give Middlesex so much credit. Let's not forget that at one stage in this game, they were 29 for 5. That's aerial, just goes over the top of the fielder. And that will motor away towards deep mid-wicket for 4. Much needed boundary for the home side. And Yorkshire now 156 for 7 here in over number 39.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those that if they can maintain the wickets. If they get to 50 overs, then they should win this at a stroll, really. So it's... And Jess Woolston's coming out and playing her game, and she hit that well. You know, your heart goes in your mouth the minute the ball goes aerial, but there was no danger, and she hit a good shot there. So what she must do now is play each ball on its merits and not think you can hit every single ball there.
Absolutely. This will be interesting, won't it? The follow-up and the response here from Hannah Davis gives it plenty of flight. Huge appeal from both keeper and bowler. I think with the natural angle, though, just drifting down, wasn't it, Jane?
Yeah, it definitely was drifting down there, but that's one of the things that, you know, you just think just defend the next ball. You don't need to hit every ball for 4, and she's playing across the line on most occasions there, but that's the end of an extremely good spell from Davis, who's finished with 10 overs, 4 for 40 and 1 maiden in that spell. So all credit to her. That was a great spell from her.
It most certainly was. It's given Middlesex a chance, hasn't it, in this game to go on and secure the victory. I think for both sides, the bonus point probably out of the equation. I'm going to be honest, 1.25 times the run rate is the requirement for that additional 5th victory point. But at this stage for both teams, of course, for Middlesex, it's about clawing the way back in, getting these final 3 wickets. As for Yorkshire, it's just about chipping away. It's gradual erosion as opposed to gung-ho, hit every single ball for 4 and 6.
I think the key thing for Yorkshire at this stage is get across the line. I think you're right, the bonus points way beyond, but I'm not even sure that would have come into the equation today. Middlesex was sitting top of the division. You want to get over the line. You want to make sure that you beat them. Especially having lost so convincingly to them last Saturday.
Well, I was just going to touch upon that. Do you think that has played into the psyche somewhat? Because as the wickets have began to tumble, do you think there will have been that little bit of chatting and chirping in the middle from the Middlesex side?
Well, it could have been, but, you know, Yorkshire have only got 6 players who played in that game, so 5 of them wouldn't have a clue what they're talking about, so they probably have just ignored it and carried on, so it might have been lost on them.
No, that's a very, very valid point. Here's Sarah Pearson to continue, this time from the Kirkstall Lane end. Tell you what, she's had a very good day as well, currently going at just over 2 runs per over from her spell so far. That one is hung outside the off stump. Typical corridor of uncertainty, as it's known.
Yeah, there was when the quicker bowlers come on, and if the lower order bats just swing the bat, anything can happen, and it can race away, you know. So it's always a risk, I think, bringing on the quicker bowlers in women's cricket, because it's difficult to set a field for them.
Well, here is Pearson once more. That one attempted to be drilled through the covers by Rhea Fackrell.
Yeah, I think she's just getting used to the pace of it. You know, Pearson's bowling well, and you've got to, you know, there are times when you just have to say well bowled. But she'll be trying to think about how she can combat this pace and line at this moment in time. I don't think she's a reverse, but they've got a fine leg and a third man anyway, so she may be looking in front of the bat.
Well, that one very full and very straight, just about dug out there by Rhea Fackrell, up towards Izzy Routledge at mid-on for no run. Yeah, it is an intriguing field though, isn't it? Deep third, deep fine leg, deep backward square leg and a deep cover point. As you said, definitely looking for Fackrell to play in front. Plenty of space out towards mid-wicket. Should Fackrell be able to find it though? Gets the ball a little bit stuck on the pads there, so another dot ball.
Yeah, it's not disastrous at the moment because they only need 37 and there's 10.1 overs left. What is important is that you start to get bat on ball and then you start to dictate where you're putting the ball. At the moment, the bowler's winning this battle because she's not doing that.
Has been another terrific over as well, hasn't it, from Sarah Pearson so far? and finishes off with a dot ball. It's another maiden over. Goodness me, this is absolutely stellar stuff. The only thing that's missing is the wicket for Sarah Pearson. 9 overs, 2 maidens, none for 18. And I know that Davis, of course, she'll get the headlines with 4 for 40, but after a difficult start, Jane, she didn't quite have the radar, bowled a couple of wides. It's been some comeback this, hasn't it, from the Middlesex seamer?
Yeah, I think they've played well. I think Middlesex have shown their experience and have shown their ability to realise that, you know, 1 wicket doesn't mean that's the end of the game, or 100 or 98 doesn't mean it's the, you know, you've just got to keep going ball by ball, making sure that every ball is an event. So you need 3 wickets, so that's all we need. We only need 3 good balls. Yorkshire are thinking, well, we need only 1 boundary per over, you know, so it's very close competition at the moment.
Certainly is. It's very absorbing though, isn't it, as Routledge beats the bat there of Jess Woolston. 37 required for the victory here for Yorkshire. What would be a crucial victory in the grand scheme of things, as that one is chipped almost back to the bowler. No harm done. Also, the character of this victory would be huge, wouldn't it, in terms of the morale boost it would give to this young Yorkshire side. That delivery is played off the back foot by Woolston for no run. Of course, so many players missing as a result of other commitments. No Callis, no Winfield Hill. Hannah Rainey ruled out of this match, but could see her sooner rather than later in the competition. As Fackrell sent back shy at the stumps. Of course, no Rachel Slater either, or Beth Langston. So either way, this is a performance that Yorkshire and the young guns, especially Blackwell, can be very proud of, but they'd love to get over the line at this stage. They've worked so hard as Woolston takes the aggressive option, beats the dive of the fielder, and that one will not be cut off. It's 4 more runs here for the White Rose. 33 now the requirement for the victory.
And what's great there is she moved her feet to the ball and just hit straight through it. You know, there's been a lack of batters in particular moving their feet today, both from a Middlesex and a Yorkshire perspective, and that showed just the benefits you can get if you move your feet and be decisive.
It does. It's also a little bit unsettling for the spin bowler as well. Any spin bowler in the country prefers someone rooted in the crease, and that one given plenty of venom by Routledge. The call initially was 2. Woolston in the end sent back rather wisely there by Fackrell. And it will be a single to wrap up the 41st over. Yorkshire 161 for 7. Fackrell on 15. Woolston on 9. And we'll have another change. A very smooth change, might I just add, here in the comms box with the efficiency of a Formula 1 pit stop. We'll say goodbye to Dr. Jane Powell for the time being. And we'll bring back the sunglassed Adonis, Maroof Khan. Maroof, how are we?
I'm good. I've come at a very interesting stage of this game. Pearson clearly the bowler so far with two runs and over and looking to get a wicket, but not for Yorkshire's perspective. I think once the score goes below 25 runs, we will see the word pressure on the fielders as well. And I think the next 7 runs or the next 10 balls in this particular 5-over spell would be crucial.
It will be. Also, something interesting to note with the field placement, still plenty of fielders in the 25-yard circle. So, Hawley continuing to back her bowlers here as Pearson on for a 10th of final of the day. Starts off with a wide ball. Extra 1 to add to the tally here for Yorkshire. 31 away from the victory. Already a couple of conversations being had, this time between Routledge and Hawley. So too between Davis and the bowler Pearson. Really has been a gripping game of cricket this though. Pearson drops that on a good length. Attempted to be worked through mid-wicket there by Woolston, but cut off by a diving fielder. Does feel like the next action ball, Maroof, is going to be a big one, doesn't it? Whether that's a boundary or a wicket, really will have quite the edge on both sides at this stage of the game.
Yeah, it looks like we've been playing the whole game in power play mode, actually. If you look at it, only 2 players outside the ring all day, really, unless somebody needs to be at cow corner if need be. But yes, pressure is going to be important now.
Certainly is. That was an excellent delivery by Sarah Pearson. Follows up with a rocketing Yorker. Yet another dot ball to add.
And it looks like it's like dot ball, runs or wicket, really. So at this stage, once again, we talk about the word intent. But, I'm still not convinced if the batters are using the crease that much. They can still stand up a bit more and try and make sure that the bowler's bowling a different line. At this stage, it's just see ball, hit ball.
Well, Woolston attempting to guide that ball down towards square leg. Interesting change in the field between the two batters as well. Spoke there about almost that power play style of field placement, and it has been to Fackrell. 2 players outside on the boundary rope. For Woolston, there is an extra fielder though, out on the western terrace. So deep backward square leg and a deep forward mid-wicket. So just aware, aren't they, in case she takes the positive option. We've seen that already with the shot down towards deep mid-wickets. Hawley just trying to add that extra layer of protection. So that ball is well stopped by the outstretched left hand of Pearson for no run.
And Pearson is doing exactly what she's asked me to do. She's hitting the stumps and making sure she's not giving any room to Woolston or Fackrell. And as rightly so, has got 2 players on the deep on the onside, bearing which she's just made sure that if the batter misses, she's going to hit the stumps.
That one attempted to be hacked away towards mid-wicket by Woolston. Only as far as the fielder for no run. And what a spell this has been from Sarah Pearson. She'll be hoping to round it out with a dot ball. I mean, the economy rate has been so impressive. Really has given absolutely everything out there today. Will it be enough for Middlesex, or can Yorkshire get across the line? 31 is the equation from 8.1 overs. 3 wickets still to spare. Here is Sarah Pearson for the final time today. Fires it into the pads. Believe this one will go down as a leg bye to finish. Just waiting for the umpire's signal. And there it is. So Sarah Pearson is finished as far as the run chase is concerned. Finishes with excellent figures of 10 overs, 2 maidens, none for 19. Unlucky not to have got a wicket as far as Middlesex are concerned. But for Yorkshire now, that is one of the most dangerous bowlers dealt with.
And rightly so. I think, well bowled, Pearson. I think she's done really well. Kept the pressure whenever asked to do so. She's bowled 2 spells on 2 different sides of the wicket as well. Looks like there is going to be some kind of a change happening with the field on side. I think someone is not well at this stage. Yeah, I think
it's Pearson. Just going to receive a little bit of medical attention here. Spoke about her putting in her absolute everything today. Really has been a quite sensational effort. Should be richly applauded off the playing surface as well. Giving everything to try and get her side back into the game. And it will be Izzy Routledge to continue from the Howard stand end.
If anybody watching, if you see the girls, the amount of work that they put in through training as well, and now for this game, it shows that the amount of spirit that they have in making sure they're trying to win a game for the side. Well done to Sarah Pearson, was it? Yeah, I think she did what she was expected to do, and then goes back in the huts trying to get some break time. But yes, it was good to see her putting so much energy into the game.
Most certainly was. Here is Woolston. Fires that back past the right hand of Izzy Routledge. Will be another dot ball. Really are set for a thrilling conclusion here. 30 still required. 7.4 overs remaining in the run chase. In what's been a topsy-turvy clash here in Leeds. Woolston, the latest Yorkshire batter to whip that away for a single out towards deep mid-wicket. She moves on to 10, Fackrell on 15. Partnership stands at 13 for this wicket.
crucial 30 in that. Looks like gold dust at this point in time. But having said that, I think a few dot balls would make something different come out from Fackrell. So at this point in time, they should still look to rotate strike.
Well, Fackrell tries to bisect the gap on that offside. Can't do so on that delivery. But of course, Yorkshire still have the element of time on their side. There's still deliveries to go in this run chase. It's all a case of taking it deep as Fackrell goes for the scoop down towards backward square leg. Will just be a single. And at the end of this over, I will make way. And on in my place will be the excellent Michael McCann to take you through to the thrilling climax of this run chase. Really has been a great game to watch. And fair play to whoever emerges victorious in this clash. Here is Routledge, fires that one in with a little bit more venom. Under edge of the bat, we a dot ball to finish. At the end of 43 overs, Yorkshire 165 for 7. Fackrell on 16, Walston on 10. Maroof, what have you made of that passage of play?
Yeah, 50-50 in terms of how the game's gone. You know, Yorkshire have lost a couple of wickets too many. But I think Fackrell and Woolston, with that 14-run partnership, have still kept them in the game. At this stage, Yorkshire are still ahead of what Middlesex were after 43 overs, 20 runs to the better and 1 wicket in hand. So nothing to panic about. I think just keep going and just making sure you're building pressure and getting the runs whenever they are available. 4 runs in over at this stage with 3 wickets in hand, it's quite possible.
Yeah, we've got an intriguing finish. Squeaky bum time was one famous manager of men's football once upon a time would say, Sir Alex Ferguson. Insert your similar cliches here. Let us know in the YouTube live chat where you're watching from and who you reckon's going to win it. Saskia Hawley tends to trust herself at the death, and she is going to bowl 3 of the 7 left. That's not particularly surprising. Routledge, I would be shocked to not see her bowl out, but then Middlesex will have to find 2 overs from somewhere. It comes down the track against Hawley. My goodness me, Fackrell is scrambling to get back.
It's just about keeping your mojo, really, you know, just making sure that you're watching the ball, making contact. You've got to make contact before you can run, and just keeping things simple, really, at this stage for Fackrell.
Fackrell goes back, pushes that straight to cover. 40 balls remain. Another 28 to win. The required run rate isn't the problem, but it never really has been for Yorkshire. Goes to paddle, and that was almost straight into the hands of short fine leg, and instead it's managed to get past Kamban Patti, who has to go away and chase 2 more to the score. Little fortuitous there, Fackrell.
Coaches talk about being brave. That was a brave shot there. Levi Fackrell coming across the line, making sure she's making contact. Percentage for me, if you like. 2 runs to the kitty, much needed.
Plenty of teasing flight. No run this time. Ria Fackrell saying that 12 months ago I was applying for 9 to 5 jobs, and now I'm lucky enough to say that my dream job has become a reality. Signing for Yorkshire on a 3-year contract across this winter. Comes down the pitch this time. That's straight to short mid-wicket. Fackrell talking about the fact that at Sparks only 11 full-time contracts were available. And unfortunately I didn't have one of them. I had a pay-to-play one, and it wasn't enough to live off, so I was working as a coach part-time and training as much as I could. Short, and this is help round the corner. A better paddle from Fackrell this time. And he's going to get 4 for it as well. A momentum-shifting boundary to finish the over. It takes it down to 22 to win off 6. And it's a good over, all told, for Yorkshire.
Great cricket, great passage of play as well. Fackrell reading what's coming her way. She had 3 dot balls. She expected a bit of change of page, and that's what she got. And then she quickly jumped under the line, scooped it right off fine leg. Great shot, 4 runs, much needed for Yorkshire.
Saw a bit of discussion in the YouTube live chat about future Yorkshire fixtures. The women are in action at Wheatwood at home against Glamorgan on the 9th of August, and then away against Gloucestershire at Bristol on the 16th of August. That's Yorkshire's next couple of Vitality Blast Metrobank one-day cup games, beg your pardon. I can assure you, despite that loud bang, everyone's okay here in the commentary box. Just a bit of equipment being thrown around. Woolston on 10, facing up to Routledge, who will surely bowl out here. This is a penultimate over, nicely worked away for a single by Jess Woolston. And in terms of the Yorkshire men's side of things, men are in action on the 5th against Warwickshire at Scarborough. That's their next commitment until their Metro Bank One Day Cup campaign starts. Down the track, Fackrell has hit it straight to mid-off and is gone. Routledge gets a massive breakthrough. Ria Fackrell gone for 22. A huge moment in this game. This partnership had been edging Yorkshire closer, but it's a second wicket for Routledge. Middlesex strike. Catch taken by Kamban with a minimum of fuss. Fackrell out for 22, 173 for 8. Middlesex 2 balls from victory now. Yorkshire still 21 runs away.
Yeah, interesting thought process there by Ria Fackrell. She just didn't need to do anything. She wanted to take a chance, which wasn't there. I think she saw the right for Ria Fackrell coming in a bit earlier, and then she just dropped it short a bit, straight into mid-off. Not a good shot selection at this point in time, but yes, still a game to be won, 22 runs to get.
So Claudie Cooper comes out. Now, Cooper has played in every competitive game for Yorkshire this season, but she has barely had a bat. She made one here in the 50-over game here against Worcestershire in April. She did not bat in this competition apart from that. She batted just once in the County Cup, making one against the Bears in the quarter-final. In the Blast, she made 9 against Leicestershire, and that was it. That's Claudie Cooper's 3 innings this season for Yorkshire in 18 matches. And now she comes out at number 10 with the game right on the line. Like any good cricketer in the modern era who might predominantly be a bowler, she certainly works on her batting plenty. And she's going to get quite the chance to prove it, coming out against a fellow off-spinner, Routledge. And he's just pushing one out into the covers. You can see at the bottom of your screen the key graphic now, 21 to win off 33 with 2 wickets in hand. Oh, Cooper might have chipped this straight to cover. She has! Cooper's out as well. 2 wickets in 3 balls for Izzy Routledge, who can seemingly do no wrong at the moment, was superb all round in defeating Yorkshire in the County Cup final last Saturday, and now Routledge is at it again. It's an uncertain shot from Cooper, beaten and deceived in the flight. A second ball duck for Claudie Cooper. Yorkshire on the brink of defeat. Middlesex on the brink of back-to-back wins against the White Rose. 172 for 9.
Yeah, 2 wickets of 3 balls, nothing much in it really. I think the pressure got the better of it. Boils down to how they want to play this game. But at this point in time, what was required was to just have a couple of more balls, see what's happening, because the run rate, as you said, is not an issue. But too early, 2 big wickets, 2 very big wickets at this stage, which has told us that this game is now between swings and roundabouts.
So out comes Amelia Love, who made 0 not out on her debut against Worcestershire. She made 1 against the Bears in the County Cup quarter-final, and that's it. That's her 2 competitive senior innings for Yorkshire, for the 16-year-old seam bowler. Her first job will be to just try and survive the rest of this over from the excellent Routledge, who lives up to her unerring accuracy once more with that delivery that's right on the button. She's been getting mobbed with attention at AAA Cricket Club, where she came through and still plays for both the men's and women's teams now and works in their coaching setup after last week's success in the County Cup finals, where she's bowling Yorkshire to defeat at Headingley and Middlesex to victory. But that one is kept out by Love, crucially, so it gives Woolston a chance to face up again. Maruf Khan swapping with Dr. Jane Powell, Yorkshire president, a very nervous Yorkshire president alongside me in the commentary box. There's, of course, a little less at stake than in that County Cup final, but you can feel the tension around the ground here. You've been able to feel it for a couple of hours. Every every run or two from Yorkshire has been applauded by their supporters, and every wicket has brought a great cheer from the visiting ones.
Yeah, every game like this is worth more than 2 months of indoor nets. You know, so this will be great learning for all the girls out there, and it's one of those games that you cannot simulate in any practice session. You just have to go out there and live it. And we've seen how the pressure has picked up wickets as they've gone through, and yeah, it's been a great game, hasn't it? You know, it really is sort of tense out there.
And just to give that context, what I mean when I say there's less at stake than that final is that this is, of course, not a final. It's a league fixture. Middlesex want to go 5 wins from 5. Saskia Hawley, their captain, knows they're 1 wicket away. Hawley back on for her 9th. Routledge will surely bowl out. And then Hawley, you'd imagine, will bowl her 10th. And then Middlesex might then be forced to think about how they use those last 2 overs. Just Love slices, Woolston, I should say, slices away for a single. And they take the 1, so Love is on to strike. 20 to win off 29 balls. My goodness me, what a game of cricket regardless, and what a fight back from Middlesex from 5 for 29 if you're an Aussie, 29 for 5 if you're on this hemisphere. Jess Woolston, of course, was a big reason why that was the case. Now she's out there trying to be an unlikely heroine for Yorkshire with the bat. Yorkshire would go potentially top, depending on other results, above Middlesex if they were to win. Middlesex would stay top. Nice shot down the ground from Love, who gets off the mark with a single. 19 to win from 27 balls.
Yeah, nice shot there from young Love down the ground, and set off at pace as soon as she hit it, knowing that there was a single there. And 19 to win, 1 wicket to take.
Oh, he gives it plenty of flight. Woolston charges. She's got this in between the 2 sweepers. Excellent ground fielding, as has been a feature of Middlesex's successful blast campaign, and a lot of today. It was really good ground covered out there by Artemis down away to left-hand side. Hawley trying to seal it up for Middlesex. That's another nice drive, this time fielded by Routledge to her left. So single to the total, 16 to win off 25. Now Woolston is at the non-striker's end. Love on strike for the last ball. A few more coming up into the ring. In fact, there's only deep mid-wicket out here. Plenty of teasing flight and just responsibly blocked by Love. So 4 overs left, 16 to win, 1 wicket to take. These are the kind of finishes that will have Yorkshire and Middlesex fans biting their nails. And if you're watching with no particular affiliation, I'm sure you'll be glued to it regardless. What a game of cricket we've had, and what a finish we've got in store.
Yeah, no, it's very exciting, and it really is one of those games that you need to be out to see. But interesting that Hawley brought the field in there to almost keep Love down at the non-striker's end, which when you consider she's number 11, you'd have almost felt like, well, shall we try and get her up to the striker's end? But she obviously sees something that she thinks they can exploit in Woolston's game here.
Yeah, it was a thought that had crossed my mind. 3 for 28 off 9 for Routledge, who is in and has Woolston swinging out to deep mid-wicket for 1. They've thought of 2. There was 1.5 there, but absolutely no more than that. And it was a wise decision by Woolston to turn it down. Routledge will be targeting the stump. She's known for being unrelentingly accurate. Bit of a human metronome, is he, Routledge? Oh, and Love swings away and is going to get 1. That was not too far away from just escaping under that bat and into those stumps to give Middlesex victory. Routledge with a unrelenting, flat, very straight off spinners, always keeping the stumps in play. 15 to win off 23 becomes 14 to win off 22. Down the track and absolutely thumps that away, and that's a boundary. That's a huge boundary from Woolston. My goodness me, that's a brave shot in the circumstances. Comes down the track to Routledge and hoists her through the vacant mid-wicket region for a one bounce 4. 10 to win.
What a great shot that was from Woolston. Just, she determined she was going to hit it, and she certainly did. And that just keeps the game even more interesting, I think.
Certainly does keep it more than interesting. So Routledge has got 3 balls left of her spell. Middlesex are now moving that sweep around to pretty much exactly where the ball had just gone. That sweep has gone 15 yards or so around to her left. There's a long on out as well. Now, does Woolston go again? Does she choose to be more restrained? She does try and go again, and it's almost a catching chance to win the match. And instead it slips away for 2. Love wants 3, but is sent back. 8 to win. Well, and that sliced off the bat. It looks like it could be a catching chance for Rachana Kamampati. But diving forward, she couldn't get any hands on it. 8 for victory. Routledge in, comes down the track and is bowled. Bowled. Woolston is out for 22. Middlesex have beaten Yorkshire for the second time in as many weeks. And much like last week, it is Izzy Routledge who is the heroine for Middlesex once more. Player of the match in the County Cup final. And now Routledge has produced a forfeit, including 3 clutch wickets at the death, to give Middlesex the win. In an enthralling contest, they are the victors by just 7 runs. Middlesex stay undefeated in the Metrobank One Day Cup League 2 with 6 wins from 6. Yorkshire, meanwhile, 5 wins from 5, I beg your pardon. Yorkshire, meanwhile, with a second defeat in this competition this season, to go with the loss here against Worcestershire in April, now have 3 wins from 5. Yorkshire still well placed to make the semi-finals, but today, much like Saturday, belongs to Middlesex. What a game of cricket. Middlesex were 29 for 5 in the 9th over, and they've come back to take victory. Wow.
Yeah, well played, Middlesex. They stuck at it, they showed their experience, and they've come through as victors. Having said that, you know, it's nice to see the inexperienced of Yorkshire making that a game right up till that last ball there, and to lose by 7 means that you've had a great game, doesn't it? It means that both teams were reasonably evenly balanced, and but Middlesex showed their experience.
It's interesting, a few people in the Vertu live stream YouTube chat mentioning the possibility of this being a semi-final or a final. The semi-finals will be 1 place 4 and 2 place 3 with home advantage for first and second, so not impossible. These two could meet in a semi-final, or indeed in the final at New Road, Worcester on the 14th of September. Still 4 match days before we get there. Yorkshire will have to pick themselves up before another big game against Glamorgan, who in a couple of years' time will be a Tier 1 side, and Glamorgan, who Yorkshire beat in the semi-final of the T20 competition last weekend. Glamorgan next for Yorkshire women at Wheatwood on the 9th. Middlesex, meanwhile, will look to keep their perfect run going. It is now, across the season for Middlesex, a highly imposing record that's continuing to build. They lost in round 1 of the County Cup to Kent. They lost 1 game away at Glamorgan in the Blast, and that is it. Apart from that, Middlesex undefeated this season. A 4th loss for Yorkshire, those 2 in the 50-over game. And then Yorkshire, of course, were defeated by the Bears, the Tier 1 Bears, so no shame in that at all, given their higher tier opposition in the County Cup quarter-final. And then Yorkshire's other defeat, of course, was in the final against Middlesex last weekend. Those are future challenges, though. For now, your reflections on a quite extraordinary game of cricket, Dr. Jane Powell.
Well, it's interesting because, all credit to Middlesex, as I've already said, they showed their experience and came through. And I was just reflecting while you were speaking there that I know that the way that Yorkshire are approaching this season is to try and give youngsters a go. Having said that, we've seen Innes Blackwell come through there and have a reasonably good game for her debut at 16 years of age. Amelia Love there at 16 years of age, not out at the end batting, and it's good that Richard Pyra and his team are starting to blood those academy girls, and I know some counties are going more, let's bring experience in, but I quite like the way that Yorkshire are approaching this. Lots of people will be saying Yorkshire should be winning this, that and the other, but it's a very different approach that Yorkshire are taking this year, and it's lovely to see the academy players and the EPP girls coming in. And for those of you that were astute, those without a number on their back, I think there were 5 of them, are either EPP or academy players. So that is one of the key things for me, is seeing them get that experience. These pressure games are invaluable. I've already said it's worth more than 2 months of indoor nets to be out there and playing in that game. And you win or you learn, and hopefully they're starting to learn a lot. So that's really good going for Yorkshire.
Nice to see both teams straight across after the handshakes to sign autographs for fans young and old. Just to remind you then, Yorkshire next in action on the women's side against Glamorgan on the 9th of August. Meanwhile, there is a Vertu live stream before that game on the 9th at Wheatwood, because the men are in action on the 5th of August. The men start their Metrobank One Day Cup game against Warwickshire at Scarborough. We do hope you've enjoyed this live stream wherever you've been across the world. I'm Michael McCann. A big thank you to all of our guest commentators across the day: Jasmine Nichols, senior groundsperson, and Charlotte Ashton, Dr. Jane Powell, Maruf Khan, Aaron Viles, as well as all the team behind the scenes here at Headingley who work so hard on this Vertu live stream to bring you these pictures. We look forward to seeing you very soon. But for now, from sunny Headingley, after a magnificent game of cricket, it's goodbye.